Long ago, beneath the magic-scented halls of Galadon's academy, a labyrinth was carved for students. Since then, whispers echo of the record set by one brave soul who reached the 37th floor. 4 legends climb higher, their laughter echoing through the stone as they conquer the 68th floor, each step faster, each heartbeat chasing a new record, the air tingling with the scent of ambition. Legends whispered of this unbreakable band of 4 whose name rang out like a promise: endless days. Alec Jaglet, the court mage, paced the echoing halls of the 29th dungeon level, where damp fog curled around endless abandoned ruins and nameless graves fading into the misty void. Light clothes clung to Alex beneath a raincoat and scarf, his boots squelching through the shallow lake. Mist curled over the marsh ahead as he muttered, wishing for water-walking magic on his tongue. Unbothered, he climbs to the 30th floor, loosening his scarf, the chill biting at his neck. Roots coil around a low pedestal where a glass sphere gleams atop, cradled by the neighboring tree. Fingers trembling, he wonders if he needs the weapon at all. Confusion swirls in his mind as he reaches for the bullet, and in his eyes, sorrow flickers. 4 years have quietly slipped away. In his mind, memories flicker. 4 figures once stood close, smiles warm, hands reaching with his toward the glowing glass sphere, laughter echoing softly in the air. Suddenly, Alex snapped back to reality, rubbing his face with both hands to shake off haunting memories. He fixed his gaze on the ball, reminding himself he didn't care about those people. Now, someone needed his protection. After some time, Alec joined his team, Regulus the Crown Prince, Lenny, and X, when Regulus, with a regal voice, turned to Alec and declared they needed a word, a hush of anticipation curling in the air. At that moment, Alec snapped his backpack shut, the zipper buzzing, and finally turned his gaze, curious and alert, toward Regulus. Leaning in, he quietly wonders if His Majesty wishes to learn secrets of the dungeon or the next floor, but His Majesty merely nods, voice clear as bells. All he wants is to ask Alec one question: what quest brought him here? Answers tinged with confusion always spark a smile. His true task is to fuel the ruler's greatness with a quiet touch of magic, weaving a spell beneath the surface. Then Regulus leans in, his voice low and curious, asking Alec what his duty was in their final battle. Confusion flickers in Alec's eyes as he tries to grasp the nobleman's true meaning. Regulus boasts, "No blade is swifter in royal hands than his." Lena commands fire itself, heat cracking in the air as she moves, while Ix holds the line, an unbreakable wall against any foe. His gaze drifts to Alex, who only weaves soft support spells in the chaos. Never a shield, never a helping hand, and Regulus wonders, stunned, how any court mage could do nothing more. Alec gathers his courage, insisting His Highness is wrong. Support magic is vital for the team, but Regulus cuts him off sharply, not wanting to hear a single excuse. Annoyance burned as Alec kept calling for pauses, claiming they weren't ready. He was so tired of it. Alec pleaded with His Highness, his voice trembling, asking permission to explain his actions. Regulus frowned, eyeing Alec and demanding to know what he hid behind his back. Hesitation flashed in Alec's eyes before he revealed a short sword, whispering that it might help on the next level. Steel flashing in the torchlight, Regulus grabs Alec's tunic and shouts with fury. He warned him the sword would be useless. Never had he wanted rebels like Alec. Never could he stomach such defiance. Fingers clutching the wizard's cloak tighter, Regulus flashes a smile. Father may have ordered him to endure Alec, but patience has run dry. In a swift motion, he yanks the magic cloak away from Alec. "That robe means too much to us. We'll care for it ourselves," someone insists, as Alec stands frozen in silence, his hands trembling, the faint scent of lavender clinging to the stillness. As Regulus steps out, he tosses over his shoulder that tomorrow he'll defend the 30th underground floor alone. X and Lenny follow the Crown Prince, footsteps echoing, while Regulus remarks coolly that Alex can seek adventure anywhere. He has no need for a court mage who only deals in supportive spells. Night spilled across the window, draping the world in darkness, and Alec retreated to his quiet room. Pen scratching, ink's faint scent in the air, he wrote until, at last, he paused, lost in the weight of his own words. Doubt weighed on the boy's mind. He hadn't helped his team, though magic on the 30th floor was forbidden and his presence itself felt dangerous. But Alex believed they'd stood together, trust crackling quietly between them. Warm glances and hushed whispers painted Alex's place among the crown prince and the others. He never guessed they saw him as a burden, yet their treatment left no need for words. Sharp as winter air, Alec remembered the prince's rebuke. How he scolded him for the court mage's attack, his voice ice-cold with authority, dismissing Alec's warning about heavy luggage. "I still have a hand free," he'd declared. Flickers of being unwanted drift through Alex's mind, making his pen pause mid-stroke, the scratch of ink falling silent and every trace of resolve slipping away. A heavy sigh slipped from his lips as he reached for his notes, the scratch of paper beneath his fingers echoing his resolve. Not time to retreat yet. Alex poured every effort into crafting the next level, hoping His Majesty would smell the ink and sense every nuance woven into each careful word. Oleg senses his own weakness, but the cold, echoing chambers remind him, underestimating the dungeon is a mistake that smells of danger and rusted iron. Morning echoes through the castle gates as Alec approaches. Guards block his way, stern voices forbidding entry, just as the clink of armor meets the swift steps of Lenny drawing near. She asks why he's come to the palace, her voice echoing off marble floors. Alec, uncertain, asks for an explanation, but the girl just sighs and tells him he clearly hasn't heard. He's no longer the court mage, as of today. Alex's eyes widen in disbelief as Lianani, a sly smile on her lips, confides that the rumors from the 68th floor made her laugh. She teases that he should be ashamed for angering the prince, while Alex pleads for her to deliver his letter to King Felix. He explains he joined His Highness Regulus's group only by the king's command. Once the king smells the parchment and hears the truth in the paper's rustle, all will be clear. Linani tears her notes into tiny scraps, the paper hissing in her fists, and orders the guards to watch Alec with eyes sharp as winter frost. Clutching his suitcase, Alec roams the streets, the city's hum swirling around him, unwilling to accept it's over. 4 years since the academy, every hope pinned on becoming a celebrated court mage. Yet Alec brushes those doubts aside. His jaw tightens, resolve burning in his eyes. He is set on showing his old comrades the true strength that crackles inside him. As Alec walks, a passing student catches his attention, eyes wide at the grand academy, disbelief mixing with the scent of rain on stone, his thoughts flickering back to that night in the dark cellar and his muddy, battered entrance at graduation. Before the grand steps leading to the Royal Academy of Magic, Alex stood still, heart pounding, catching a faint scent of old books and chalk drifting in the morning air. 4 years of his life wrapped in those walls. A voice softly calls his name from behind. Alexei whirls around, heart pounding, and finds a beautiful young woman standing before him, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze. Wide-eyed, she stares at him. Before Alec can even whisper her name, Yora, she rushes into his arms, breathless, scattering the scent of summer hair and laughter in the air. "Yes, it's me," the girl says softly, her voice trembling with surprise. She hadn't dreamed of finding him here, and the young man, breath caught, can't tear his eyes away, stunned by this impossible meeting. With a bright grin, she admits she never imagined meeting him here. He chuckles and wonders aloud what she could possibly be looking for, but with a mysterious laugh, Yorha only teases. It's a secret. Under the gentle rustle of leaves, Alec and Yorgad wander side by side. She admits she has only 5 days to reach Fizzle and has chosen to linger here, traveling alone. but warmly suggests they explore together for a while. She asks Alec if he remembers the words she whispered before graduation. Those words linger in his memory, fresh as the scent of yesterday's rain. "From this day our paths will part," she whispered, but promised their reunion. Then, with a gentle gesture, Yorha invited him to walk beside her once more. She mentions she needs his strength, her voice trembling with hope, as she asks if he would join the trio as their adventurer. Alec covers his eyes with a trembling hand. Her voice flickers, asking if he's all right. He only whispers an apology, his breath warm and heavy with regret. With a gentle smile, Her Highness apologizes for the sudden suggestion. After all, Alec is both court mage and adventurer. Alec bows his head and asks for forgiveness once more, his voice soft as falling leaves. With a gentle smile, she confesses she's glad to hear it, but insists he deserves someone better. Yorhan's voice tightens with worry as he begs to know what happened. When Alec tells her what happened, outrage burns in her eyes. A single use of supportive magic had cost him his title and banished him from court. Outrage burned in Yorha's voice, louder than thunder, and Alec glanced over, hinting she was making quite a scene, her lips puffed out in wounded defiance. With a hint of excitement, she announced her wish to invite Alec over, leaving him puzzled. Had she truly searched for him just to extend this invitation, her voice trembling with hope? A trace of sadness flickered across Alec's face as he confessed, voice low and rough, that he was no longer the man he'd been 4 years ago, especially after losing his title. With a glimmer in her eyes and a gentle smile, Yorha shares that rumors swirl of a hydra lurking, waiting for them as the boss on the 68th floor, its name whispered like a distant thunder. On the eve of her graduation, news reached her, carried by someone who whispered it would be their final test, his words trembling in the hush of the night. Memories swirl of hurried hands packing supplies, the scent of fresh bread mixing with candle wax, and the 4 of them slipping quietly into the damp, echoing embrace of the deep underground. Amid clashing claws and wild roars, Tiha and his team fought desperately, weaving shimmering shields of magic as monstrous shadows lunged closer with each heartbeat. Ice rises beneath her hands, forming a gleaming wall that hisses against the monster's fiery breath. Behind her, a girl calls out, promising to distract the beast so she can slip away to safety. She raises the ice wall once more, sweat beading her brow, weaving all 5 elements stretches her to the edge, right as footsteps crunch closer, warning of another presence slipping through the cold. Breathless and flushed, he apologizes for the delay. His friends greet Alec with warm smiles as he responds by weaving the scents of earth and crackling air into a swirling, elemental spell. Sparks of multicolor swirl as Olets delivers a crushing blow. Even Yorha, lost in the chaos, catches the scent of warm grass and hears echoes of that graduation day. At the awards ceremony, excited whispers swirled about the missing adventurer who vanished in the depths below, and the daring 3 who followed, Onus Lane, Klasia Anaroz, Yorya Easons, and their bold leader, Alex Jagling. The 4 step into the ceremony, laughter on their lips, eyes turning toward them in awe. Bruises and scratches bloom on their skin. Torn and muddy clothes whisper tales of a wild night. Memory tugs at Yorha. That very day they conquered the 68th level, the scent of stone dust thick, echoing with laughter. Here, 4 companions chose to part ways, yet Yorha turns to Alec, asking softly if they might begin again, weaving back the rhythm of their unchanging days. Clattering along in their rickety wagon, Alec and Yorha finally rolled into the underground city of Fizzle, hearts pounding with the thrill that the legendary team was whole again. Laughter bubbled from Yorko as she strode down the street, gripping her suitcase tight. With a bright cheer, she declared their arrival for all to hear, spinning to take in the busy scene of fellow travelers. Alec's eyes caught them all. Bright with market scents and laughter, Alec wandered beside Yorha through Fizzle's lively streets, confessing his surprise at the swarm of adventurers and Yorha, smiling, replied softly that here adventurers are honored guests. She also revealed the city serves as a meeting spot for her and two friends. She notes the damp air of the underground, far from the city's buzz. Yorhatel quietly reminds her that before leaving, he needs to be registered as an adventurer. Excitement sparkles in her eyes as Alec joins them, and she eagerly awaits the scent of adventure on the horizon, heart pounding with hope. Inside the Adventurers Guild, Alec and Yorhao met with a bitter surprise. The girl behind the counter, sliding their signed forms back to Yorhao, murmured an apology. Their application was denied, the dungeon barred. Confusion flickers in Alec's eyes, while Yora's face tightens with discontent. Her nervous smile trembles, unable to grasp why the world is unraveling like this. The girl behind the counter calls for the next guest, but Yorga cuts her off, turning to Misha with a soft plea to reconsider. Misha's voice is firm, echoing, "These are the rules. Come back next time for your pass." Alec asks which permit they mean, and Misha explains it's a guild card, a pass that unlocks the rumbling darkness of the dungeon from the 30th floor and above, but only for those who've braved 2 years within the guild walls. Doubt gnaws at Alec. 2 years is a chasm in his world. His hand fumbles awkwardly across his face, fingertips trembling as worry lingers in the air. Yorha pleads with quiet urgency, her voice echoing Classia's promise that the guild stands ready to help. Misha, lost in thought, recalls Classia's visit just days before, while hope flickers and Yorha's lips curl into a bright smile. In one breath, Misha echoes Classia's plea, "Just accept me." Alec and Yorha absorb her words in heavy silence, eyes searching the floor, not a single word escaping their lips. Crestfallen, they left the guild and sank onto a city bench, clutching warm street food as the aroma danced around them. Yorha buried her face in her hands, scolding herself for not explaining the task to Clasia, but Balak gently reassured her, his voice calm amid the city's clatter, urging her not to worry so much. With an indignant pout, Yorha bit into her sandwich. High on the 52nd floor, she grumbled that waiting 2 more years felt unbearable, the city's buzz sneaking through the glass. As soon as she finished her sandwich, she hopped off the bench with a burst of energy and, trying to cheer herself up, suggested to Alec that they start over and turn the page together. A sudden thought strikes Aleka. She must mean the dungeons. Yorha offers a calming smile, her voice steady as she reminds him they're adventurers, brave enough to walk any level below the 30th, in a city ringed by danger and echoing labyrinths. Yorha leads Alec toward Fizzle's central underground, suggesting they savor every breath of the city. Together, they slip inside, and soon find themselves on the 2nd level, a deep, whispering forest stretching before them. Yorhav points his wand at Alec, a silver stream of magic swirling in the air, and a sudden surge of strength fills Alec. His body blurs, thunder cracking as he dashes and takes out several flying demons in one flash. Alex thanks you for the support, but a note of worry lingers. Should he really push himself so hard? Today, they only wanted to escape the stifling depths of the dungeon, not dive in too deep. Bewilderment clouded her mind. She couldn't tell when everything unraveled, their reunion adventure now a battlefield. Her eyes widened as a scarlet hornet buzzed before her, its wings humming sharply in the tense air. Alex sensed danger clinging to the air. He's read about creatures like them and fears their nest was struck by disaster. Yorhatch admits, sheepish, that he's forgotten how many hornets buzzed on the 2nd floor. Even as Alec insists they must defeat the wasps, determination in his voice, Yora senses these demons are little threat to him, though she herself, worn and aching, feels her own weakness with every breath. Whispering an incantation, she weaves a shimmering shield around herself. Alec's voice cracks with worry, warning she's crazy to go alone. But Yorha insists he let her, reminding him hornets can't pierce that glowing armor. She pleads for his trust, reminding him he's now one of their own. At her words, Alec recalls his old advice, warning the crown prince never to face danger alone. Driven by his desire to shield the prince, he dove into the study of support magic, poring over every echoing corridor of the dungeon, eyes tracing safe paths and heart tuned to every lurking threat, lost in a world of shadows and whispered spells. Consciousness flickers back for Alec, the bitter scent of ash tickling his nose. No longer a court mage, now a desperate adventurer, he hurls a torrent of fiery spears at Roiven, flames crackling through the tense air. In a blinding flash, he unleashes lightning. Monsters crumble to dust, the crackling air tinged with ash and ozone. With a warm hug and a friendly clap on Alec's back comes your cheerful praise. Everything was perfect. The words whirl in the air, leaving the hero blinking in gentle surprise. With a laugh, she admits he made her worry, but still, he's the finest mage she knows. Alec, basking in her bright smile, takes in the happiness shining in her eyes. Cracks rip through the ground beneath Alex's feet, then the earth shatters, and from its dark, echoing depths, something unknown bursts forth with a chilling roar. Fresh from the earth, the unknown creature soared skyward in a rush of dust and wind. Alec scanned the chaos for Jorga, then spotted her clinging to a spear, caught in the gaping jaws of the giant worm. Fear flickers in her eyes as she squints hard, both hands clamped tight around the magic wand, knuckles white. One slip, and a fall from up here could break her. Alex catches on. This mud-caked worm is why the wasps rage. He urges Yort to keep still. He must face the beast himself. A gentle flick of Eli's magic wand, his voice gliding to Yorka. Did you ever study support spells at the academy? For a heartbeat, suspicion clouds her gaze, but then recognition dawns bright and sudden. She answers with a gentle smile that she studied it too, though only as well as he did. Except he was always the best at attack magic, and everyone knew it. Warm sun spills through lofty windows as word reaches the air. Euglet has left the kingdom, and the walls seem to echo with disbelief. Rumors swirl that Lenny became an adventurer, but the prince just smiles, a glint in his eye, reminding that the dungeon is no place for jokes. Euglet won't last long, and with Alec around, he'll disappear even faster. Deep beneath the earth, Alex unleashed battle magic. Flames roared to life, swirling around him, merging into a blazing creature, a dragon crackling and hissing, its fiery breath scorching the damp dungeon air. With a spark of pride, I point to the writhing worm, trapped by my magic, while the dragon coils around its trembling prey, squeezing tight so destiny cannot slip away. After a triumphant dive into the dungeon, Alec and Yorha strode into the bar, laughter bubbling between them. Yorha nudged him, advising he feast well. He was now part of their team, and Alec grinned wide, savoring her sparkling mood. Yorhag gulps down several fiery mouthfuls of liquor, the sharp burn in his throat fueling a wounded glare as he turns back to Alec. With a sparkle in her eye, she exclaimed how his last fiery spell was breathtaking, though confessed with a laugh they'd nearly ended up roasted like chickens. Meanwhile, concern flickered as he eyed his friend, whispering if she was all right, suspecting the alcohol had gone to her head. The house tries to mumble a reply before drifting off to sleep. Alec grins, sensing his girlfriend's hopelessness with alcohol, then gently drapes his jacket over York as the bartender nods with quiet approval at his kindness. A tall man, swirling his drink and sending citrus notes into the air, asked him how on earth someone could become an adventurer with a physique like that. Unfazed, I reply without a glance, the scent of sweat in the air. His anger flares, voice sharp as he threatens Alec, demanding eye contact with a snarl. Eleg savors his drink with a slow grin, the scent of liquor thick in the air, until, boiling with anger, the man shatters a bottle over Eleg's head, glass and tempers snapping all at once. While the girl slept peacefully, lost in dreams, unaware of danger, the man's sly smile flashed in the half-light, convinced he could teach the hero a cruel lesson. The blow was pointless. Alex raised his shield just in time, steel ringing. With a sly smile, the man finally looked into his eyes and spoke his full name aloud, savoring every syllable. Rumor had it, Alec was once Geldena's court mage. How did such a grand figure become a wanderer? With a puzzled glance, he handed Alec a sheet, and Alec caught the scent of ink, realizing it was a pass. With trembling hands, the man gulps the sharp, fiery dregs from a broken bottle, muttering an apology for his boldness. Alex can see his ruin anyway. Glass glinting, he jabs it at Alex and demands, "Show me what else you can do." Boots scrape the floor as the man joins Alec and Yorha, whose head still swims in a fog of last night's liquor. His voice cuts sharp. "Prove your power. Show me your truth." Then, with a wave, the table fills with echoes of the past, and he leans in, asking if Alec truly wishes to see beneath the surface of it all. Ike nudges Yort awake, stealing glances at the strange man whose presence prickles like cold rain. He knows deep down he'd never accept such an offer, yet his mind races. Who is this odd figure, really? Yort finally cracks open his eyes, groggy, and murmurs, "What's happening?" Spotting the man before her, she instantly senses the guildmaster and, a bit flustered, asks what brings him here, while Alec, thunderstruck, realizes the guildmaster has been right in front of him all along. With a secretive grin, he beckoned Yorzi and Alec to follow. Winding through the restless city, he led them to the Adventurers' Guild, then down shadowy tunnels where every echo whispered secrets and dust danced in the thick, damp air. Echoes bounce off stone walls as they step into a vast underground arena, tiers of empty stands looming. With pride in his voice, the guildmaster reveals, "This is the guild's underground arena, a place forged for training." As Alec and Yorek scanned the shadows, a man behind them cracked his knuckles with slow, deliberate pops. He introduced himself to Alexei as Riviere Stens, warning that Alexei must only reveal his true skills when the cloak comes off. A spark of realization flickers within Oleg. Riviera wants to test his skills herself, sizing him up for a pass if he proves himself worthy. Jolra claps his friend on the shoulder, voice sparkling with hope. This chance might never come again. But Aelio glances at his trembling hand, whispering that his mana hasn't returned yet, and he likely won't make it. Yet agreement settles between them. Such a chance may never come again, and Alec promises, voice trembling with hope, that he'll soon rejoin her and the others. Yorga smiles, warmth in her eyes, vowing to wait for her friend. Alex plants himself before Riviere, lifts his wand with steady fingers, announcing he's ready, while Riviere finishes his warm-up, breath quickening and shoes scuffing softly on the floor. Rumors swirl that Alec now serves as Galdana's court mage, but Alec only shrugs, voice tinged with irony, admitting he's already been dismissed from that honor. While trading words with his foe, a flicker of recognition stirs in Alex. Somewhere, long ago, the name Rivi Erashtans drifted past his ears, tinged with the scent of rain and distant thunder. Memories grip Alec as the scent of old parchment and echoes of laughter swirl. Once a famed wizard, he'd led adventurers of the highest rank, but now he senses Rivier's former power has faded, the truth cold and undeniable. Victory would belong to the one who struck first. Alec's fingers tingled with urgency as he unleashed his fastest, most reliable magic, a crackling lightning bolt, hoping his rival wouldn't have time to blink. Riviere refuses to surrender victory to the former court mage. He hurls sparkling water droplets, launching a counterattack. Both rush in from opposite sides, splashes flying, but each narrowly dodges with breathless speed. Alec, feeling the raw force in Riviere's latest attack, realizes the enemy's strength hasn't faded. Riviere strikes again and again, while Alec's eyes track every sharp movement, heart pounding with tense anticipation. His quickest spell, the lightning strike, flashes from his fingers. Yet he marvels as Riviere, sharp as thunder, manages to react and send a biting counterattack crackling back. After his distant attack failed, Alec shifted tactics, a heartbeat decision, rushing forward to close the gap, magic pulsing in his fingertips, hoping the sudden dance of blades and sparks would catch his foe off guard. Before Alette can reach her foe, Riviere presses her fist to the earth. The ground hums softly as she whispers a spell of support. Strength surges, magic thrumming in the air. Before Alec could grasp what was happening, Riviere hurtled toward him like a storm. One crushing blow to the head flung the adventurer back, slamming him into a distant stone wall. Yurka trembles, heart pounding and breath quickening, every sense alive with worry for her friend, as Riviera's face shifts, disappointment flickering, a hidden sting surfacing when he realizes Alec used his shield again, refusing to strike back. Realizing he reacted in time, he pushed forward, boots thudding on the earth. A swift response, alive in every heartbeat, proving itself as an invaluable gift. Alec nods, confirming his words, but then admits with a sigh that it was no easy feat. The bitter taste of struggle still clings to his voice, hinting at unspoken humility. Eli recalls those words. The best defense is a strong attack, as he watches Riviere glide through the clash, turning every block into a fierce counter, his movements sharp as steel slicing air. In that moment, Alec tasted firsthand the raw, earth-shaking force of an S-rank adventurer, power that crackled in the air and threatened to tear the world apart. Lost in troubled thoughts, Olex feels the weight of loss, his shield useless now, but the scent of iron in the air spurs him to invent a bold new plan before his fierce rival closes in. The instant Alec lets his mind wander, unpleasant memories crash over him, old but raw, haunted by the shadowy image of the heir to the throne that flickers before his inner eye. A sly smile dances on Oleksi's lips as he finally grasps the prince's words. The heir had flatly forbidden him from touching any weapon all this time. Only moments ago, Alec was a naive fool. But now, in the echoing underground arena, far from the reach of rules, he steels himself, doubt melting away as his grip tightens on the sword. As Alec dared to strike right after casting his shield, Riviere smirked, suggesting he'd be wiser to surrender, then unleashed another wave attack. Yet Alec danced past the bursts and closed in with lightning speed. But confidence lit up in Riviere's eyes. Victory felt certain. From this close, Alec couldn't possibly move fast enough to block his incoming fist. To Riviera's surprise, Alec stands his ground without flinching, eyes fixed and unmoved, as if rooted to the earth while tension crackles in the air. Admitting the challenge ahead, Rivera knows there's no turning back once he chooses to attack. So Alex gathers energy, a low crackle filling the air, and hurls a bolt of lightning straight at his foe. Silence hangs heavy as their eyes lock, breath sharp in the cold air. Then Riviere's muscles tense and he lashes out, launching himself at Alex once more. Like a shadow, he slips away just in time. The hall falls still, breaths caught in a hush. Rivera's lips curve into a smile as he marvels at how swiftly Alec shattered his spell, then adds with a chuckle that Ha must have chosen wisely. Alec nods, eyes locked on his foe anew. As consciousness returns, Riviere grins, his eyes sparkling with mischief, and declares it was wildly thrilling. Yet a sly, predatory smile creeps across his face, and heavy iron gauntlets clang onto his fists. With pride, he declares this stunning ear ornament his greatest treasure, fingers tightening in preparation for the fight ahead. Alec, meanwhile, throws him a mocking glance, a smirk dancing on his lips. Artifacts glimmer like hidden treasures, priceless finds in any dungeon, taking shape as weapons, shimmering as armor, or whispering secrets as accessories. Countless brave souls dream of touching just one. Their rarity adds to their allure, for it is well known how many unique advantages they quietly offer their owners, even without a whisper of magic. With a roar, Riviere's dragon ear slams toward Alec, earth-shattering, but Alec slips aside, sword raised, his mind burning with the word, traitor. Sparks fly as Riviere shatters the stone floor with her gauntlets, cracks echoing like split wood, while Alex, breath caught between awe and terror, realizes the raw, impossible power this artifact gives the guildmaster. With a sly smile, Riviere keeps his eyes on the opponent, who dodged and flew far to escape the blow, then, with irony in his voice, invites him to surrender once more. With a mocking smile, Alec thrusts his hand forward, sparks whispered in the air. At that moment, delight flickered across the hero's face, a grin blooming with awe and the thrill of the coming clash. Flickering lightning danced from Alec's fingers, striking at Riviera, but the flash fizzled on gleaming gloves. Riviera closed the gap in a heartbeat, eyes glinting, certain Alec's power could hurt him no longer. Riviera launches another attack, but Alec slips aside with effortless grace. The impatient cry echoes. Riviera wants to see the famed court wizard unleash his magic, not just dance past every blow, waiting for exhaustion to win. Irritated, Guildmaster declares that unless Alec stops dodging attacks and running away, he won't get a pass, then adds a new clause to their contract, the air tense with the scent of ink and sharp words. Worry flickered across her face, a storm of unease as she watched Alec, realizing his strategy was crumbling, her heartbeat thudding louder with each uncertain move. The Guildmaster wields the Dragonheart artifact, a blazing force surging through his hands, sharp as steel and fierce as dragonfire, power swelling his attacks and cloaking him in an unbreakable shield. Riviera's attacks rain down in relentless waves, while Alec weaves away, heart pounding, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, a shimmering aura swirls around Riviera, filling the space with the scent of ozone and making Alec's breath catch in horror and disbelief. But Johann knows the artifact heals wounds at a dizzying pace, making every passing second another step into danger for Alec. The walls of the house creak, trying to dissuade the Guildmaster. Was he truly set on beating everyone, when his strength alone filled the air with dread? Yes, the master replies, firm as steel, his determination burning bright. As the guild leader turned away, Alec saw his opening and lunged, breath quickening, but the force before him felt like a storm he couldn't fight. Each blow to Rivera's body landed with desperate rhythm, searching for weakness, hoping to halt the healing magic pulsing beneath Rivera's skin. The Guildmaster only laughs at his attacks, a low, mocking sound echoing through the room, but notes with a glint in his eyes that Alec has finally realized. The longer he pauses, the faster his strength returns. A spark of realization flashes in Aleka's eyes. Now is the time for bold attacks, not retreat. His voice steady, he tells the Guildmaster, "There's no turning back to recovery now." Alec insists he must unleash powerful magic at point-blank range, but doubt flickers in his eyes. He has no idea how much mana remains in his veins. One shot? That's all he has, Alec realizes. And if he misses, defeat will sweep over him. Memories flicker of endless days, fighting in shadowy dungeons, exhaustion and hope echoing in every step. Realizing this, a wave of certainty swells inside him. He can show everything he's made of here. But just as he lingers, lost in thought, Riviere wonders at his dreamy pause and strikes Alec hard for hesitating. Alec slips behind his foe like a shadow, blade flashing as it bites into his side. Riviere glances at the shallow cut, sneers, and calls him weak. Charging anew, Alec meets the attack with ringing steel. Alec slips past another blow, his back brushing the cool stone wall. Riviere's applause echoes through the room, yet with a mocking grin, she pounces again, voice sharp. He's already lost, and she wants him to know it. The clash rings out, a blow that seems fatal, but Alec, at the last heartbeat, brings up his shield. Yorha feels a thrill of admiration, realizing Alec has waited for this perfect instant all along. With fiery resolve, she urges him forward. Alec swings his sword in a sweeping arc, landing a clean blow against River's side. He doubles over, gritting his teeth, agony etched across his face. Pain bursts through Riviere as he cries out, fists pounding the ground in panic. His foe vanished, yet Alex suddenly appears behind, ready to strike again, echoing Riviere's own haunting words about loss. Barely turning in time, Riviere feels another blow slice through him, its force weaker now. Glancing at Alex's hand, he sees only the jagged tip of a shattered sword hilt. The guild leader watches in confusion as Alex's body suddenly goes limp. In that heartbeat, he realizes his mana is drained dry and collapses onto the ground, dust swirling as his breath catches in his throat. Unconscious, he lies still, while your heart beats wildly with awe, breath held for the guildmaster's word. Yet silence lingers, deep and heavy, until suddenly a voice slices through, halting his verdict mid-breath. Along the arena strode a man clad in dark clothes, blonde hair catching the torchlight. He admitted, at first he thought Riviera had vanished, but in truth, she lingered below, plotting something deliciously mysterious. "Old man, how can you still call yourself an S-rank adventurer?" Ornis teases, a sly grin in his voice. Riviera grumbles for silence while he and Jorga eye Ornist with growing mistrust. At last, his gaze drifts to Ornist. He admits he can't order him around, and the gulf between him and Alex is clear, yet Ornist's fearlessness glimmers. Then he suggests they should put that pass to use. Ornis leans over unconscious Alec, his shadow flickering, and with a sly smile he congratulates Alec on winning the battle, though he knows Alec can't hear him, and bursts into a merry, echoing laugh. Amid swirling dust and scattered debris, only 4 remained in the arena. Yorhas knelt beside Alex, hands trembling as he tried to help, the air thick with the taste of metal and whispers of pain. With a sly smile, Ornis claimed Jorga was spoiling their fun, adding he'd join her if she ever outmatched him. Jorga replied flatly that it was odd to hear such talk from someone who failed the skills test 4 years ago, a jab that Riviere felt belittled Jorga. Despite still holding the top spot, he admits he wouldn't be surprised if, in 10 years, Alex stood as his equal. At that thought, a sly, satisfied smile flickers across his face. Laughter burst from Ornis as surprise tickled his chest, for never in his wildest dreams had he expected to hear such words from his friend. Astonishment mingled with joy in every breath. Clenching his fists, the young man scoffs, throwing a sly glance at the Riviera, sure it will vanish long before he ever grows old. He's certain he'll live a long, happy life, filled with bright laughter and sunlit days. Rage blazed through him as he barked, "Why did I give Alec 10 years of my life?" He could still crush Rivera in that battle, pride pulsing in his veins. Yorha frowned, her voice gentle yet firm. "Enough. Calm down, both of you." Soon, all 4 left the arena and made their way home, a wooden house where the warm scent of pine lingered. Stairs creaked softly under their steps, inviting them toward a peaceful room upstairs. Alex still hadn't woken. Bruises and cuts mapped his skin, his clothes torn and stained from battle. Now he lay wrapped in a soft blanket on the couch, Riviere promising healers had done all they could, and only rest remained. Guildmaster suggests a rest, but Yorka only nods, settling anxiously on her knees beside Alec, eyes locked on his pale face, waiting for his breath to change. Ornist lounges with quiet ease at Alec's feet on the same worn sofa. "Never would I have guessed Alec would become a wanderer," he admitted, watching him from above with a smuggler's sly grin and eyes glinting with mischief. His face softens, a rare smile flickering as he admits he's truly glad, and wonders aloud how Yorha managed to persuade him. She confesses, eyes lowered, that she has no idea. She only repeated the chaos swirling around him, her voice tinged with quiet disappointment. A sly smile dances on Riviere's lips as he savors a sip from his tiny glass, chuckling that nothing better could be expected from the rulers of Galdana. Ornis nods, murmuring the court mage simply doesn't fit among common folk. Disgust twists across his face. He senses their fondness for sorting people by origins and rank, yet knows, sooner or later, they'll tire of this empty game. He adds, with a hopeful spark in his voice, that at least he wishes for it. Riviere shakes his head, believing it isn't true, recalling how Alec, a court mage, hasn't swayed the leadership in 4 years. A sudden smile flickers on her lips, clearly needling Ornest. He snaps, demanding to know what's so funny. Maybe his words amused her, but she shakes her head, insisting that's not it. Truth is, she's simply glad everyone here shares the same belief. The boy grins, whips off your tiny hat, and sticks out his tongue, teasing her until she pouts in mock offense. Riviere, lost in thought, ignores their mischief and asks Alec why he became a court mage and served for 4 years. With a gentle smile, Bornest calmly replies it was all about money, nothing more. Riviere, eyebrows raised in stunned surprise, presses for details, the answer far from what he'd expected. As Yorha spoke, the scent of rain-soaked earth drifted between them. She recounted Alec's childhood loss of his mother and his father's endless troubles, recalling young Alec's bright, hopeful smile when he once confessed, "If I become a court mage, life will finally grow lighter for me and my father." After listening, Riviere gently sets his half-finished glass on the table. Thoughts swirl of the money Alec needed so desperately. He'd become a court mage for years, sacrifice shimmering behind his quiet gaze. Misha bursts into the room, panic clinging to her like a shroud, breath sharp and eyes wide as she delivers urgent news to the guildmaster, worry etched deep into every line of her face. Yorga asks what happened, but she only breathes out, "Disaster has struck," and begs for a guildmaster, her voice trembling, the air heavy with urgency. But her words die mid-air as the guildmaster grabs her shirt's edge, lifting her slender body high. Surprise flashes in her eyes, heart thundering at the sudden turn. With one hand holding a dazed Misha, he tells Yorha and Ornest that he'll step away for a while. As the 4 leave, Ornest, ever watchful, warns them not to touch the tempting liquor in the unlocked cabinet. With a sharp edge in his voice, Yor demands to know what trouble has struck the guild. Ornest just shrugs, a lazy grin spreading, guessing it's probably another noisy brawl or something along those lines. Ignoring Riviera's words, he strode to the drinks cabinet, eyes scanning the bottles, before his gaze locked onto one. With a flick of his finger, the cork soared off, filling the air with a sharp, inviting pop. He changes the subject. Ornest takes a swig from the bottle, offering more secrets with a mischievous grin, while a soft shadow of sadness flickers across your face, mingling with the tang of spirits in the air. After long hours of tense debate, a jolt seemed to strike Ornest. His face paled, eyes wide with shock and sorrow swirling like storm clouds at the sound of painful news. With trembling voice, he spills to Yorgav how the heir to the throne, by her tales, has lost his mind, banning all but himself from bearing arms, weighing down his subjects with duties, and forbidding the court mage even a whisper of magic. With fire in his voice, a young man calls it absurd and insists the heir has lost his mind. Yorha, shaking her head, agrees. Support magic, the heir thinks, is worthless, and she fully shares this belief. At these words, Ornus blinked in surprise, the scent of old parchment between them. He never knew Alex wielded support magic. Yorga, eyes bright with lingering wonder, reminded him Alex had mastered it back at the academy. So, curiosity sparked, the boy asked Yorf whether Alec had learned support magic from scratch, confessing with a sigh that this art was forever out of his reach. With a gentle smile, Yura insists it's wonderful. In fact, his protective spells shimmer with power, whispering of mastery that few can hope to reach. A shadow crossed Ornus's face, his eyes sparking with irritation. How could the heir to the throne treat Alex so carelessly? Yura quietly suggests they kicked him out because they feared facing such a strong rival. His words spark a firestorm of fury in Ornus, heat crackling between them like dry branches snapping. Suddenly, he leaps up and dashes to the window. Glass shatters with a thunderous crack, sparkling fragments spinning through the air, rain of sharp light scattering across the silent room. Your hut shuddered, trying to shield itself from flying shards, while Ornest, wild with fury, ignored the stinging cuts they carved into his skin. Alec slowly blinked awake, confusion clouding his gaze. As his senses returned, he inhaled the scent of earth and saw the boy before him, a familiar Ornest, and, startled, whispered, "What are you doing here?" Anger melts from Ornest's face as Alec finally returns to himself. The young man, trembling, asks the hero in a shaky whisper if it all truly happened. After a few heartbeats, Olex rises, scanning the room with dazed eyes, mouth opening for a question as his words dissolve into mumbles. She interrupts, flashing her well-earned pass with a victorious smile. A satisfied spark lights up Alec's face. Adventures with her and her crew await, and the lower dungeon levels call, when suddenly Ornest blocks his path, voice low. "Wait, there's something more urgent." Confusion flickers in Alec's eyes. Eyes wild, Ornest launches into a fevered speech. Revenge is a must, he insists, and the court mage Galdana's power should thunder for all to see. He promises they'll reduce the prince's band to dust. Alex shields his face with a trembling hand, the sting of words lingering in the air, while he whispers calm to Ornis. But Ornis, trembling with fury, swears revenge with a fiery glare and clenched fists. Yorha warns that clashing with another group could break the rules, and the heavy scent of risk hangs in the air, promising trouble if they cross that invisible line. With a sharpness in her voice, Ornis demands what she means, her words swirling with the sting of how the prince and his court once wounded their friend. Yorla fumbles for words, but Alec quietly steps in, gentle and calm, soothing Ornist's anger. He asks him to stop insulting their leader, assuring him softly that everything is fine. Alex, with a sigh of relief, says he's glad to be an adventurer and wants to leave the past unspoken. Ornis falls silent, caught in a fleeting pause. Flashing a bright smile at Alec, he says he's glad for his friend's dream. Together, they could become the greatest adventurers the world has ever known, laughter and hope sparkling in the air between them. Unsure of the meaning behind those words, Alec stays silent as Ornist's voice fills the air, promising that the world will hear of the court mage's power and their group will rise, fame trailing swiftly behind. Ornis, swept away by wonder, vanished into swirling dreams, voicing the desperate wishes of lovers who called him their guide. A joyful smile blossomed on his face, and laughter rang out like silver bells. Spinning toward Alec with a sly grin, he says he can't wait. When the prince comes, he'll be the one to say no. Alec grins back, claiming if they're the best, even the prince's group is no match. Evening draped the room in hush as Riviere eyed Krista, perched on the bed, bloodied and bruised. He broke the stillness, asking if anyone but her had returned. Her silence lingers, but he senses the weight. If an S-rank team failed, danger must be near. He asks what happened, and she murmurs that they need more people, strong ones, to even stand a chance. Confusion flickered across Riviera's face. What words could possibly fit? At last, he confessed, voice trembling, that he needed her help. Christy, cleansed and bandaged, waited in silence, the antiseptic scent sharp in the air. Flickering candlelight danced over the worn map at the center of the table, where adventurers, Yorga, Ornist, Christo, and Riviera, gathered close, parchment rustling as Riviera scanned the shadows, searching for Alec. With a curious note in her voice, Christy asks if Riviera means Alec Jaglet, the renowned five-color mage. Ornist, wide-eyed with surprise, confesses he never expected her to know Alec, and the girl nods in quiet confirmation. Krista remembers hearing whispers about Alec defeating the boss on the 68th floor. His strategy, striking all 5 heads with swirling blasts of different elements, echoed in the air like a legend. Kristia's voice wove through the air as she recalled how Alec struck the elements in every head at once, a feat so impossible that the others gave up, until whispers spread of one boy who'd done it, earning him the name Wizard of 5 Colors. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, surprise clear in every gasp. Christus's tale of Alex had stunned them. Riviere, brow furrowed, noted that the nickname differed from the one used at the academy, wondering what other secrets Alex still kept hidden. In another room, the mage draped in 5 colors clutched papers, ash and blood staining his face and robes. A voice, echoing in the shadows, whispered he could never hide, and pressed, "Why hide your face, Alec?" Silent and distant, he stared ahead. Misha, catching the lull, waved her hand in front of Alec's face and called his name, her voice soft as a breeze. Only then did his eyes finally find her, just as the meeting began. Aleka told her with a hint of envy in his voice that A-rank adventurers were invited to the meeting, yet his own name was not among them. Misha says, "Alex may not be on the leaderboard, but we'd still be glad to see him." Uncertainty flickers in his voice as he asks if she truly means it. Alex's mind floods with memories, the air thick with the sharp scent of regret, as he recalls the old group where a cunning crown prince always tried to split them apart, leaving Alec endlessly apologizing for simply being there. After this bitter experience, Alex learned the sting of isolation. As court mage, he chose to stay distant, walling himself off with cold silence and the sharp scent of forgotten spells. It stings, knowing it's true, though every part of him recoils from it. Then, as Alec closes his eyes, a gloved hand suddenly appears before him, silent and unexpected. Her fingers brush his forehead, fingertips lingering on new lines. She teases that he's gotten older, and when her voice softly calls his name, a smile breaks through Alex's stunned silence as he gazes at the familiar figure ahead. With startled eyes, he stumbles back a few steps, clearly shocked to find Clausia here. Lost, he asks when she arrived, and she teases that books made him miss it. Misha tipped her off, she adds with a sly grin. A wave of astonishment washed over Aleka, words scattered, lost after so long apart. Awkward and uncertain, he asked Clausia how life had treated her, and she simply sighed, her breath soft with acceptance, echoing his question back. With a gentle, warm smile, she glances at her friend and softly suggests he look closer at himself. Sensing the storm behind his tired face, he turns away, guilt tightening his throat, lost for words. With a gentle sweep of her hand, Clausia casts healing magic on Alk, who stands spellbound, marveling at his restored body, while she coolly remarks she cares nothing for where he's been or what he's done. She urges him to tell her if something hurts. As a healer, she's quick with a gentle touch and magic. Alec can't help but smile, amused by how swiftly her worry awakens when she spots a fresh wound. A sharp knock shatters their conversation. Ornis bursts in, boots thudding, a grin spreading as he declares the meeting finally over, while Yorker slips behind, eyes instantly drawn to Clausia. Ornis, with a sly grin, reminded Alec of their thirst for adventure, the scent of dust and old maps in his voice, as he joked they were just following orders from Riviera, that cranky old man. 4 friends set off on their first adventure together, footsteps echoing as they moved towards the west dungeon, where the scent of smoke and danger still hung in the air after the recent attack. In hushed voices, locals whisper of this dungeon as the tank killer. Eyes widen in wonder, and Ha leans in to explain. Here, healing magic falters. Only the sharp sting of potion can save you. Alex glances at Clausia, curiosity flickering in his eyes, and asks why she's still by his side. She lets out a slow breath, irritation crackling in her voice, and admits she hasn't the faintest idea herself. With a sharp glance at Ornist, she muttered that Alina had forced her to join their group, and managed to insult him as well. He replied calmly, "What exactly bothers you? If you have complaints, say them aloud." With sharp words crackling between them, Clausia and Ornist ignite into a fight. Yuri, clutching his head, orders them to stop before someone gets hurt. even before they reach the dungeon's shadowy mouth. Her voice trembles as she pleads with Alec not to turn away, desperate for his help, while he only answers with a quiet smile, realizing just how deeply he missed the warmth of this feeling. Curiosity pricks. He turns to Yorf and asks why they're heading to Bloodflower now, since Krista's back. Yorf's voice trembles as she reveals that although Bloodflower ranks 4th among S-class teams, a dungeon boss ambushed them, leaving Krista the sole survivor to escape, so now, together, they march into danger, bound by the desperate hope of rescuing those trapped within. Stretched out on the ground, a massive bump swelling on his forehead, Ornest groaned in despair. "The odds are against us," he whispered, the smell of dust thick in the air. "Those adventurers are dug in up on the 64th floor." Lost in thought, Alec murmurs that they'll need a core to breeze through the dungeon, eyes flickering with urgency. Yorha's lips curl into a sly smile as she whispers she already has one tucked away. Curious fingers dive into her backpack, fishing out a small orb wrapped in strange, wavy patterns. She explains, its magic lets adventurers slip past bosses, a treasure for those who crave the depths. With the sharp scent of metal and hope in the air, Yorhasa reports they still have 52 of these cores. Even Kristu has given hers. And now, soon, they'll break through to the 64th floor. At that moment, Klaasja sat triumphantly atop the defeated Ornest, the scent of damp earth rising as his face pressed into the ground, her mind replaying Jorf's words. Why would a perilous S-rank rescue fall to an A-rank team? She explains, there are 2 reasons. First, the Guildmaster himself chose this group for the mission. After those words, Klaasja notes with a wry smile that Yorkov forgot to share his legend now that he's with them. Alex just grins, finding it all far too funny. His smile lights up his face, brimming with joy and the easy energy of youth. Their eyes meet. Warmth flickers in his gentle smile, answered by the same soft glow on Klaasja's lips. Caught in her gaze, Alex blushes and shyly hides his mouth with his hand. At these words, curiosity flashes in Ornest's eyes. He leaps to his feet, demanding what just happened and why Alec stays so calm. Alec looks puzzled, while Klaasja, cheeks flushed, asks why anger would be expected at all. Alex felt the sharp sting of inadequacy, as Guildmaster picked only 3. The truth settled. He was just a decoy, his purpose fading, a bitter thought whispering that he never truly belonged among them. "Who else could stand with us if not me?" Ornest asks, his voice echoing in the quiet, the smell of burnt parchment in the air. After Alec, there's no one left to trust. They need a powerful mage to hold the team together, and Diorha nods in silent agreement. She recounted how the Guildmaster insisted, no stones, no task, until Alec returned, and the 3 would struggle alone. Alec's surprise made Klaasja chuckle softly as she asked if he felt the master's hopes resting on his shoulders. Ornest grips his shoulder and declares that it's time to become legends once more. Klaasja sighs that those days are long gone, and Yorha nods, voice soft, admitting he can't even remember who once spoke of them that way. With resolve burning in his words, Ornest declares it's time, now that they've conquered the academy, to carve their names into the world's memory. 4 bold wanderers, hearts pounding and laughter ringing in the chilly morning air, joyfully announce the dawn of their boundless adventures. The team slipped into the dungeon undisturbed, torches flickering as they descended, when a horde of rattling, armed skeletons lunged from the gloom. Ornest summoned his strength, and with a single thunderous spear strike, shattered them all. With a half-smile, he sizes up the 64th floor, as if it's nothing. Ornest strides ahead, spear flashing, while Yorha trails behind, her staff crackling as it kindles flames from the monster's remains. Footsteps echo behind as Alec and Klaasja walk side by side. Alec steals a wary glance at Ornest, muttering to himself that not much has changed since academy days. Meanwhile, Klasia inhales the metallic tang, turning the weapon over, realizing this isn't just any spear but an Almal stega, a weapon that hums with hidden challenge. Then, with a spark in her eyes, the girl asks if he believes this ancient artifact truly belongs in the hands of a man like Ornest, her voice soft, yet edged with curiosity. It's always a thrill when Shouts turns to Ornest for help, and with a crooked grin, Ornest agrees, noting he just has to deal with the lone monster feebly swinging a dull sword at his side. With a deafening crash, Ornest swings his artifact, shattering the monster's body into sharp, splintered fragments as the air fills with dust and the acrid scent of burnt flesh. A few hours earlier, the group had settled in a safe spot, savoring the steam and sharp aroma of freshly made soup. While eating, Yorhacha murmured they'd heard Deathbringer himself ruled the 64th dungeon floor. She notes softly that, despite everything Alex says, he's been a true help to them. Ornest nods in agreement, adding they'd have struggled far more without him, while Alex, confused, wonders how he could have helped so much. According to Ornest, his words don't mean they couldn't have reached this level without him. Klasia nods in agreement, her eyes shining, and adds that Ornest's fiery spirit always pulls him into battle. Yet for her, the real worry is not about reaching this level, but whether they have the strength to face the boss ahead. In the end, he was the one who destroyed the S-rank group, but a sudden prickling sense of danger creeping up behind yanked Alec from his memories straight into harsh, biting reality. With a sudden twist, lightning leaps from his hand, sizzling through the air toward the unseen foe, resolve burning bright across the hero's face. He will destroy what lurks in the shadows. As the spell dissolved, it became clear the spot Alec had aimed at was empty. Confusion painted his face as Klasia asked what happened, and glancing around, he realized this was no mere trick of his mind. Someone truly had been there. Eyes heavy with fatigue, Alec scans the smoky air, whispering that something feels off. While Ornest twirls his spear, demanding answers, Alec only stares at the swirling clouds of dust left by his own strike. Out of nowhere, a pair of eyes and a shadowy figure flicker through the swirling smoke, vanishing before Alec can catch his breath. He grabs his sword, heart pounding like thunder. In that instant, his blade sliced through empty air, yet struck right where the ghostly shape shimmered, and the others sensed the sword had hit more than nothing, its edge jarred by an unseen resistance. A wave of icy certainty swept over him. His suspicion of an unseen enemy was true, for the Reaper of Death stepped from the shadows, a skeletal beast draped in torn, whispering robes, gripping a massive black scythe. Standing tall on the monster's remains, Bornst places himself before the Reapers and declares, "Dead men, it seems, do return." Alex shouts a warning, his voice echoing with urgency, begging him not to rush into danger. The Reaper swings his scythe again, but Alex's blade clangs out just in time, turning so he stands back to back with Ornest, breaths hot in the charged night air. With irritation tightening his voice, Alec urged Ornest to finally heed his warnings, to dodge danger just this once, but Ornest only smiled softly, his calm words promising everything would turn out just fine. He once heard tales of invisible enemies, never imagining he'd face them himself, yet Ornest, steady as ever, sweeps through monsters with his artifact gleaming, each blow humming with smoky air and silent menace. Memory drifts to the day the court mage called him a genius, promising free reign. How sweet that trust once felt, long vanished now, leaving only the empty echo of words he hasn't heard in 4 years. With a swift, sharp strike, Alec cleaves the Reaper in two, irritation flaring in his voice as he shouts, "Ornest, stop acting on your own!" With a gentle smile, Ornest watches. Worry creases Yorga's brow, while Klasia stands still as a shadow, powerless to change what unfolds, her eyes quietly tracking every movement and whispered sound. Alex turns to Yorha, catching a faint curve at the corner of her lips, a silent giggle hiding beneath her calm mask. Sensing it, he glances at her, and she quickly shakes her head, denying his suspicion with a quiet, flustered breath. Clacia interrupts, her voice sharp and scented with mischief, promising to scold Alec a little. Ornest may lack cunning, but recklessness isn't in his nature. Alec can't help but nod in agreement, a hint of a smile twitching at his lips. Fingers trembling, he grabs Ornis's outstretched hand and pulls him up. Alec insists Ornis can do as he pleases, but warns that once they're out, a serious talk awaits. Ornis just grins. First, let's survive. Shadows slither closer, monstrous jaws snapping. Ornis growls that this floor is becoming a nightmare, while Palacios sighs. The challenge isn't deadly, but it will devour hours before they'll break free. Yorha explains their mission is to save, not to cleanse. Classy nods, saying she knows, but urges him to reassure Ornist, whose nerves can't settle. Ornist snaps, insisting he's no fool, just desperate to restore order. Declaring he'll find a way himself if no one helps, he charges forward, resolve crackling like thunder, while Alec scrambles to keep up, gathering lightning in his hands, ready to unleash it on the snarling monsters. At last, every monster fallen silent, the team breathes relief. Classius rummages feverishly through his backpack, while Ornis, boot planted on a twitching carcass, turns to Alec, voice sharp with curiosity. "Why always the lightning, Alec?" His companion stares back in confusion, so Ornis goes on, noting with a quiet chuckle how he looks like an old man, just like in Riviera, then asks, "Why not try another spell instead?" Alec caught a whiff of old memories, the clang of swords, his voice echoing with warnings the Crown Prince never heeded, insisting he could face every enemy alone, stubbornly brushing aside Alec's every plea. After that, Alex mastered the lightning rod, a move so swift it took just a heartbeat to unleash, its subtle crackle barely whispered in the air, letting him shield others from the shadows, unseen. Alec turns his back to Ornist, refusing to answer and murmuring, "Time to move on." Ornist's voice trembles in the chilly air, asking if he's somehow hurt him. Alec shrugs, a sharp edge in his tone. He's not offended, just done talking. Their conversation snapped in half as a deep tremor thundered through the dungeon, shaking the very walls and floor beneath their feet. A sudden jolt pulsed underfoot, leaving the group dizzy and glancing around in weary confusion. Alec dropped to one knee, pressed his palm to the floor, sensing it. The source was close, humming on this very floor. Ornist's eyes spark with delight as his hand seizes the spear. A wide grin spreads across his face. He laughs, promising real excitement now, and aims straight for your pounding heart. A silent pull tugs at her heart, and she senses his wish before a word escapes. She glances around, startled not to see a soul, then nods to Ernesta's invisible plea, while he drops to one knee, palms pressed to earth, muscles taut and ready to spring. Breathless tension shimmered in the air as the group lined up, the magic's warm hum wrapping around them all. The instant Yar finished chanting, Ornis darted ahead like a flash, the rest only beginning to catch his fading shadow. Ash-hot footprints mark where he walked, heat shimmering in the air. Alec feels awe rise inside him, while Yorka smiles and notes that when Ornis is resolute, few can hope to match his strength. Alec shakes his head, voice steady as he insists he owes everything to Yora's magic. Her leadership lifts the group, and he praises her with gratitude bright in his eyes. Crimson creeping over her cheeks, Yorha scratched her nape in shy embarrassment, fumbling for a polite way to brush off the compliment, just as Clacia and Alec caught sight of something ahead, their breaths catching in unison. At last, they dashed to the door at the corridor's end, burst through, and found themselves atop a cliff. Below, in a vast, barren land, Ornis sprawled awkwardly, while a giant, scaly lizard beast gave chase, its footsteps echoing. From above, Alex watches as the young man below flees the monster, gasping for air, his footsteps echoing through dust and fear thick in the heavy, trembling air. Breath ragged, the young man cried out for Ornis, begging for help as he raced through whispering grass, terror pounding in his veins, while Forticide, cold-eyed and unmoved, calmly warned him to run faster or face the monster's jaws. Breathless and desperate, the young man stumbles through damp shadows, his pleas to Ornis rising over the beast's thundering steps, while Alex, lost in confusion, urgently asks his friend what nightmare has come alive here. Ornis explains. The young man is a Silpariah of Loki who's managed to anger the local beasts. The bloodflower of Loki, he adds, is now the gravest threat looming over their rescue party. Loki draws in a sharp breath and calls out to Ornis, warning that if he dies, each night he'll haunt his dreams, laughter swirling in the cold air like a distant storm. Ornis notices how Loki's nickname perfectly matches that prickly soul, but Loki only leans closer, promising he'll haunt Ornis after death, hissing venomous secrets straight into his ear. Words catch in his throat as he stumbles and crashes to the ground mid-run. The taste of dust, the ache of failure heavy in his chest, every movement screaming defeat. Fear crept over Oleg, certain the boy would soon be devoured by monsters. But Klasia leaned in, her whisper soothing, "Loki just fights this way." Loki only smiled, sensing the beast's breath drawing nearer, savoring the coming clash. The monster lunged at its helpless prey, blind to the glowing magic circle. Then a torrent of blinding power erupted through its body. It shrieked in agony as Loki shielded his head, desperate to block out the horror. Joy sparkles in Alex's chest as he watches Loki weave a trap with shimmering spells. Then, in a flash, a web of lasers sears through the monster's body, sizzling flesh and filling the air with a sharp electric scent. Another scream of pain tears from the creature as Loki's dark laughter echoes, savoring the mistake of the doomed soul caught tight in his trap. With a sneer, he calls the creature stupid and boasts he'll never cross paths with it again. Yet as his words linger in the air, the monster parts its jaws, and a shimmering magic circle begins to form inside, glowing and humming. The beast's jaws gape wider, the magical circle pulsing and swelling, a crackling energy humming in the charged air. Loki watches, a sad smile on his lips, motionless, haunted by how close victory once seemed. The monster roars at its peak strength, unleashing a torrent of magic from its jaws. But just in time, Ornis sweeps Loki away, the crackling beam scorching the air where they stood moments before. With indignation burning behind a kind smile, Ornis remarked that Loki would owe him a heartfelt thanks one day, and added with a playful sigh that he'd also asked Loki to run a bit, something Loki, regrettably, never did. Without a word, Loki answered only with a faint smile, chest heaving, sweat streaming down his face after that long, frantic escape. Yet Ornest noticed quietly. He had kept his promise and taken Loki with him. A sharp crack echoed as Alec watched the monster. Where his powerful strike landed, a wide scar of smoldering ruin stretched across the ground, the scent of scorched earth thick in the air. The monster tensed, jaws snapping and muscles coiling for the next attack, but Alec's eyes sparkled with reckless joy, fearless, eager for the wild dance to begin. Deep in the 30th level beneath Gil'dan's capital, torches flicker as the prince's group flees, footsteps echoing in panic while giant bloodthirsty worms hiss behind them. The prince's thoughts churn. Why must all these horrors haunt only him? With wind whipping in his ears, Regulus led the charge, while Lenny lagged far behind. Frustrated, he barked at her, demanding she use her magic now, but breathless, she could only gasp an explanation he refused to hear. Under the prince's stern command, laziness summons a glowing magic circle, its lines humming in the still air as she tries to strike the snarling monsters with a surge of crackling energy. No matter how hard she tries, something invisible always holds her back. At last, in a voice trembling with despair, she confesses to the prince she cannot wield any magic, not even cast the simplest spell. The prince, weighed down by doubt, quietly asks why, but the knight answers him only with silence. Nobody knows. Suddenly the copy halts mid-step, turning to the monsters, his voice cutting through the tension. Enough, you've gone too far. With all else failed, he chooses his sword, muscles tensing, ready to strike down his foes. With a burst of courage, the prince lunges, blade aimed for the beast's skull, yet his sword rebounds, harmless, springing back as if striking thick, unyielding rubber. The monster stands untouched. Sword clangs harmlessly off its hide, not a scratch, not a trace of harm, while wounds that should be fatal mean nothing. For a moment, the prince stares, stunned, heart pounding, unable to grasp what has just happened, his breath catching in the heavy, expectant air. For a few heartbeats he freezes, eyes locked on the petrified tracks, the monster caught in a strange stupor, confused by what has truly unfolded. With a sudden urge to strike, the worm slammed its head into the earth before the crown prince. Earth shuddered, a shockwave roared, hurling the prince onto his back as Lenny, breathless and wide-eyed, raced to his side. Blood stains the prince's shirt, but she steps forward, barking orders as thunder cracks. Organize the escape, grab the prince. A teammate swoops him onto strong shoulders, sprinting ahead as chaos echoes all around. Blood trickling from a fresh bump on his brow, the wounded prince sat motionless, breath shallow, his thoughts swirling in a haze. How had everything unraveled so quickly? Bewildered, he can't fathom how it happened. Memories flicker of days when monsters fell in an instant, his defense flawless as steel ringing in the chill air. Now the sword slips from trembling hands. Confusion clouds the prince as realization strikes, a sharp breath, a bitter taste. Everything unraveled the moment he banished the mage and stripped him of his title. A chilling suspicion sweeps over him. The wizard must have cursed him in revenge, the bitter taste of magic lingering in the silent air. On the edge of the cliff, Olex watches breathlessly as a massive beast rises, its lizard form armored in gleaming, sunlit scales, smoke curling from its body like a warning whispered on the wind. With awe, he watches the monster's massive limb rise, slicing the air before it crashes down with a ground-shaking roar where he, his team, and Loki had stood moments before. As claws scrape against his shield with a harsh clang, Alec braces himself, protecting Yorha behind him. She clutches her wand, breath quick and heart pounding. Then Alec, fueled by fear and fury, calls forth his fearsome thunder spell. Before he can whisper the spell's name, the beast bursts past, carrying Yorgi in a blur of pounding paws and rustling wind, ignoring them completely. Confusion clouds Yorha's mind. Perhaps the monster is simply fleeing? But as Alec spins around, he realizes the beast's path, the pounding earth under its charge, and shouts Ornis's name, warning him of the looming danger. Alex shouts at the top of his lungs for Ornis to keep Loki close and run, his voice echoing over the chaos. Ornis bolts, clutching Loki tightly, while Alex seizes the chance as the beast grows distracted. Alex sends a crackling bolt of lightning at the monster. He's sure he hit the blur as it darted by, but celebration dies on his lips. The creature's speed does not falter, and Orden spins, heart pounding, to glimpse the beast stalking behind them. Realization dawns. He'd missed Alex's attack entirely, yet he surges on, tearing through the air as smoke billows from his armored skin, hungry for his fleeing prey. With a fearless grin, Ornist calls the monster stubborn, while Classia sighs and mutters that he's a fool. Moments later, her shriek pierces the air as Ornist charges straight at them, dragging the enormous beast behind him. Without breaking stride, Ornis grabs Loki with one hand and hurls him toward his friends. Fate teases, and Loki crashes awkwardly onto furious Classia, who explodes with insults as he lies red-faced and motionless atop her. Without hesitation, Ornis seized the artifact, his heart pounding like a drum. With a fierce cry, he charged straight into the monster's gaping maw, daring it to attack. Teeth bared, he swings his massive paw high, slamming it down with a bone-shaking crash, the ground trembling as he tries to crush Ornist beneath raw, unstoppable weight. As Ornus distracts the monster, Yorha and Alec hold back Klasia and Loki's pursuers, clearing a path. Klasia wraps her arm around Loki, supporting him as he limps forward, breath rasping, boots scraping on the gritty ground. No thought of surrender even flickers in Ornest's mind as he dodges the monster's ruthless strikes with quick, lithe movements, slipping past its furious gaze and circling like a whisper at its flank. Ornest gripped a chain wrapped round the beast's throat, artifact clenched in his other fist, and warned with cool certainty, "Soon you'll wish you'd listened, when my blade tears you apart." Dangling from the monster's heavy chain, Ornest steals a breath and calls out, voice trembling, "Are you all right?" His concern weaving through the roar and rattle of metal. From afar, Yuha shouts that Loki is safe. Her voice rings clear in the smoky air as she warns Ornest to step back from the beast. She and Alex are ready to finish it swiftly. Yorha steps beside Alec, fierce resolve in her eyes as they brace to strike the towering monster. Her wand lifts, swirling with sparks of magic. Hair and cloak billow in crackling streams of power. Focus sharpening her gaze, Uraha draws every ounce of strength, speed, endurance, agility, and grace, her senses blazing awake, magic crackling at her fingertips as she channels power toward Ornus. Gathering every shred of strength, Ornest waits for the perfect moment, then leaps onto the monster's head, plunging his spear with a fierce cry, breaking through its thick, stony armor. A guttural howl bursts from the monster as Ornest yanks the spear from its wound. A surge of hot fluid spills out. Clutching a dangling chain, Ornest barely avoids the fall, but the old rusty metal snaps, and he plunges downward. But there's no time left for him to crash to the ground. Before that, the monster, spotting its prey suspended in the air, lashes out in a blink, striking him mid-flight. Powerless to resist, his body is flung aside. The air fills with the metallic scent of blood, skin scraping against rough ground, fresh wounds burning and bones threatening to snap with each harsh impact. Faced with the horror of losing her friend in Comrades, Yorha trembles with fear, the metallic smell of blood thick in the air. Desperate to shield him as he lies defenseless, she's blocked by the monster's relentless shadow. When the monster finished with Ornesto, its burning gaze turned to Yorha, ready to crush her with a massive paw. Yet Yorha, quick as a whisper, conjured a shimmering round shield that the beast's claws immediately gripped. Yorha clutches the shield with trembling hands, silently begging Alec to hurry. Meanwhile, Loki wakes, eyes wide, watching in disbelief before finally shouting out that he cannot believe what's happening. He turns to Klasia, who gently guides him away from the chaos, her hand steady on his arm. Whether in his mind or not, she leads him. Confused, Klasia glances at him and softly asks what he means. Loki explains with a sly grin that he meant reuniting the old team. At last, after 4 years apart, their laughter and voices fill the air again. Loki fixed his gaze on Alec, whose mind buzzed with restless ideas, colors, shapes, scents of paint, the gentle scratch of a pencil, as he wondered what to imagine and bring to life. Eyes closed, he slipped beneath the surface of his thoughts, shutting out every whisper and rustle around him. A single truth rang clear. He owed this moment, this breath and journey, to Yorhaza, and gratitude flooded his heart. With arms outstretched, Alex feels the weight of protecting her and the group, friends who cherish him dearly. Determination burns in his chest, his mind racing with ideas and resolve, unable and unwilling to ever pause. Loki catches the scene, a sly grin breaking across his face as he chuckles softly. He remarks that Alec is a dangerous rival. Most call 3 magic circles impressive, 5 a sign of genius. But Alec has conjured so many, he astounds even the gods. A surge of strength lifted Ornest. He sprang up, driving his spear through the beast's tail, pinning it to the earth. A terrible cry erupted, shimmering with orange, and Ornest wondered how many circles the hero had crossed. Ornest echoes the monster's own warning, Don't be offended when I tear you apart, but shrugs, knowing words are useless, for the beast is doomed. He grins, arms sweeping like a conductor, and the spell hums to life. With Alex's gift for copying spells, the great magical circles erupted in a storm of lightning, tearing through the giant monster's body with deafening cracks and the sharp scent of burnt air. His skill alone unleashed this torrent, leaving the beast no chance to survive. All around the massive monster, magical circles flickered to life, while Alec, hidden in a cocoon of mist and radiant clouds, summoned crackling lightning magic, the taste of ozone sharp, his copied spell humming in the air. Lost in thought, eyes narrowed against the blue-white lightning, Alec feels triumph sparking inside him. Over 25 magic circles flicker at his command, years of practice humming through his veins, sure the monster won't move a muscle now. With a thunderous roar, the monster bolted away from the swirling magic. Alec froze, breath caught in shock, as the air crackled and the earth trembled beneath his feet. Shocked, Alex watches the clumsy-looking beast break free from the electric field with startling strength and endurance, power surging through its every trembling muscle. Jagged fangs gleam inches from Alec's face as the monster looms. Stepping swiftly beside the mage, Alec stands calm and sure, hands ready, heart pounding with the wild promise of one more round against the horned beast. Mud streaked the bone classifier's face as he shouted for Clasia to bind the monster. Nearby, Clasia lifted her weapon, the air trembling as she aimed it at the roaring, horned beast. Clasia urges Onesta to stop shouting. She already knows what must be done. Steady hands grip the bow, fingers slip an arrow into place, eyes sharp and unwavering, breath caught before the silent flight toward the mark. A gigantic magic circle blazed above the beast. Clasia conjured a storm of arrows, their hiss filling the air as they rained down, sharp and unyielding. Arrows burst from the magic circle, whistling sharply through the air and slamming into the monster's flesh with 100 stinging bites, crackling energy flickering in the wound. The monster howls in pity and pain as arrows pierce its flesh. But the battle isn't over. Now it's her turn. She smiles, confidence shining, and lifts her magic staff, ready to strike back. As Yorha whispers a binding spell, glowing chains whip out of thin air, coiling tight around the giant beast, its burning eyes glaring, its fur bristling with arrows. While she clings to hope, her magic holds it fast. Trapped in Yorha's web, the beast thrashes and roars in fury. Seizing the moment, he hurls his weapon with a mighty cry, striking true. The monster bursts into a guttural moan, surrendering to the giant's will. Yet the creature refused to yield. A stubborn spark still flickered in its soul. Then, one by one, glowing magical circles blossomed on the horizon, each humming with eerie power. Alec unleashed the four-sided battle seal. Energy crackled in the air, trapping the beast tight, cornered, and desperate. With a deep breath, Alec slipped into his fighting stance, every muscle coiled, ready to strike. With a thunderous roar and a blinding flash, the monster wrenched the muzzle from its fanged jaws, swatting aside Alex's battle seal as if it were a fly. Alex raised his arms, bracing, heart pounding. This beast was a force of nature. Alex watches in disbelief as the monster pours out its wild sounds, each roar shaking the air with raw, stubborn devotion. Hidden beyond a low hill, Loki still catches the distant clash of battle echoing in his ears, while he fixes a sharp gaze on Alec, watching every tense move as he battles the creature. Before the roaring beast, Alec stands firm, wind tearing at his clothes and hair, heart pounding with awe at the creature's wild, relentless spirit. The pause won't last, Alex is sure of it. Stretching out his hand toward the beast, he readies himself, heart pounding and breath sharp in the smoky air, for the next assault. Hope flickers in Alex's chest. His next strike must land true. The memory returns. The blond man's voice, curious, asking if magic sparked his interest. A shadowed face, half hidden by his fringe, lips curling into a faint smile. Against the rough brick wall, a dark-haired teen clutches fishing gear, stunned eyes fixed on the blonde figure before him. He suddenly recalls that this man once whispered secrets of rare magic to him. Fingers dance slowly through the air, weaving an ancient spell. Alec knows only two at the Galdana Academy were born with this rare magic. One, a genius he deeply admires, the other, a soul uniquely gifted. Alec watched himself in memory, battlefield dust biting his nose, the roar of the monster's light burst filling his ears. In a blazing heartbeat, he conjured a shield, the world vibrating as it deflected the brilliant attack. Their clash whips up wild gusts of wind. One gust nearly knocks over your aiming panel, but she plants her staff in the earth just in time, squinting. This is the very deflection spell that made Alec famous at the academy. Aleka throws up his hand in defense, bravely stepping between the monster's wild blows. Flashes of light and gusts of air whirl around him, each burst revealing just how mighty Isekai'D truly is. Without a hint of hesitation, Alec dashed toward the monster, his clothes and hair whipping in the wind, and in that burst of motion, your heroine found herself longing to truly know her fearless companion. Gripping his stance, Alex called out to Helios with steady resolve, "Let fire consume the beast." 4 glowing magic circles spun around the monster as roaring flames whooshed upward, wrapping it in a burning cocoon. Suddenly, a chilling scream tore through the chaos. The mighty monster, engulfed in flames from Alex's spell, writhed and weakened, while Alex stood motionless nearby, calm and silent, utterly certain in his magical power. Flames roar and swallow the beast whole, smoke curling as it shrinks into the blaze. Alex stands silent, eyes reflecting the fire that devours the underground monster completely. Realizing the monster was defeated, Alec turned and walked calmly from the battlefield, but behind him, the beast's massive paw scraped the earth, straining for the mage. Alec froze, heart thudding, and glanced back. In a sudden rush, Onist charges at the lumbering monster, slamming his weapon down with a thunderous blow meant to end it. Yet the beast, with a guttural growl, still claws desperately toward Alec. With a swift, mighty blow, Onist cleaved the monster's head from its body. The air quivered, the ground stained deep red, and a sharp scent of iron drifted through the stillness. Feet planted firm after his leap, Alec is swept up by a rush of joy and surprise at his sudden charge, a smile breaking through as he glances at Chesney. He tasted it, grimaced, and declared he had unfinished business with that monster. Gratitude warmed Alec for Honest's support, while Honest believed Alec had shown as expected from the both of them. Laughter crackled as the boys declared in unison, voices bright with pride and a hint of mischief, that they were true geniuses. Laughter rang out from Yorga and Klasia as they overheard, sunlight catching in their hair. Yorga praised the boys' hard work, while Klasia teased that now Alec and Onist would work for 4, since, in her eyes, the girls hadn't even broken a sweat during the fight. A black-haired teen waves to a blond man in a raincoat striding along the water's edge. The salty air is still, footsteps echoing softly on the stones, all wrapped in a perfect, silent calm. In the hush of darkness, a voice urges focus. Breathe in deeply. Let the air fill your chest. Release it slow. A calm settles, and only then, eyes flutter open, blinking gently into the quiet. A blond man on the street grips a black-haired teen's shoulders, voice firm and urgent. Move! The boy throws his arms wide, shouts his attack, and fire spikes shriek into the air, scorching the wind. Flames whistle through the air, arrows piercing the round target dead center. Smoke rises, tension crackles, and a black-haired teen clenches his fists, eyes shining with pride over his perfect shot. Eldas, the man with sunlit hair, watches as the teenager beams, pride sparkling in his eyes, the air thick with the scent of smoke from still-burning, perfectly struck round targets swaying on the crossbar. A dark-haired teen marvels at mastering today's tricky spell in just one day. Joy flickers in his bright smile as Isekai'D nods, admitting it usually takes a whole month or more to learn such magic. Inspiration lights the teen's face as he soaks up new knowledge in a rush, eager for LDS to teach him more, but Elzita gently says it's enough for today. With a reluctant sigh, he slips on his raincoat, the fabric whispering softly. The sky sprawls wide above the neat stone rooftops, golden light brushing the chimneys, while the youth sighs, troubled by lessons ending. Isekai'D chuckles softly, reminding him rest matters too, then gestures with a sly grin toward the scent of river air and the promise of quiet fishing together. Ripples dance from the fishing line. The teen peers into shimmering water, jaw clenched, yearning to learn more spells. Isekai'D, face half-shaded, emerges in silence, lost deep in thought. As expected, the dark-haired boy was Alec. He and Eldos sat back-to-back by the water, fishing rods in hand, when Elgatus called Alec by name, noting his gift for magic, making Alec look at him in astonishment. With eyes closed, Isekai'D softly murmurs that even if Alec never learns magic from him, he'll still be a wonderful mage, so why not just drift with the current, his words trailing off in a tired sigh. Alex locks eyes with his teacher, Elgatus, suspicion flickering in the cool air as unfamiliar spells swirl around him. Why, he wonders, must Elgatus drown him now in this wild storm of magic? Sunlight danced on the water as the platform, hidden among whispering trees, opened a breathtaking view. Elidas began to speak, but a fish tugged his line and, laughing, he called out to Alec, then asked about his fishing luck, while Alec, flustered, admitted this was his first time, clueless and surrounded by the smell of damp wood and the soft splash of waves. City life danced with movement for Elgatus and Alec. Elgatus poured his heart into magic, sharing secrets with Alec. In warm air they fished, savoring the catch, while winter brought endless laughter and snowball fights swirling through frosty air. Sky overhead, treetops swaying, the street murmurs beside the water. Across from him, Alec gazes at Elba, his heart heavy, his mentor and friend about to leave the capital, and he knows this is likely their last goodbye. A handsome elf, lips curled in a sad smile, softly turned his gaze aside. A whisper of citrus and the hush of his gentle movement lingered in the air. Elgatus's words lingered in grown Alec's memory. Never become a court magician, he had urged, the farewell blessing of a teacher echoing like soft music in the hush of old corridors. Fingers brushing dusty book spines, Alec Eglick breathes in old parchment and remembers the day he learned his mentor, Elgatus, once roamed these halls, top of his class, crowned royal mage, and now only a memory drifting in silence. Elgot's face haunted the loyal ally, a look of sorrow and solitude, his voice drifting through Alec's memory, cracked with desperate longing and a lingering echo of defeat. Memories rushed in, the warmth of firelight, the murmur of friends as he confessed his secret wish. One day, to become a court mage and bid farewell to them all. The present rushes back as a sharp clap echoes, hands meeting in the bright air. Loki stood before the legendary team, his charm shimmering in the torchlight. The whole group drawn in, he let his gaze dance across their faces and asked, voice silky as velvet, if a court mage was among them. Loki, with a sly smile, reveals he knows everything about them, weaving a tale of how the court mage defeated the Hydra, though to him, it always sounded like a myth. At his question, the mage quietly clarifies he no longer holds that post, and Loki, stunned, asks what happened, but Alec's eyes flicker with pain and he falls silent, unwilling to speak of it. Loki, eyes narrowed with a sly glint, studied the boys in silence, his gaze sharp as he wondered aloud why Alec thought the Galdani nobles so easily let him go. Had Alec ever truly questioned it himself? Loki, eyes bright, throws his arms around York, gratitude pouring from every word as he thanks her for saving him, promising their leader will repay her. York squirms, sighing, "Please, just leave me alone." Loki's smile never fades as he asks Alex's team if they have any potions, inviting them to share for a test. Then, with a sly shift in his eyes, he wonders aloud why they should be so generous with him at all. With a sly smile curling on his lips, Loki announces to his comrades that the fight isn't over. There's a boss lurking ahead. East's face darkens, brows knotting as he sharply asks Loki to repeat what he just said. Alec and Honest freeze in disbelief, the damp air thick with shock, since dungeons always held just one boss per floor, and that rule had never been broken before. Loki snaps back with a sly grin, his voice sharp as ice. "Where did you get such tales? And if that's true, why am I still here, breathing in this smoky air?" With eyes narrowed, Klausia weighs the idea of ending Loki right then. Loki catches her gaze, smiles slyly, and floods the air with desperate pleas, just as a cold splash lands on his face, the sting sharp and sudden. Loki stands frozen, eyes wide, as cool liquid trickles down his face and soaks his hair. Beside him, Honest grips the vessel, a sly smile cutting through his stone-cold silence. There's no mistaking who splashed the potion Loki begged for. Loki grins, his voice dancing. He always knew he was above it all. Parst's face burns red with anger, demanding Loki cut to the chase. Alec, puzzled, asks what's wrong with them. She softly murmurs, "Loki and Acnus spark like this every time they meet." Klausia steps between Loki and Honest, her voice firm as she insists Loki tell them about the next boss. Loki, feeling her unwavering resolve and beads of sweat tracing his cheek, finally gives a faint smile and agrees to continue. With sudden gravity, Loki tells the startled team the new floor boss is dead, just like the last, yet armored head to toe, the horned helmet and clanking chains echo hollow, housing nothing living inside. With a thoughtful tone, Klausia suggests this might not be a dead man, but living armor instead. Loki remains unsure, only certain that the new boss shrugs off any blow. Then Loki turns to Alec, whose face is painted with surprise. Out of nowhere, Loki offers Alec a tiny wand, shimmering with magic. Its ordinary shape hides its power, but with a mischievous smile, Loki insists only Alec is worthy of such a treasure. Surprise flickers in Alec's eyes as he turns the strange object in his hands, the scent of metal sharp, and perhaps he suddenly guesses its purpose. Loki, with a sly smile, assures Alec he trusts his skill and urges him to use it when the boss draws near. Loki insists Alex will breeze through the boss fight with this artifact in hand. Just remembering Alex's bold strike against his former boss, Loki feels a surge of certainty. Alex is more than ready. Doubt clings to Alex as he eyes Loki, demanding to know why he's so sure. Loki just smiles, his voice soft as autumn mist, reminding Alex that support magic is his craft, and with this artifact, victory over the boss is certain. In Alex's hands, the artifact shimmered, reshaping itself into a blade. The legendary Schwartz sword, sharp enough to slice earth and sky, gleaming as Alex gazed at its beauty, awe dancing in his wide-eyed wonder. The adventure seekers weren't thrilled. Franz frowned, sure Loki was hiding something. Yorha's eyes narrowed, her voice steady as she asked what weighed on Loki's mind, and why send Alec to battle the main foe. Fingers poised near his face, Loki cast a sly glance at his group, then answered Yorka with rare candor. He'd handed Alec the artifact, just to see how fierce Alec Eaglet could fight without a hint of magic. Klausia finds herself puzzled. Brute force alone could never vanquish an undead boss without magic, so why does sly Loki insist Alec can't use magic? Disappointment mixes with curiosity as she watches Loki's mocking laughter echo. Loki stands before Honest, Yorka, Klausia, and Alec, gripping the artifact Schwartz sword. He throws his head back and laughs boldly, declaring how much he delights in such vibrant, dazzling spectacles. No one rivals Loki in weaving battle plans, plotting intrigues, and spinning daring schemes. The scent of danger seems to follow every clever move he makes. Loki's sly trap snapped shut around the heroes. He watched them, a sly smile curling on his lips, certain they'd have no choice now but to dance to his cunning tune. Loki finished his speech, arms folded across his chest, standing tall before Alec and the rest. His smirk and proud stance said everything, while Alec quietly admitted he truly couldn't use magic against the boss. Ancient artifacts might truly work, Loki conceded, but warned that facing a dangerous entity untouched by the physical world demanded another plan. He pressed Alec to be sure he'd heard every word. With a swift gesture and curious eyes, Honest reaches out, his hand offered, and asks Loki what he truly knows about Alec, tones of intrigue humming in the charged air. Loki feels a finger pressed firmly to his forehead, a sharp reminder that here he is nothing, powerless to command. Calm as ever, Loki quietly asks Onus not to push him so hard. Loki, eyes fixed ahead, gently pushed Onesta's hand from his face. His voice steadied the room as he urged everyone to stay calm and listen. He wasn't banning magic for the whole fight, just during the boss battle. Loki's cunning words linger in the air as Yurha pauses, mind whirling. Perhaps the team sees Alex not as a mage but their swordsman, and soon, in the heat and clang of battle, they'll count on his blade. Loki sidesteps their questions with a sly smile, promising he won't force them to act against their will. Instead, he asks the team to join the fight with the mystical Schwartz sword, waiting for his secret signal. Nothing more. With a spark of urgency, Loki insists the team must strike the boss down with a magical blow, then turns to Alec, wondering if he understands. Alec, lost in thought, runs his fingers along his sword's hilt, then suddenly nods, sending relief glimmering in Loki's eyes. Picture the scene from above, the whole team gathered in one sweeping frame as Loki leaves Alec's side and moves closer to Classia, quietly asking for a touch of magic. She hesitates, double-checking his plea, but he insists. He doesn't want to wander on foot into the unknown murk of the endless dungeon. Loki's face twists with pain as he explains he will wield spatial magic, magic so hungry for mana it nearly devours him. Alone, he admits, he cannot bear its weight, while Classia lets out a skeptical chuckle, doubt dancing in her eyes. Standing beside Onest and Yorga, Classia, with a grim look, explains that spatial magic is now a state secret. Onest blinks in shock, Yorga feigns deafness, and somewhere Loki laughs, sure everything is going his way. Loki, in his trademark style, flashes a smug thumbs up and assures with a sly grin that no one will ever find out. Classia, Yorha, and Onest watch in silence, wary eyes clouded with doubt, not daring to utter a word. From above, the whole team stands in uneasy silence. Loki, striding ahead, throws a sly glance back and asks, "Why such sorrow on your faces? I'm as guilty as any of you now." His words ripple through them, leaving only heavy, echoing quiet. With a fake warmth, Loki slings his arms around Classia and Onesto, declaring, as if resigned, that they're now hitched to the same cart, so everyone must pull their weight. Classia and Onesto freeze in stunned disbelief. As Classia and Onest stir awake, they both land swift blows on the persistent Loki, pushing him away with sharp, frustrated breaths. Off to the side, Alec quietly suggests to Yorha that if anything goes wrong, they can simply blame Loki, and Yorha nods in silent agreement. Loki's fingers dance, scratching a shimmering magic circle into the earth. Oslace hovers, restless and unsure, while Classia settles beside Loki, her gaze drinking in his whispered secrets. Belloc, meanwhile, turns to Yorha, question burning on his lips. Laughter bursts from Loki so loud it drowns out Yorga and Alec's hushed voices. Alec's fingers brush the cool steel of Schwartz's sword, his eyes flicking warily to Loki as he asks Yorga if anyone as wild and noisy as Loki can really be trusted. A memory flickered in Yorha's mind. 2 years back, deep in the infamous Arcadian dungeon, Loki had led a raid so masterfully that not a single comrade was lost, even as danger pulsed in the shadows. With a gentle smile, Yura glances at Alec, noting that while Loki may not look trustworthy, his actions speak volumes. Alec's own smile flickers as he thinks. If Yura trusts Loki this much, then so does he, without a doubt. A sudden yell split the air. Alex called out to Onest, who seemed bored and restless. And Onest, startled by his colleague's outburst, turned sharply, curiosity glinting as he wondered what mischief brewed now. Alec grins mischievously at the gate, folding his arms as if inviting a playful sword duel, laughter shimmering in his eyes while one of the karatekas springs to life, thrilled by Alec's brilliant idea. In a flash, Alex burst into mischief, a spark reminding everyone he hadn't trained in ages but wouldn't let his friend down. Battlefire in his eyes, he urges his teammate to give everything, while the sight of Yura's broad frame reveals how 4 years haven't changed the boys after all. Bones clattered as the old brute flared up, snapping that Yorho's words grated on him. Yet deeper into the dungeon they must go, Alex said, training their only spark to eagerly await what lay ahead. Joy brims over as he beams, praising Alec for knowing better than anyone how to have fun. Alec basks in the compliment, but Jorga, weary of the endless flattery, covers her eyes with a sigh and presses her palm to her brow. As soon as Alec brings up the sword fight, he grins and asks if the rules are fresh in his mind. The first to fall loses. Alec adds with a mischievous spark that the loser also gets fined. The boys burst out laughing, pride shining in their eyes. Laughter ripples through the air. Alex jokes, if he wins, they'll have to run to the Classia again to see who truly triumphs. One contender shouts, voice raw with memory, that Alex must have forgotten how brutal their last battle was. Loki just grins, eyes dancing as he watches the bickering pair. A warm smile glows on his lips as memories swirl. Nearly 4 years side by side, laughter and late-night talks binding them, while Classia's nimble fingers weave secret spells and her faith in friendship flickers bright, though in truth they met not so long ago. With a thoughtful smile curling on her lips, Clasia observes how Loki remains an enigma. She wonders aloud how it's possible for him alone to take down a boss that rules an entire realm, hinting bosses are simply too powerful for one soul to conquer. Loki's smile gleams with delight as he praises Clasia's cleverness, offering to share more magical secrets, if she desires. But Clasia snaps, threaten call me Tyan again and you'll get it in the nose, making Loki laugh out loud, fully catching her drift. Mist curls over rolling hills as Alec and his team move through dawn's hush. Loki bends to trace a glowing magic circle, Clasia at his side, while the others gather close, breathless, spellbound by the scene unfolding before them. Spatial magic sparkled before their eyes. Yurha felt awe tingle across his skin, and Alec stood speechless, breath caught, amazed magic like this could bloom without reaching a higher level. They watched Loki's every move, hearts pounding. Loki basks in the thrill of Yor and Alec's awe, his signature smile lighting up his handsome face as he muses, this isn't mere flying magic. It's a special charm, a spell that whisks you straight to your chosen place. The air sizzles as the fierce Onist grips his deadly weapon, while a commanding voice urges everyone to stand ready. Yurha and Alex tense, listening intently, sensing it's Loki himself preparing them for chaos. There's one rival out there just too strong, he says. Beating him is a must. He missed that thrill and asks if anyone else feels the rush. Clasia recalls the tense hush before a boss fight, the rattle of chosen weaponry, every piece of gear in its place, and the sharp scent of readiness thick in the air. Laughter sparkles in the air as Alex smiles, warm with the chatter. Loki teases that only Onist avoids preparing, genius and flawless, he claims, while Bonist fires back a playful jab, and Yorha gently hushes their rising voices. With a sudden breath, Alec squeezes his eyes shut and gathers every ounce of focus. His clothes and hair swirl as if caught in a storm, while radiant light spills from him in every direction. A voice echoed the teleport command through the air, crackling with excitement, as the scent of adventure swirled in the breeze. Something marvelous had begun. The scene shifts to Gardana's capital. Gleaming towers and neat stone homes ringed by grand mountains and fragrant whispering trees. Through a fragile window drifts the sharp sting of an accusation. Liar. Fire crackles in the stone hearth as a man in a black cloak stands, wand gleaming in hand, clearly a wizard, while another storms beside him, voice echoing off the walls, hurling accusations of lies and demanding the truth now. On the velvet sofa, His Highness, head bandaged, arm in a sling, blasts accusations at the man before him. The prince, sure he bears no blame for this mess, insists the famous wizard fumbled the spell. Cloak swirling, the man the prince calls a sorcerer answers calmly, voice steady and cool as rain. He merely states a fact. No spells touch the honored prince. The prince, wild with rage, demands the sorcerer be silent at once. Restless as ever, the prince storms at the wizard, his voice echoing through the hall, convinced he's under a spell, certain that every misfortune springs from the cowardly commoner, Isekai'D. Lost in thought, nibbling his finger, the prince realized this was impossible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much time here. The wizard, cautious and nervous, asked if anything on this level could cancel magic, yet the prince only shrugged in confusion, the air thick with unease. The sorcerer tells the prince that, on the 30th level of the dungeon beneath the royal harbor, a curse hangs thick in the air, smothering even the faintest spark of magic, every last enchantment snuffed out. He insists that this is why the prince failed. The words sink in, and the prince stands silent, the echo of their truth humming in his mind. Inspiration flashed in the prince's eyes, shoulders squared, voice ringing out. He declared that support magic was just a coward's refuge for the desperate, his face twisted in utter disdain. Though the prince is sure this is none of his concern, a sudden thought grips him. How heavy his sword now feels in battle, how strange that his weary arm once struck down that monstrous beast in a single blow. At last, the prince's storm calmed, his voice dropped to a whisper, and he rubbed his chin in thought. If there was no curse, what spell had that stranger cast on him? A strange twist. Source, lost in thought, wonders aloud which Alec the prince means, recalling a legendary student from the victorious team at level 68 bearing the same name. Perhaps the prince speaks of him, that memorable Alec. Words caught in his throat. The prince let out a harsh, angry breath instead. Laughter burst from his lips, loud and sharp. Then, brushing off the rumors as nothing but peasant fantasies, he insisted they lie by nature, a truth the wizard still failed to grasp. Crown tilted with pride, the prince plots once more, vowing in a ringing voice that justice will be served, yet never admits the sharp truth that every misfortune blooms from his own misdeeds. With a carefree motion, the prince peels the bandage from his arm and turns to the figure beside him, asking whether His Majesty sent someone to fetch him. His head and arm still wrapped in gauze, yet his steps ring swift and steady down the corridor. Echoing footsteps followed the prince across the vast hall as the servant agreed. His Highness was right. The prince guessed they'd talk about Isekai'D, the ex-court mage, and smirked, certain his father finally saw things his way. From behind the gleaming palace walls, the prince's furious outcry booms. He, Prince Dofet, cannot accept this insult, for to wrong him is to scorn the whole kingdom. Justice for the offender, he insists, is all that shields the royal family's honor. Heavy drapes hush the vast, empty throne room. Colored light spills from a stained glass window as a stern throne rises on a platform. Beside it, a cloaked figure stands silent, unmoving, a shadow swathed in mystery. The man in a cloak trimmed with fur and a rose emblazoned on his back turned, watching the prince stride toward the throne. majestic, regal. The prince greets his majesty, his eyes sharp, certain he can see straight through everyone and everything. Pride burning in his eyes, the prince insists on a royal bounty and already imagines the man weeping. His laughter is sharp and loud, but the king remains silent, and suddenly a cloak whispers through the tense air. With a sudden turn, his majesty's cloak swept through the air, revealing fine garments and a proud, strong figure. His gaze pressed upon the prince as he calmly asked if the name Eldus Miara had ever reached his ears. At last, the prince fell silent, surprise flickering in his eyes as he answered the stranger. He had never heard that name in all his years. Sinking slowly onto his throne, his majesty recalled that more than 10 years had slipped away since that day. On the throne sat a man with blonde hair and a thick beard. Without glancing at the prince, he recalled sending this court magician, an utter fool, into exile, banishing him from the city. Silence fell around the prince. Confusion clouded his eyes as he waited for the story to unfold, while his majesty, in a calm, steady tone, declared that El Sadas had shown clear resentment over his title at court. Emerging from the golden light, a young man with fierce determination and a right eye shadowed in deep darkness, El Sadas shimmers in regal robes, gripping his staff as he urges the hall to shatter the old ways, warning of trouble curling on Gardana's horizon. Memory sharp as steel, his majesty recalls the nobles scoffing at Elphides' offer. An icy chuckle from the prince breaks the air, noting exile was inevitable for someone who brazenly mocked crown and tradition. Not a flicker of a smile touched his regal face as he told the prince, after losing both name and title, the once noble Elphidas became a commoner, turning in desperation to the Academy of Magic for help. With a flicker of magic in the air and whispers of awe spreading like wildfire, he stunned everyone, returning to the palace not as a noble, but as the king's own mage, catching his majesty's hidden, approving smile. Suddenly, with a taut, echoing laugh, his majesty asked the prince if he thought a man like Elbatus was a fool. Yet a year later, El Sadas returned to court, still jeered for his speeches. The prince stayed silent, eyes intent. The memory of Elphidas' arrival swept over his majesty again, carrying echoes of those words. Common folk are not mere dust. They are the ones who bring aid in dark times, and lately, those words ring endlessly in his mind, steady as a heartbeat. His majesty leans back oddly on his throne, fingers rubbing the bridge of his nose as if every word feels heavy. He quietly asks if the prince understands why he, the Dauphin, son of Regulus, has been chosen to lead the assault on that monster-ridden dungeon. The prince believes he was sent there just to test his progress in the dungeon, but his majesty replies softly, saying he only wanted to be sure his suspicions were right, though the true meaning remains hidden behind a guarded smile. Like thunder shattering a serene sky, word crashes into the prince's world. Change has come to the kingdom. Fear chills him, for he can't grasp what these changes mean. Yet his majesty insists they must first rethink how commoners are appointed. With a stern gaze, his majesty declared that only the gifted, like Isekai'D, should hold high office in their kingdom, status be damned. The prince stood speechless, shock freezing him in place. With a shaky voice, the prince protests, warning his father that future generations will bristle if forced to trust commoners, and quietly reminds him it was the king who once taught him this lesson. Patience snapped, and with a cry of despair, the prince pleaded to his father, letting his trembling voice and trembling fists bear witness to wounds he'd suffered from the very people his father now defended. A servant brought a tray piled with papers, urging the prince to take them. His eyes narrowed with distaste at the filthy scraps, puzzled by their purpose, sensing something crucial about the dungeon scrawled on those crumpled, grimy sheets. His majesty glances at his son and explains that before him lies Alex's memorandum, pages crammed with notes about monster-filled lands, survival skills, and crucial tools, far too much for any prince to grasp at once. The boy sits stunned, the candle's flame flickering as his world suddenly grows so much larger. Prince's hands tremble, gripping the worn pages inked by the steady hand of former court mage Isekai'D, notes about the dungeon's dangers, crumpling them fiercely, as if throwing their warning straight into oblivion, frustration blazing in his eyes. Shivering inside and aching all over, he quietly confides to his father that he feels unwell, then turns away, offers a cold apology, and hurriedly slips from the throne room, dodging talk of commoners or Isekai'D, even with the prince near. Panic tightens around the prince like icy hands. He drops to his knees, heart pounding, air thick with terror. His face twisted by the echo of his father's words, his world trembling, ready to shatter with every desperate breath. Kneeling, the prince struggles to piece together the whirlwind of information. Confusion clouds his mind. What report did his father mean? Is it strategy? Advice? No, his heart whispers, that's not it at all. Memory stirred. The prince saw again the dim-lit corridors where he and Isekai'D once walked. Alec's cautious advice floated in the stale air, unheard, as the prince cut him off with a final cold command, "Never speak to me again." Isekai'D's sharp stare burned in the prince's memory. He burst out, demanding Alec never glare at him like that again, and in a sweep of rage he hurled a flower vase against the wall, shattering it with a crash and a burst of petals. Breath rasps in the prince's chest like a dragon's, anger and confusion twisting his face as he sits amid shards of a shattered flower vase, the air heavy with the scent of crushed petals, doubt blooming bitterly inside him. If Isekai'D was useless, was he any better? In a flash, His Highness the Prince dismissed the thought of being incompetent, such folly for someone of his standing. And as for the former court mage, Isekai'D, he wasn't even worth a whisper. Just the thought sparked a new surge of anger in the prince, hot and restless. Grief and rage crashed over the prince in his chamber as he sobbed Isekai'D's name again and again. The memory of that face burned so bright, each new wave of sorrow ripped another cry from his throat. It all felt like some cruel farce, not real life. Out of nowhere, a shimmering magic circle blazed open. Alex leaped out first, sword drawn, eyes darting around as if he could still hear the crackle of sorcery in the air. Out of nowhere, Yorha and Klesh sprang from the corner, their heavy bodies slamming into Ellie with a thud that echoed down the street. With a whisper of wind and a shimmer in the air, Loki glided from a glowing magic circle and, as if dancing, planted his boot firmly on Isekai'D's chest, pinning him down, a move only Loki could plot with such sly grace. Thunderous sounds split the air as bright flashes danced to the side. Alec and his companions whirl around, tense and alert, hearts steady, their courage unshaken by even a hint of fear. Chin lifted in silent pride, Loki listened unfazed to the swelling sounds around him. It all felt painfully predictable, as if fate itself played along too perfectly, especially since standing before them was. In the center of the grand stone hall, statues looming in their niches and distant doors gleaming, a stranger appeared. Right before Alikon Loki towered a massive figure, sword in hand, sending cold echoes through the air. Dressed head to toe in black, horned helmet gleaming, her eyes flicker beneath the shadow, glowing like embers in midnight silence. Stone corridors echo with each heavy step. A towering, horn-helmed beast stalks through shadow, fur cloak draped broad across his armored body, chains rattling, long sword gripped tight, regret clouding his breath, another failure haunting him. In the narrow dungeon corridors, where drops of blood stain the floor and terror clings to the damp stone, the monstrous ruler stalks. No escape is possible, and someone has made a dreadful mistake. Krista, one of Alec's teammates, is at the center of this episode, her mission clear as a bell. With her friends, she's told to alert the guild that only an A rank or higher must be called in. her eyes sharp with the weight of a special task. Whispering in the dim corridors, a young woman and her companion hatch their plans, 2 out of 4 urging Krista to rush to the guild with urgent news, while Loki melts into the shadows to seek mighty wizards. Krista vows to do her very best. Under the monster's shadow, the black-haired girl and the golden-haired boy stood firm, alone as Krista and Loki slipped away. Breath ragged, blood fresh, yet promise burned in the boy's eyes. We will survive. Looming in the shadows, the level's final boss sends a chill down spines. Armor plates clink as he moves, horned helmet gleaming, and his eyes burn with a wicked glow. A massive greatsword swings, splitting the silence with deadly force. The underground boss lifts his sword, swinging wide and crashing it down with thunderous force against the dark-haired girl. Pain flashes in her side, but focus glimmers in her eyes as she deflects, blades clashing, sparks dancing in the air. The monster's blow thundered through her bones, her arms shook, and the sword slipped in her sweaty grip, barely clinging to her trembling fingers. Blonde hair flashing in the sunlight, the young man shouts and sends a crackling magic blast at the monster, hoping to buy Mabel, his beloved, a precious chance to retreat, though the task weighs heavy on his trembling hands. Not enough. Magic fizzles uselessly against the towering beast, its monstrous weapons smashing earth and air. Mabel darts to the young man, retreating, instinct screaming that this level boss is far too deadly. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, slicing through the noise, demanding that the path to the battlefield be cleared. A soft apology floated through the air. "I'm sorry, I can't help with this request." The words lingered, gentle as a breeze slipping quietly between 2 sighs. Mabel and the blonde-haired youth gasp as Onest bursts in, his weapon crashing once more against the boss's arm, filling the air with a sharp metallic clang. A sly smile dances on C's lips as he claims he's still an incredibly powerful boss. His mood seems to soar just from saying those words. Suddenly, Alex bursts onto the scene, shouting that bosses like this can only be beaten together. As he leaps through the air, his arm arcs back, ready to strike the giant armored foe. Help arrives just in time, hope crackling in the air. Watching the boss unleash twisted ball-like blows, Alex's eyes widen in shock, as if, in that instant, he grasps the secret of this power, his face caught between awe and sudden clarity. But is it truly understanding or just hope? The mighty swing of Schwartz's sword whistled through the air, slicing straight for the monster. But with a flash of movement, it dodged, skills unknown to Alex shimmering in the beast's quicksilver reflexes. How is that possible? Alex gasps, watching the clumsy-looking boss twist mid-air, land with a thud, and snap into a fighting stance. His surprise cuts through the heavy, charged silence. The monster hounds Alec and Onest without mercy, unleashing a storm of blows, whirling like a shadow as its mighty blade parries every strike. This floor's boss is deadly, and danger hangs in the air like smoke. Sparks flew as Alec blocked another crushing blow, gripping Schwartz's sword with both hands, his knuckles white, every muscle shaking as the boss's strength thundered through his arms and carved raw struggle across his face. Owen Karist barely manages to conjure shimmering barriers, crackling as the monster hurls lightning all around. Exhaustion weighs on him, yet a dark smile ignites fury in his eyes. It's as hard for him as for Alec. Another mighty swing of the monster's giant sword sliced past Alec Beck, forcing him back. He staggered, fighting to stay upright as sparks flashed, dust and shards of stone exploded outwards. This dungeon boss was a living nightmare. A sudden spark of insight flashed through Alec's mind. Watching the creature's eerie movements, he realized this boss wasn't human, nor beast. Alec felt certain this level's boss wasn't alive at all. Another crushing blow slams into him, and Alec shouts, he's not joking. Inside this massive horned armor, there's nothing but emptiness, no soul, just a hollow shell echoing with silence. Onst senses the truth in Alec's words. If the armor hides something inhuman, he has to know. Without hesitation, he lunges, blade flashing like lightning, aiming straight for the boss's heart. The monster twists away, reacting in a heartbeat with its crooked moves, desperate to dodge or dart aside, yet Onus, grinning in delight, stands ready, refusing to be fooled by its tricks. Old Maniste dashes toward the monster, its body still shifting, and cries out that tricks like dodging enemy blows are nothing new for a beast of Gestrist. He swings his spear, ready to strike the fearsome boss. Sincere refuses to let the monster escape. A sharp cry spills as his blade bites deep, desperate to slow the beast's charge. Then, with hurried footsteps and a rush of hope, Alex bursts onto the battlefield to strike at the dungeon boss. In a rush of steel and sweat, Alec unleashed his slicing technique, blade singing through air, finally cracking the monster's shell, severing its horned helmeted head from that hulking, armored body. Mabel and the wounded fair-haired youth stood aside, sharp eyes following the clash with the boss. Down the corridor, Yorga, Loki, and Klasia sprinted forward, while Honest studied the smoke and scars left by Alex's assault. A spark of pride lights Alex's eyes as he lands a clean hit, his face sharp with focus. With newfound confidence, he announces he's learned a lot about the beast ruling this level. In the end, this headless knight looms, a hulking, soulless monster, living armor, sword gleaming, surrounded by the echo of clashing steel and the promise of a merciless onslaught. Captain Sirius of the Halok clan gathers her crew and reveals a chilling truth. She knows the headless knight is a deadly demon fused with both man and horse, and the monster Alex and Onist now face belongs to that same legend. Alec watches with bated breath as bright flashes of light burst from the creature's neck, the air shimmering and crackling with each pulse. A sudden chill runs through Alec as he sees the monster lunge, swift and silent, realizing it's not defeated after all. With a roar, the boss lunged at Alec, blade whistling through the air, slicing silence with its might. Yet Alec dodged in a flash, heart pounding, stunned by the swiftness awakening in his own limbs. Now Alec grips two swords, sweat clinging to his palms, ready to face the floor boss ahead. Head or none, it doesn't matter. Monsters crumble in a cacophony, but Alec feels the boss used to be weaker. Each strike tests his spirit. With a confident, satisfied glance straight at the beast, Alex lifts his weapon, noticing the headless monster's full electric focus fixed on him, just as a dazzling bolt of lightning slashes the sky nearby. Another guardian materializes at his side, slicing through the thick air with a hiss, launching a relentless attack before the monster can move. He darts toward the boss, blade flashing, weapon sinking deep into the headless beast's armor and pausing, trembling. With a sly grin, the bully turns to the shift leader and jokes loud enough for sparks to crackle. Even a boss without a head should get the message, and in a blur he charges at the monster. Giant, headless, the floor boss clashed with Onist. His roar echoed, "Don't underestimate me!" as he struck hard, only to meet the boss's colossal sword. Metal screamed, sparks danced, chaos thundered all around. Amid the roar of battle on Caristi, a sharp signal slices through the chaos. Alec dashes to his comrade, appearing above the headless beast, magic rings glowing as he delivers a thunderous blow from above. Sweat drips from Alec's brow as he tightens his grip, sword flashing through the air, slashing at the headless beast. The monster's gruesome weapon meets his blade, a shock wave roaring out, scattering light and wind in wild whirlwinds. With a powerful cry, Alec hurls his sword toward the monster. The blade whistles through the air and pierces its flesh, driving straight through. His strength gives the beast no chance to escape fate. The creature darts sideways with a hiss, vanishing down the corridor so fast that flashing lights and swirling dust are all it leaves behind. Alec watches in awe as it slips from sight in an instant. Alec and Honest exchange tense glances, eyes tracking every twitch of the monster, quietly debating each blow. Fontoxt mutters it was prey reacting, but Alec sighs. Sure, it's just a clever dodge. Both stay poised, calm, senses sharpened. Alec turned to Omni and remarked with a teacher's certainty that it wasn't so hard. It was an ancient relic in front of them, after all. Omni, lips curling into a smug grin, boasted their luck lay in his gentle touch. If this were a magical sword, he'd stand no chance against its power. Amid swirling dust and glittering shards, the headless beast stands frozen, sword clenched tight, until Honest, the battle specialist, catches a glimmer through the haze and lets out a tense, curious hum, eyes searching the misty chaos. Ness couldn't tear his eyes from the headless monster, rising once more from a swirl of dust, clutching its own head, undaunted by brutal blows. The fight, it seemed, was far from over. Dust swirls, and Reese and Alec exchange confident smiles, watching the monster rise. Reese mutters that if Alec's sword cannot harm this boss, it must be immortal. Alec nods, certain, fire in his eyes. They're ready for battle. With a jolt, the headless warrior rose from the ground and pressed Alex's freshly severed head onto his shoulders, having already fought bravely without it. Alex watched, wide-eyed and silent, as the boss stood battle-ready once more. The chieftain, now restored, unleashed a roar so thunderous it sent every fighter ducking, eyes squeezed shut. Yorha and Klasia clamped hands over their ears as Alec and Honest clenched their jaws against the wild, crushing sound. The supreme boss, horned helmet gleaming, growls so fiercely that his eyes blaze with bright light, claiming the room as his domain. But Alex can't take it anymore and shouts for him to shut up, clinging to his hoisted shorts with one hand, the other pressed desperately to his ear. Muscles tensed, eyes sharp, Alex braced as the horned giant thundered closer, its weapons swinging with a roar. Dust and blinding flashes split the air, stone and grit stinging as he dodged and blocked each brutal strike. Fury flashed through Alex's chest. This creature darted with dizzying speed, each attack harder to track, and still he could not grasp how the monster slipped through the shadows so easily. Suddenly, crimson flecks stain Alex's lips. He coughs, eyes wide in shock, as if only now discovering a wound burning inside him. A horned monster, cloak billowing wide, lashes out at Alec without pause. Each savage blow hits harder than the last, and suddenly, a colossal kick slams toward his ribs. This underground boss reeks of deadly menace. Watching from afar as Alec battles the monstrous boss, Yorha stands frozen, fear prickling at her skin, worry knotting her chest. Alec swears, tasting blood as pain claws at him and his face twists in agony, struck by a vicious blow. With a thunderous blow and the boss's crushing kick, Alex is hurled sideways into a brick wall. Dust billows, stones clatter, the air swirling, while the monster leaps nimbly back to its starting place. Blood spatters as pain wraps his chest, slammed against brick by the monster's blow. He coughs, shuddering, agony burning through every breath. His friend's voice rings out, frantic, desperate to know if he still clings to life. At last, the dust clouds settled. Alex crouched by the crumbled wall, chest heaving, sword clutched tight, face streaked with scars, the tang of fear fresh on his tongue, realizing just how close he came. The moment the monster struck, Yorika swept her staff through the crackling air, weaving a shimmering shield of magic around Alec. He stared in awe, heart pounding with gratitude, knowing she'd just saved his life. Breathing in the heavy air, I quietly ask Loki about the time, guessing only 3 potions remain. He stands behind, eyes sharp on the battle, while, further off, Klasia tends a blonde-haired youth's wounds. Loki flashes his smug grin, eyes locked on Alec, and says they have 5 minutes left. Alec, weary but wearing a crooked smile, answers that Loki finds it all too easy, then asks if Loki even watched the fight. A deafening screech of clashing steel bursts through the air as Onesta's spear tip meets the underground boss's blade, sparks flying dangerously close to where the rest of the adventurers huddle, breath held tight. Onias darts forward, sweat stinging his eyes as he battles the boss alone. His voice cracks through the chaos. "Alec, hurry, I need you!" Nearby, Alec mutters curses, gulps down a potion, the glass clinking in his trembling hand. Back in the thick of battle, Alec rushed to aid Onesta. No time to hesitate. Then together they charged the monster from both sides, blades ringing and clashing, the sounds slicing through the chaos of the battlefield. Tonight, a towering monster awaits them, horned helmet gleaming, massive armor rattling with each breath, eyes blazing with wild fury, and knuckles white around a colossal two-handed sword, enough to strike fear into any heart. As expected, Honest and Alex launch another assault on the monstrous foe. Honest's spear whistles through the air, Alex's sword flashes at its side, yet the beast barely flinches, unfazed by their fury. With a powerful swing, Alex's sword shattered the air, sending glittering shards clattering to the ground. Loki, hidden in the shadows, smiled slyly, senses tingling. Now was the perfect moment to strike. In the midst of the fierce battle with the boss, Alec lets out a raw, powerful cry that bursts through the chaos, sparks flying, blades clashing, as if rallying every trembling heart around him. Sparks crackled and shards swirled as Alec's sword and the horned monster's sword locked eyes. Standing so close, their breaths mingled. Alec stared into the beast's nightmare gaze, refusing to back down as the world spun around them. Isekai'D's and the monster's eyes locked in a silent clash. Blood trickled down Alec's face, maybe even from his eyes, but he stood firm, unblinking, gaze unwavering and burning straight ahead. Blood and dust clinging to his blonde hair, the boy watches Alec with anxious eyes, while the monster bellows, voice raw with outrage, that Isekai'D has no idea how to use his head. "Certain the monster can't be beaten alone or without magic," the young man whispers. "If they need time, stall like they did with Mabel." Nearby, Yorha stands silently, eyes sharp, tracking every clash and cry of the battle. With a surprising warmth in his gaze, Yorka turns to the blonde youth, calls him Revel, and assures him he understands his worries, yet softly admits what he offers now is, sadly, impossible. From the horns curling beneath the boss's feet, I watch their deadly ballet, steel clashing, bodies darting, each heart pounding to the rhythm of danger, every strike a trembling taste of life or death, savored like a forbidden thrill. Claiming their fate, Alik and his friends press their weapons close, voices ringing out. This fight is not just duty, it is the heart's adventure, a wild pursuit for something greater than mere battle. Their battle drags on. A clang of steel, Alec lifts his sword to block another wild blow from the horned beast, Barry. Exhaustion creeps in, breath ragged, face streaked with blood and grime, sweat stinging his eyes. Between labored breaths, Honest gulps down a potion, and with a teasing grin jests about Alex's sluggish pace. After all, he's the commander here. Alex forces a shaky smile, confessing he'd just swallowed his last potion. The clatter of a falling elixir bottle echoed through the air, a sharp reminder that the battle still raged. Anquanis nodded at Alec, murmuring that he must taste the fight by now, and Alec answered with silent resolve. Both gripped their weapons, breath held, ready for the next round. Time slips backward, calm sky overhead, petals drifting through lush tree crowns, the air fragrant with spring, a distant voice echoing a dream. I want to be a court magician. In crisp academy uniforms, young Classia, Yorha, Honest, and Alec walk together. Alec's eyes gleam as he announces with a proud smile. He will chase his dream of becoming a royal mage, even if it angers his father, leaving his friends startled. Sunlight dances through leafy branches as the boys gather on the vibrant path, diplomas pressed in their hands. Clausius dreams aloud that as a royal mage, money woes will melt away, while Alec's worry is scented with longing to lift burdens from the father who raised him alone. Yurha murmurs with sadness that perhaps adventure is all they're destined for, but it hardly brings stability. A friend, face shadowed, mutters he's against it all, while Sakura petals drift quietly behind. My lessons are over. Orn Carus keeps his speech flowing, truly convinced he and his friends are the greatest quartet of minds the Academy has ever seen, and nothing could be duller than some pointless test. The thought of Alec Maj leaving their circle clearly stings. His voice quivers, hope clinging to every word. With a sly grin, Claudia glances at Ocanus, her voice dripping with irony, as she wonders who else he might call a genius but himself. He, the guest at this gathering, bristles and claims loudly that, if not for this year, he'd be top of the class. Claudia's eyes narrow, skepticism hanging in the perfumed air. With a sly wink, our teacher mocks Chesney, the real genius, she teases, but only in fourth place. Anger sparks in his eyes, lips tighten, and he shoots her a fierce, scorching glare. In the crisp robes of the Academy, Alec watches Sakura petals falling, his calm smile warmed by laughter drifting from friends nearby, soft scents of spring and distant giggles weaving dreams of a future not yet written. From the shadows, he watches as laughter rings out. Finest, cheeks stinging, dashes from Clausia's reach, while Yorha squeals, gripping Clausia to break up the scuffle. Ella, smelling summer grass, smiles at the three, but his mind is made up despite Elimitas's orders. Alec stood by the jagged hole in the stone wall, lost in thought, when a sudden shout cut through the air. She waved at him, and surprise flashed across his face, startled by the sharp cry. Laughter dances through the classroom air as Yorha grins, her voice bright. Alec, whatever happens, don't forget us. Our roads split for now, but one day we'll meet again. Her words catch him off guard, leaving his heart trembling. Yorha shouts to Alec with a bright laugh that one day she'll return to rescue him from his dull court wizard life, once she and her friends are famous adventurers. Alec catches a whiff of summer on the breeze as her kindness lingers. Yorha закінчила свою промову, весело підморгнула Алеку і жартома попередила. Відмовитися потім не вийде. Цей прощальний жарт вибив Алека з колії. Він лише ніяково всміхнувся і тихо погодився. Claudia nods to Yorga, her voice warm with blind trust. If we make a promise, we always keep it. Sist, rubbing his nose from Claudia's playful hit, adds, This won't be our last meeting. Alec, if you need help, count on us. In a soft glow, cherry blossom petals glimmer, filling the air with hope and solemnity. Right then, standing together, Claudia and Yorha turn to Alec, asking if he promises they'll unite as one team someday. Pausing to think, Alec declared with steady fire that, though unsure when, one day they would become a single band of adventurers. His voice thrummed with unwavering resolve and a quiet sense of destiny. Alec sets off toward the capital, chasing dreams of courtly magic, while Onest, Claudia, and Jorha wander down a different path and into the scent of wild adventures. Though their roads part, Alec's promise hangs softly in the air. City rooftops huddle among emerald hills and whispering trees. This is the capital, the Gardana court, where the greatest mage, Alec, was twice exiled, and now stands certain that his will serves a higher purpose. Flickering torchlight dances across damp stone as two teams clash with a monstrous boss. Wounded allies groan on cold ground, while Gist and Alaiki whisper excitedly, their voices echoing with awe and strategy through the tense dungeon air. Down the echoing brick corridor, Honest and Alec sprinted, hearts pounding, eager to face the monster again, only to find it ready, jaws bared. Their clash raged on, endless as exhaustion crept into young limbs. A massive lord, crowned with a horned helmet and ironclad armor, crackles with new strength. Steam coils around him, muscles tensing as he grips his great sword and lets out a guttural, threatening growl meant to unnerve his foe. The leader swings a crushing blow at Honest, but with a swift, breathtaking flip through the air, he dodges it. The monster's sword shatters the stone wall, filling the air with flying debris and thick clouds of dust. True power roars in every movement. Blades flash from both sides as Chesney and Alex circle the monster, forcing it to twist, snarl, and guard every angle. Caught in their clever dance, the creature grins wide, savoring the thrill. This is how battle should feel. To lift their spirits, as blades clashed and thunder echoed, Oninst hurled loud jibes at Alec, reminding him he was the first to return in 4 years and forever wore that same disgruntled scowl. Alec weaves past the floor boss's furious counterattacks. Then a startled gasp escapes him as a horned monster's blade whistles past his cheek, so close he smells metal and sweat, tension etched on his face. This boss is truly perilous. Clouds of dust swirl as Alec Reeves, fending off the boss's massive blow, retreats and confesses honestly. Life has thrown him twists. Facing this giant is anything but easy. Swords clash and a wild swing sends the enemy's blade flying. Alex roars in anger, his voice echoing, while Alec shouts back in confusion, but the battle rages on, relentless and roaring, without a single pause. Leaning his spear into the earth, he springs forward, launching at the beast with a roar. "Alec, you've understood nothing!" The boss reels from Alec's strike, only to be slammed by Onus's boot from the other side. Smoke and dust swirl around the floor boss in his horned helmet. Surrender never crosses his mind. His eyes smolder with fire, casting an eerie glow. He laughs, savoring the thrill as he watches the monster's every move. The commander, eyes blazing, lunges at Honest, blows raining down with thunderous force. Honest twists and parries each strike with his spear, sweat mixing with fear as Alex cries out his name, heart pounding with dread. Always arriving with his wares, he greets Alec with an unwavering smile, murmuring that men like them only truly shine in the shadows beneath the earth. A remark that startles Alec and stirs a quiet awe for this man's spirit. Amidst the clash and roar of battle, Alec and Honest kept their conversation alive, sparks flying as Honest confessed he'd always found Boltsmith strange, and after Alec's father, he was sure Alec would join their cause. Aleka stares in shock. Why would Onus choose this swirling storm of battle to speak? Onus only grins, wind howling around them, claiming Alec would never answer unless the moment was just right. For Onus, the chaos is perfection itself. In the lantern-lit tavern air, scented with spilt ale and roasted meat, Urge nudged Alec to remember those words he had spoken aloud after their first year at the academy, laughter and voices swirling around them. That day, with the taste of blood on his tongue, he felt death breathing down his neck. Certain his fate was sealed, when, beside him, Classia softly asked why he never studied healing magic. He couldn't fathom why a warrior would ignore such a gift. Warm lamplight flickered over Alec's face as he sat in the crowded tavern, feeling deep in his bones that destiny had orchestrated this meeting. Beside him, Clausia urged the group to go as far as courage would take them, while Alec simply soaked in the mingled laughter, clinking mugs, and low-voiced hopes of his friends. That day, clutching a mug of drink, drunk and booming with joy, Avasnest roared to his friends that everyone only wanted one thing in life, to become better. The thought tickled him so much he burst into laughter, beer sloshing, tavern humming. Sparks fly as swords clash in the shadowy dungeon. Amidst the chaos, Ocnest roars at Alec, voice raw. "Didn't I warn you? The royal court reeks of danger and wickedness." Heavy thoughts pressed down on Alec, giving an answer felt impossibly hard. Lips tight, he listened to Honest's relentless cries. "What do you want, Alec? Not anyone else." Onsky and Est urged him forward, their voices brisk, while tension hummed in the air, sharp and electric. Anger flickers in Alex's eyes, but he calmly asks Honest to be silent. The request is lost in the air, as Honest, trembling with rage, yells he'll never stop until Alex reveals what's hidden inside that creaking chest. Their words with Honest were drowned out by the wild charge of the horned, helmeted chief, whose blow thundered against Alex so hard the air itself seemed to shatter, sending dust and stone flying. Yet Alec met it, blade trembling, but unbroken. A crooked smile flickered on Alex's lips as his mind drifted far from the heat of the argument. He couldn't even recall what spark had set it all ablaze. 6 years of shared laughter and lunches, always eager to shoulder his friend's troubles. Catching one's piercing gaze, Alex snapped out of his daze, just in time to see a blow meant for him, blocked at the last moment as one's lunged forward. The boss's voice cut through the tension, edged with mockery. So, is it really that bad? Should I shut up now, Alec? The bitter taste of injustice lingers for Aleka as he silently watches Honest still grappling with the monster. So many words rise to his lips, yet none fit, and that gnawing anxiety only grows heavier in his chest. Pulled from his thoughts, Aleka gathered every ounce of courage and dashed forward to aid brave Verney, still clashing with the towering floor boss. Breathless, Aleka cried out, swearing through trembling excitement he only wanted to help, to give back. Narrowed eyes full of confusion slid over Alec, who stood nearby as he spoke nonstop, saying he owed him for ages and had to repay the debt. Alec's face shimmered between certainty and despair. Thoughts of Elbacetus's tear-streaked face haunt me, the image etched in my memory, trembling on the verge of breaking, yet that sorrow doesn't belong to him. Such sadness feels alien on features so unfamiliar with grief. Alexei couldn't hold back. His voice cracked as he cried out that this was why he believed change would redeem him. He ignored the beast beside him and shouted he'd acted against everyone for this, and now they were all in the same boat. Steel clashing in the smoky air, Alex shot Honest a questioning glance. How can you say things like that? Isn't this our choice? Aren't you happy, even now? Their words danced as the monster's blade hissed and sliced through the thick tension. Memory stings as Alex recalls the prince casting him out, forced to hurl truths straight into royal eyes, words usually buried deep, watching the prince and his companion turn their backs, boots crunching on the gravel, leaving him behind. Suddenly stumbling, he crashed to the ground, blood streaming from his wound, yet he struck at the monster again and again, whispering to Honesty or perhaps himself that holding his ground was all that mattered, while shrill screeches pierced the air. Rising awkwardly from the earth with his weapon clenched tight, he scratched his head, eyeing Alec, astonished by these sudden visitors, and asked if this was what Alec truly wanted. For why else would he have spent 4 years at court? Alec stood frozen in shock, his breath caught in the thick, silent air. An unexpectedly warm smile flickers across Karist's face, free of any malice. He watches Alec closely, remarking that brains alone make him look decent in Karist's eyes, and curiously, Honest sometimes surprises with his insight. Frozen in place, Alec's lips tremble, words drowned by a rush of salty tears. Before him, the floor chief's sword gleams overhead, poised to strike. Will Alec dodge, or must he brace for the brutal blow? Above the clash between the boss, Alec, and Onesta, a blinding light burst from a great magical circle, forcing them to pause. Alec squinted, breath caught in his chest, as something unknown surged in the charged air. Loki stands apart, arms outstretched toward the raging boss fight, while behind him the whole team gathers. Some injured crouch, breathing hard but safe. For them, Alec and Honest battle the main foe with every spark of hope. Loki spun a shimmering, magical circle above the fighters, the air crackling with power. The 5 relentless minutes of battle had sharpened not just his mind, but everyone's courage and sense of purpose. Not long ago, Yorha turned to Loki with a spark of surprise, praising the clever trick of convincing Alec he was a swordsman, yet warned that such a weight might make the fight with demons even harder. Loki only smiled and asked softly, "What if it does?" Loki leans in, curiosity crackling, and asks Yorha if this boss they're about to face actually has a keen mind, something that makes her laugh, since demons rarely ever display cleverness. Yet Loki admits he doubted too, until he saw it with his own eyes. A truly intelligent demon. Flames flickered in the demon's eye sockets, its horned helmet gleaming as a dreadful voice echoed. Loki pressed on, shouting that this monster hid a wicked, cunning mind behind its menacing glare. Triumph lighting up his face, Loki shouts it's the perfect chance to seize the moment. His robe and hair flutter wildly in the magic-charged air, his confidence radiating as he eyes the boss ahead. Without warning, the monster lost all interest in Alec and Honest, whirling around with a guttural snarl toward Loki and the team behind him as he traced the glowing circle. Alec's desperate shout split the air, hoping to halt the creature. Loki stood under the watchful shadow of the tall guardian, with Klasia, wounded Ravella, and battle-weary Mabel clustered behind, trapped by low ruins and looming walls. Suddenly, Loki froze, his breath catching, dread shimmering in his eyes as if he'd glimpsed a nightmare come alive. The same monster Alec and Onus just fought, the one Loki targeted with a swirl of glowing magic, suddenly crashed down on him with its colossal blade. Loki hadn't raised his shield, and the crushing blow seemed fatal. A satisfied beast watches as terrified Loki plummets, while Alex and Honest stare in horror at the dreadful sight. The monster too swift to stop, everything gone in a blink. But wait, is that a faint smile on Loki's lips? Loki's laughter burst out, echoing like thunder, catching the beast in startled silence. As if a heartbeat ago, the monster had dealt him a death blow, yet now Loki stood radiant and alive, flooding the air with incomprehensible power. Loki's lips curl into a wicked smile. He stands untouched, thrilled by the chaos. The horned beast, terrified, flees through a shimmering magic circle, yet Loki's body begins to shimmer, melting and vanishing into thin air. Only now did Loki understand why the beast feared sorcerers so deeply and rushed to destroy him. Suddenly, its shadowy shape wavered, then vanished into thin air with a hush, as if dissolved by trembling wind. Loki's voice rings out, ancient words of paralysis curling from his lips, and in a heartbeat, a shimmering magic circle flares beneath the monster's feet. Triumphant laughter bursts from Loki as dust clouds swirl and the trap snaps shut. With gleeful fire, Bonsex showers Loki in insults, convinced he's played his finest tricks. But glimpsing Lorca's tense silhouette and the others' wary stances, he realizes the monster wasn't where they found it, while Loki slyly insists he lacked the strength to fool the boss. With a victorious grin, Loki reminds Onist and the others he had warned them. His web of deceit has worked. He nods to Alec and Onist, admitting their triumph belongs to them too, as the monster claws at glowing circles, desperate to break free. Loki shouts above the clash, calling for the team to pin down the beast, thrashing between glowing magic circles. Urgent, his voice rings for Alec and Onesta to help finish this creature now, before it escapes. Anger flares within Alec, yet beneath it flickers awe at Loki's sly genius. Relief sparkles too, knowing Loki is alive. Von Hessens curses himself for doubting, as together they race headlong toward the roaring beast. Alec and Honest race across the floor, weapons clutched tight, hearts pounding with Loki's command ringing in their ears, finish the fight, when suddenly Honest, surging ahead, curses loudly, jolted by something strange and unseen. Loki stands motionless, eyes glinting as he gazes below. A sly smile flickers. Surely an honest man would have stormed at him in that form. Loki had guessed, he always knew, yet surprise still tingled through him. Fleeing, Honest suddenly stumbled into a magic circle flaring at his feet. A question tingled on his lips. Who would place such a trap here? Light pulsed brighter, lifting his hair and clothes as if an unseen force was about to strike. A flash of recognition crossed Oni's face as he spotted Klasia beside Loki, her hand outstretched toward the chaos, their eyes locking in silent wonder, suspended on the brink of something about to ignite. Stepping back to a previous spin, Loki believes he's finally cracked it. The real trouble isn't missing mana, but honesty vanishing from the magical circle. He turns to Klasa, asking for help to set his plan in motion. Time slips backward, revealing the grand silhouette of a magical academy, its towers piercing the sky, nestled among towering mountains and guarded by ancient stone walls, while whispered names drift on the wind: Isekai'D, Jorge Izanz, Honesta Lane. Glasses glinting, her hair pulled tight, the teacher's voice echoed, "What happened? Why can't any of you command magic?" The empty classroom felt colder as she declared them unfit to be adventurers. Magic support glimmers as the secret art of dungeon clearing. Even the most gifted students fail without it, yet he dismisses her warning with a shrug, insisting he won't try to change anyone. When a favorite asks if any potion remains, or the teacher loudly claims she knows all about dungeons with scarce supplies, your Haas lets out a heavy sigh, clutching her head, and whispers apologies, believing she's let the team down. And cotton-bound books. A quiet voice floats through the room, heavy with helplessness. It's Klasia, who had sat silent, lost in her book's musky scent, now finally speaking among her gathered classmates. Snapping her book shut, she rested her face on her hand and scanned the room, then told everyone, including the teacher, she'd handle all the issues, if no one objected, and not a soul protested. Amid crumbling ruins, Klasia stands in gleaming armor, her gear catching the first light. This is how she mastered support magic, a restless inventor whose quick mind is the compass of her fate. She is pure genius. Loki sweeps his gaze over Klasia, disbelief flickering in his chest as he realizes she wields magic he once helped her master. How could she have come this far, this fast? Klasia mesmerizes with her beauty. Her confident smile flickers like sunlight on water as she readies for attack, promising Honesta, with a steady gaze and a soft breath, that she will stand by him in battle. With a shimmer of magic, Onus emerges above the beast from Klasia's teleportation circle, raising his blade for a swift blow, yet the monster swings its massive axe in a fierce, echoing counterattack, still thrashing to break Loki's gripping snare. Eyes narrowed, he tracks every twitch of the monster, each calculated breath, each silent step, preparing to strike hard and true so his friends are not let down as the nightmare boss prowls, never waiting idly for fate. With a wild swing, the boy hurls his weapon, sending the snarling monster crashing backward through the air, dust and echoes swirling in its wake. Burning yellow eyes fix on the boy as he stands tall, face set and voice steady, looking straight at the beast with a challenge flickering in his gaze. With a vicious kick and a storm of curses, the young man strikes hard, demanding in a harsh, trembling voice that the beast shut up. A joyful voice floats in the air, bright and clear, carrying the news that Mabel has finally come home. Mabel, short-haired and fierce, soared upward, wind whistling past as she clutched her sword behind her, slicing through the air with a promise of battle. Mabel dashes through the air, wind whistling past as she hurtles straight for the monster, her heart pounding with surprise. Someone arrived, just as promised. Wings beating, the girl swooped close to the floor and swung at the monster with all her might, but it slipped aside, dodging with eerie agility. Rising swiftly to her feet, the girl declares, her voice trembling yet strong, that she knew everything all along, as the sharp scent of fear mingles with the cold air. Spinning quickly, Mabel beams with delight and remarks how this boss is a master at dodging blows. The monster plants himself in the circle's heart, gaze lifted, a cunning smile flickering as he grips his weapon tightly. With his hand tucked under his chin and his gaze lifted, Loki peers ahead. The young man's eyes slice through this boss, seeing every secret beneath its mask. High above, the monster soars, wings whipping the air, its eyes lock on something below, muscles tensing as it stares hard into the distance. The monster moved stones on the wall where Loki stood, gripping his weapon tightly, ready for battle, the air thick with dust, the clatter of shifting rocks echoing through the silence. Eyes fixed ahead, a flicker of a smile dances on his lips. Serious and ready, he braces for the coming blow, heart pounding in the silent air. The beast claws its way to the peak, veering right. The young man spreads his arms wide, breath quickening, knowing he'll only get one shot at victory. Tension coils through Mabel at the bottom as she peers ahead, every breath trembling. A companion stands close, and the girl cries out that Loki has lost his mind. Now the monster slithers right beside him. With thunderous steps and a savage roar, the beast hurtles straight for the boy, hunger burning in its eyes, muscles tensed for attack. The monster peers ahead, grinning wide and flashing sharp teeth as a sword glints into Loki's hands. He grins back and reminds the beast, laughter in his voice, he'd already warned of his next blow. The beast's sword darts toward Loki, but he twists away and blocks it just in time. Meeting the monster's eyes, Loki flashes a sly grin, urging the creature to try harder, taunting in the tense, charged air. In the shadowy depths below, Mabel and another boy watch intently, the scent of damp earth around them, her friend whispering that Loki clutches a magic sword. But Mabel insists, even with that blade, Loki won't have the strength to withstand the blow. Loki grips the monster's weapon with unwavering force, jaw clenched tight, the raw scent of sweat hanging in the air as his focus sharpens across every line of his straining face. A sudden whisper. Magic. The girl with the staff thrusts it forward, eyes blazing, and calls for aid as the air hums with unseen power. A spellbound passerby halts, catching the scent of old puzzle games, recognizing at once that familiar world built from 7 simple shapes. Even with her legendary strength, Isekai'D is still just a trump card. Loki and the beast's blade clash in a storm of steel, sparks flying, breath quickening. One more blow and Loki's sword will shatter. Loki's eyes widen in shock. His heart pounding, he cries out, the metallic taste of fear on his tongue. Will I regret this? He wonders aloud, then turns to ask another, will you regret it too? Staff in hand and eyes narrowed, the girl commands a triangle formation. With a soft hum, 3 glowing circles interlock before her, their lines pulsing and weaving a luminous triangle in the charged air. Atop the monstrous form, a blazing rift yawned open as if the sky itself were split. Around Loki, a fierce wind howled, thickening the tension. Then, with a thunderous roar, chains shot forward like the warning of an oncoming storm. Chains hurled toward the monster glinted in the dim light, whistling as they wrapped around its body from every side, forging a tight ring that trapped it like prey caught in a steel snare. Eyes fixed on her, the man echoes her words, his voice weaving through the air, a battle formation of 3 vectors, just as she described. A swirl of potent binding magic pulses the moment 3 chosen points are crossed within a set time, its conditions strict, yet the outcome stirs awe. The man stands puzzled, unable to guess why such power is needed now. A whisper of plausible magic settles with waning movement. The shouts swirl, woven only to lure the target into a web of deception. The sword slips away from the boy's hands like a ghost on the breeze, and the man stands lost, unable to grasp why he ever did any of it. Chains rattling, the chained monster lashed out, slamming the boy with such ferocity that he soared through the air, crashing down far away, with the echo of clanging metal still ringing. Mabel screams his name, her voice trembling with fear, as a blast thunders through the air, fire and smoke swallowing both the monster and the boy in a single deafening heartbeat. Crimson liquid drips from Loki's lips, yet his gaze holds steady and a mysterious smile gently curls across his face. Before the grand gates, anticipation thick in the air, a voice calls out through the clangor. Isekai'D, all preparations are complete. Loki lifts his head, laughter trembling on his lips, and the boy cries out, "This monster will steal every ounce of their strength." From beneath the glove a hand extends, gripping a slender test tube. A man offers it forward, his voice slicing the air with a single word: lightning. A vast army of bone-thin monsters presses forward, weapons clattering in their skeletal grip, eyes fixed and hungry. A bearded man shouts a spell for speed and strength, magic crackling as he strikes a creature down. Behind him, a girl with a braided ponytail swings her weapon at snarling monsters. Her voice rings out, fierce and urgent, calling his name, Leviel. Without turning, he breathes back her name, Krista Wright. With bones jutting under thin skin, the skeletal sailor staggers back, his every step echoing fear beneath the relentless blows from this fierce man. 4 teammates, backs pressed together, found themselves ringed by skeletal monsters. One man muttered with a bitter laugh that they'd just sealed off every escape on their own. Christy, her voice trembling, turns to the man and insists they must find another way. Confusion flickers in his eyes as he asks what she means, for every path they've chosen seems cursed, leading only to hopeless dead ends. While the bone monsters rattle and clatter with relentless attacks, the man claps his hands, his voice ringing with certainty. 5 minutes is all we need to handle her. Amid rings circling a star, lightning crashed in heavy torrents onto the monster, each strike Alec's handiwork, commanding thunder as the air trembled and sizzled with his storm. His team froze, senses sharp as they watched the turmoil of the day. Chains rattled around monsters while shadowy tentacles slid from his body, twisting in the heavy air. One by one, the tentacles slithered into view, coiling around the sword, their slick grip tearing through the chains with a metallic snap and the scent of cold iron filling the air. Jaw clenched, the boy says it's time to move. Beside him, the girl with the cropped hair fixes her gaze on the road ahead, every muscle tense, air thick with anticipation. With the scent of ozone in the air, the short-haired girl warns her magic will soon fade, her voice trembling as she asks Alec for a favor. The girl senses it's his turn to act, as Alec quietly reaches forward, fingers brushing the air, searching for something hidden just ahead. Gritting his teeth, Oleg squeezes his eyes shut. Pain burns in his chest as he drops to his knees, his breath ragged and sharp. A short-haired girl squinted one eye and called out, her voice sharp as summer rain. "Alec!" Loki rises with a wild flame in his eyes as everyone watches from the sidelines, breath held, while Alec pushes past his own limits, sweat glistening on his brow. Mana flickers out of Alec's body like the last breath from cracked lips. Genius or not, exhaustion claws at his voice, turning it into a raw, desperate cry. With teeth clenched and eyes blazing, the young man jerks his head up, fixing a fierce, wide-eyed stare straight ahead, like a storm gathering on the horizon, silent but electric. Rising with a trembling breath, Alec thrusts one arm high, gripping the lightning rod as wind howls and rain crashes from it, nature swirling wild for this final thunderous strike. Alex narrows his eyes, forehead creased, his face scratched and stinging under the harsh light ahead. I like that he's nothing like the man he was 4 years ago. Now he's just a helpless ex-court mage, lost without purpose, a sigh escaping into the stale air. The memory of the short-haired girl's words lingers. "If you need help, join us," she had whispered, her voice soft against the hum of distant machinery. There are only 3 of them, but together they could form a new squad. Long hair flowing behind her, the girl reaches out, her voice soft as she promises Alec that whenever the weight grows heavy, he can seek her. Her healing magic glows with gentle warmth. With a wide grin flashing his teeth, the boy proclaims that anyone but Alec, could handle anything thrown their way. 3 friends pounce on Alec at once, laughter spilling into the air as they tickle and hug him. Alec squirms, instinctively pushing them away, always trying to build his invisible wall. A man with a wild beard and flowing hair smiles, turning his head with a spark of curiosity, and asks softly, Show me your magic. Laughter burst from the group as they chanted their friend's name, voices sparkling with mischief, boasting that their gift was the very best of all. With a flick of his magic wand, Aleka summoned words that had trailed him for 4 years, whispered memories swirling in the air, forever reshaping his soul. Rain crashes against the stone wall where Alec and the monster stand, the air thick with the scent of wet stone, as above them a swirling black vortex tightens its grip on the sky. Without warning, a jagged bolt of lightning tore from the heart of the black hole. Determined not to let his friends down, the boy clenched his fists, heart pounding, resolve glimmering in his eyes. Frozen by shock, Mabel stares upward, mouth agape, elbows jutting forward, exhaustion shadowing her face as the monster crashes down. Tentacles spill out in a writhing, endless wave, squelching against the earth. Alex extends his hand, wand gleaming, summoning a thunderous beast. His face tightens, brows furrowed, every muscle braced for the storm to come. From the distant horizon, a magical creature with razor-sharp teeth bursts into view. Alec, heart pounding, looks away and manages to whisper just one word before fate intervenes. With a crack of thunder and a wild rush of air, the creature Alec summoned bursts forth. Massive and fearsome, it attacks the monster everyone fights, towering above the boss, fur bristling and jaws snapping. With a sharp sweep of his sword, the commander points ahead and leaps forward, boots pounding the earth, cutting through the air like a silent storm. Suddenly, the monster that everyone battled shattered into tiny pieces, scattering with a brittle snap and a sharp, smoky tang swirling through the air. Alec's fearsome beast snapped its jaws shut with a thunderous crash, swallowing the boss whole. Only a lone sword clattered to the ground where the monster once raged. The boy's body finally loosens, tilting back, then with a soft, empty thud, he collapses lifeless onto the cold floor. Alec lifted his head, still lying down, breathing in the bittersweet air of knowing there's comfort when someone depends on you. Eyes closed, a faint smile dances on his lips. Warmth spreads within as he admits, maybe, just maybe, things aren't so bad after all. Over him leans a short-haired girl, the scent of her shampoo brushing the air, her voice playful. Did you mean something addictive? She hopes he remembers that wild, reckless adventure the 4 of them began in the dungeon's gloom. He sits down, eyes tracing the gentle curve of her outstretched hand, the faint scent of wildflowers drifting between them as silence hums in the air. With a gentle strength, the short-haired girl lifts the boy, his weight leaning into her shoulder as she steadies him, her breath warm, the air filled with the scent of rain-soaked earth. Alec is truly back, the boy declares, his voice trembling with hope. The girl leans in, her breath catching. Is it true? She whispers, a hint of lavender in the air, her eyes shining with belief that he will shine once more. A warm smile spreads across Alex's face, eyes closed in perfect contentment, as voices echo, "Welcome back," blending with the joyful hum of returning home. Alec is drawn to the girl with cropped hair, her lips curving into a secret smile as she stands with eyes gently closed, radiating quiet mystery. A friend grins through a face dusted with scratches, leaning in and asking if the victory was for him, eyes dancing with hope. Curiosity sparks in Alex's eyes as he glances over his shoulder at his friend. Nearby, 2 girls, glowing with victory, share a joyful fist bump, laughter ringing bright as summer air. Oleg remembers his friend's voice whispering the rules, echoing like distant thunder. Whoever falls first loses, and punishment will follow, sharp as the scent of rain before a storm. With a raw, cracking voice, Oleg shouts, calling out his friend for knowing the danger yet just watching him fall. His friend, face tense, promises Olex won't walk away untouched by this storm between them. Not a demon, the boy insists. This time, fate turns against Alex, but mercy prevails. Eyes shut, he mutters thanks as a lone bead of sweat slides helplessly down his cheek. Alex's friend promises, from now on, no more secrets between them. The moment trouble stirs, one must speak up, not bury the storm within. Olex casts a silent, searching glance at his friend, eyes clouded with tangled worries. His friend gently murmurs not to drown in troubles. Let them handle it now, and solving them will become Olex's own strange penance. A soft chuckle escaped Alex as he sensed his friend never took him seriously, while the other, arms crossed tight over his chest, warned that in such a moment the punishment would be far more severe. Laughter bubbles up, insisting everything is just fine. A single tear, sparkling with mirth, slips down from one eye. A friend tilts his head, questioning if it's truly so, while the scent of fresh paper lingers. Deep down, Alec could at least offer thanks for such generosity. Eyes fixed on the scene, the girls stand in tense silence. Then a burst of laughter spills from the short-haired girl, bright and sudden as summer rain. With a rush of wind and a flash of silver hair, Loki swoops up behind the girls and announces loudly, laughter sparkling in his voice, that everyone did brilliantly. Suddenly the girls knock the boy off his feet and launch into a fierce beating, shoes thumping, hair flying, while Alec watches the chaos unfold from a distance, the noise echoing around him. Loki recalls the swirl of scents and sounds from all the magicians he's met, cloaks rustling, whispers crackling in smoky air, each sorcerer as different as the spell on their breath. Never once did he witness spells cast in unison. The clash of first-class swordplay and raw power sealed the moment, holding everyone in trembling pause, for without it, the second round would have already begun. Loki admits it was this boy who defeated him, yet he makes no move toward another fight, the air around him thick with unspoken tension and the scent of cold metal. A gentle smile dances on Alexi's lips as he extends his hand, the air tinged with excitement. He realizes Loki's plan worked, and the thrill of it all still lingers. Two men clasp hands, laughter mingling with the sound of hearty pats on each other's backs, a warm sense of camaraderie filling the air. Turning to the girl with the long hair, Alec's friend shares that Loki claimed the victory over the beast as his own. The scent of moss lingers as she softly asks if this means they owe him now. Laughter drifts as the boy and girl turn, calling their friend to join and asking her thoughts. Loki twists around, eyes gleaming, promising he understands and will repay them, despite these two forever arguing in a swirl of voices. Loki's eyes sparkled as he asked the team if they wanted proof. Naturally, he could deliver. Alec, catching the hint of something deeper in his voice, wondered what Loki truly meant. A man with flowing hair explains, "The path to knighthood smells of sweat and iron. One needs a recommendation from knights themselves and the approving nod of the guildmaster." With the scent of old wood in the air, the man apologizes for his delay and introduces himself as Rord, leader of the Red Commune. Alec, cheeks flushed, waves back awkwardly, when suddenly another voice calls out to him. Mabel darted near Alex and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. Nearby, a short-haired girl glared, her cheeks blooming red and her eyes wide with shock, thunder rumbling behind her stare. With a gentle smile, the girl introduced herself as Mabel, praising Alec's strength and inviting him to explore a new dungeon when a second girl with cropped hair burst out, "Mabel! That's our Mac you're talking to!" The Red Flower's envoy claims full responsibility for the advice, while Alex's friend, unenthused, mutters agreement. He doesn't care if it angers everyone, waiting quietly for his turn to join in, as Loki flatly refuses, lips tight with defiance. The Red Flower envoy asks whose side Mabel is really on. Mabel's voice quivers, laced with doubt. Am I truly so unreliable? Two boys and Mabel wave their arms, laughter echoing as they thank everyone for the support, adding with bright eyes that the Alex band is truly fantastic. Waving Team declares themselves a legendary band of ever-living corpses, their presence humming with eerie laughter and a whiff of cold dust lingering in the air. Laughter bursts from all four friends, mouths wide open, eyes squeezed shut with joy. Together, footsteps light, they march off, the adventure shimmering ahead. Westward Castle trials, a physicist's challenge, the saving of every flower. In a quiet town square, the girl jingles coins in disbelief. How could their ragtag team have bested a level 68 boss? The whole guild buzzes, voices echoing the legend that now walks among them. Laughter dances in her voice as she recalls how the guildmaster, lost in his work, forgot all his grand speeches. Alex notes the vast, ever-shifting dungeon waits below, while they long to lend a hand. Without a word, Alexei turned and slipped away from the girl, call her simply Misha, who, with a tilt of her head and a hopeful spark, wondered aloud what the boys had planned for today. With excitement sparkling in their eyes, the Electurni return, sharing joyful news. The four of them will finally have a vacation together, something they haven't had in ages. Alex froze, as if struck by lightning, eyes wide and locked ahead, a bead of sweat tracing his cheek. Nearby, the short-haired girl confessed, "Something restless is twisting inside my stomach." A girl with short hair says, today isn't her day off. Maybe another time. Alex explains, all he wanted was for her to show him around, his voice warm as he invites her to explore the city together. Alec admits he was so caught up in guild affairs, the rest of the world just slipped by. The short-haired girl flashes a confident grin and promises her help, claiming no one's seen more than she has, and she'll handle it with ease. A shiver ran through her hair as Ernest groaned about the ache in his stomach, insisting the races were impossible for him. She caught the scent of tension and replied, voice urgent, that pressing matters awaited her. A slender girl with cropped hair hurries after Alec, cheeks blazing with a flush like the sunset, every step betraying her nerves, her breath quick, her gaze sharp. With a gentle smile, Alec glances at the girl and says it's time to set off. She nods silently, her eyes bright and words unspoken, as the world around them hums with the promise of the road ahead. Short-haired and sparkling with a radiant grin, the girl declares Fizel a city of brave souls, where every heartbeat hums with adventure and possibility. For treasure hunters seeking weapons, armor, or trinkets at the best price, the bright chatter and clatter of the marketplace promise better finds than the still pricey halls of specialty shops. Alec catches a hint of caution in the girl's voice. There are many dishonest traders here, she warns, trying to trick newcomers with shoddy goods. A wry grin flickers on his lips. He's already seen their tricks. A twinkle in his eye, the man offers her a rare pill, 100 gold for 10 days of swirling, unstoppable energy. She squeals with delight, the promise of such magic making her heart race and her breath catch. Rough fingers wrapped around her wrist, she's swept along, barely keeping pace as his urgent steps thunder against the earth, the air sharp with fear and the scent of crushed grass. Oleg says he's already been to the market, so he suggests they grab groceries and then stroll back here together with everyone, laughter bubbling in the air. Elga shifts uneasily, her cheeks tinged with warmth, yet she finally nods in quiet agreement with the boy, the air trembling with her reluctant consent. Yesterday, Elha confessed, she urged Ernest and Roshia to buy everything they needed, the soft rustle of shopping bags still echoing in her memory. Ernest alone was caught up with the swords, while Gracia twirled and giggled, her fingers lost in the soft fur of a little teddy bear. Ernest and Krasia limped home with arms full of junk, drawing a fierce glare from EHLH. Her voice cracked like thunder as she ordered them to return it and stop wasting money on rubbish. Ernest promised it would all be useful one day, while Krasia, twisting her hands and kicking at dust, insisted she hadn't spent a coin. She'd just gathered treasures from the street. Embarrassment colors Ola's cheeks as she confesses, they don't even know how to handle money properly. Olex hears resolve in her voice. She's finally decided to take responsibility herself. For Elga, the scent of fresh rain blends with laughter as she marvels. Having a friend like Alex is a rare blessing, joy sparkling in her eyes. A shimmering elven ribbon catches the girl's eye, its aroma laced with forest dew. She leans in, curiosity sparkling, and asks softly, what wonders such a rare thing can do. Alec, intrigued, wonders aloud if it's just an accessory, while Elha whispers that these ribbons amplify magic, her voice carrying the longing of someone searching for years. Fingers trembling, she leans closer, her breath catching as she reads the tiny sign. 50,000 gold gleams, promising and impossible, shimmer in her widened eyes. Elha weighs her options, the price dancing just beyond her reach, yet the thought buzzes. If she lets these cassettes slip away now, the chance might never come again. Just then, while Elga drifts in her thoughts, the boy's hand quietly stretches forward, the clink of a few gold coins echoing as they slip into the steward's palm. With a shy glance, she lifts her eyes, voice barely above a whisper, as she asks if Alec is truly certain about what he's done. Alex insists he's certain of it. Magic from the girl weaves half the success of his team, bright as sparks dancing on midnight air. Grateful, LHA accepts the ribbons from the elf, promising to use them with the utmost care, her fingers lingering on the silky fabric as if it held a whisper of magic. Down the bustling street, a boy and a girl strolled together. Alpha claimed he had foreseen this day in a fortune, their coins clinking as they bought potions, while the beauty once tried mixing her own, but it fizzled away in vain. Crunching on snacks, Elha and Alec shared quiet laughs, crumbs in their hair, then wandered to the grand library, eager sense of old pages pulling them into worlds beyond the shelves. Bathed in golden light atop the tower, Alex gazed out and marveled how the entire road to the dungeon lay open below. He turned to Elphazel and asked if this dazzling view stirred her heart. Alec insists it's fun here. The city buzzes with life, so different from the garden, and he truly feels like an explorer. Sudden knocking echoes, making Elle glance at the boy, ready to rap her knuckles on his head. With a gentle smile, she admits she longs to hear his answer again, hoping her wish isn't selfish, but simply the heart's soft whisper carried on the evening air. The aroma of ancient parchment lingered as she recalled how, in Cardan, she invited him to join their group. He left his post as court mage behind, stepping eagerly into adventure at their side. That's why worry sometimes flickers in the girl's eyes. Could he be pushing himself too far, running to the point where even her gentle words can't catch up? Elic announces with certainty. Among the townspeople, not a single matter remains unsettled, yet a deep sense of wretchedness clings to him and stirs unease in his chest. With eyes lowered, Elic admits the quest for greatness is a worthy dream. Ernest would say, the thought brushing past isn't so bad, especially now that Elhea and Kraja are reunited. He breathes in relief, heart fluttering. Wiping tears from her cheeks, she confides how they held each other up, keeping despair at bay. Alec bursts out laughing, admitting he's never heard the story told quite like that before. She whispers that her words sparked it all. Now she is the leader, and endless days feel empty without the scent, the voices, and the presence of all four of them together. Elha beams with joy, her laughter light as spring rain, saying how grateful she is. Alec belongs to those rare souls who know how to lift others up when their spirits falter. With a gentle smile, Alex Pacis met her gaze, the air tingling between them as he confessed, voice trembling softly, that all he ever wanted was to open his heart and share the truth of his feelings. Bathed in golden rays, the girl gazes ahead, her cheeks blush deeper, glowing with the warmth of sunlight. As Alex begins to speak, the girl's cheeks glow with a gentle blush, and she tilts her head, quietly asking what he wishes to say. Admitting defeat, Alex confesses the quarrel with Ernest ended badly for him. In the hushed final moments, he promised to return and talk through Ernest's troubles, his voice trembling with unfinished concern. Her smile blooms wide, and in that moment her cheeks glow with an even deeper rosy blush. Awkwardly, Oleksy admits it was a promise made between men, murmuring an apology for pulling the girl into this swirling business. Elle turns away and the boy, frowning, asks if something is wrong. Maybe her stomach hurts. With a forced smile, she insists she's fine, hiding her trembling hands behind her back. Returning to the scene, the team froze, stunned by what they saw, eyes wide, their gazes locked in disbelief on this man's face, as the air filled with the sharp tang of fear and whispered questions. As the team stepped closer, the bearded man with wild hair caught sight of the girl and boy, and with a gust of relief in his voice, said they'd finally returned. Alec, wary, wondered if he truly wanted to see them, but the man replied, his words heavy, "It concerns only the boys." With a quick glance at Alex, the man murmurs that a guest awaits him in the old house, shadows gathering and the air thick with the scent of dust and anticipation. As footsteps echoed in the hallway, a man confessed that once this person stepped inside, he planned to speak. Something about this visitor gnawed at Oleksi's nerves. Alder steps closer, his voice curious. Was Alec waiting for someone? The teammates' faces tense, mirroring cows right before a storm breaks, nostrils flaring in uneasy silence. El Kahia keeps asking questions, his voice curious, as he wonders if the man is an old friend from Gardon, searching the stranger's face for memories hidden in the folds of time. "It's about time Alex paid that person a visit," the man said, his voice tight with impatience. Any longer, and irritation would bloom like wildfire. Alit gently wraps his fingers around the doorknob, the metal cool, and eases the door open, stepping softly into a room aglow with golden light. Before the door stands a sharp-faced man with long black hair, his gaze fixed forward, silent and intent, as if listening for a whisper beyond the wood. Surprise flickers in Alec's eyes as he recognizes the man, Cairo Bogdan. Confusion gnaws at him, wondering what business a noble from Gordon could possibly have in a place like this. With a joyful smile, Alec bows low, his heart bright with reunion after so long apart. Sir Vaughn leans in, curiosity sparking in his eyes, and asks if Alec is truly the fabled messenger. Surprise flickers in the man's widening eyes as he demands why Alec hid his plans for murder, even though he'd clearly been plotting this for ages. Alec only narrows his gaze, certain the man already knows every dark intention. Standing tall, Olex asks with steady respect if the man truly believes Alec could ever do such a thing, his voice calm but a storm of doubt flickering in his eyes. Head bowed, breath trembling, the man sighs and agrees. Luck just never seems to find him, he admits, defeat lingering in the air like cold mist. Alex admits doubt lingered in his heart, yet despite the shadows, the group welcomed him as a mage, magic humming in the air, hope flickering in his gaze. A sharp turn of his head, eyes narrowed with suspicion. He demands once more about the mage, insisting Alec is wrong, his tone slicing through the air with trembling certainty. The man notices the fighter's wounds have healed, and he planned to teach him wisdom, yet even with Alex, he found himself powerless, his hopes dissolving like smoke in a silent room. On this day, surrounded by the usual hum of activity, he also breathes in the role of exporter, shoulders tense with the weight of added responsibility. Alagas arches his brows in surprise and wonders if the master is here now. The man answers with a broad, knowing grin. The air trembles as he insists. This man is set on finishing something vital, every word carrying the scent of urgency and the hum of unfinished business. Fingers slip into a secret pocket and draw out a letter. He says the king himself entrusted it to him, and a soft warmth in Alec's eyes betrays newfound fondness for the royal family. Eyes locked on the letter, Alex keeps silent. Then, with a steady voice, asks if it's a royal decree. The man shrugs, replying he'd heard this was just a petition. The air trembled with a quiet apology meant for his son. A hesitant bridge, perhaps, a first brave step toward reconciliation. Alec asks that his message reach the Lord. 4 years is a long road, yet the Lord has granted him a kindness he will never forget. Curiosity flickered in Isla's voice. Where was his lordship now? The man murmured of a hidden arena, christened long ago by a bearded stranger, echoing with secrets beneath the ground. Calling it utter nonsense, the man insists it's a worthless waste of time, his voice sharp with disbelief, hands slicing the air in restless protest. Alec leans in, his voice trembling, asking if the man truly means what he says, searching his eyes for a flicker of honesty. Classroom scents linger on the lower floor. Alec spins toward the exit, footsteps sharp, but Elha's call tugs him back through the murmur of voices. A sharp note of worry colors Elka's face as she quietly asks if the boy is all right, her eyes wide and searching for any sign of pain or comfort. With a grin lighting up his face, Alex turns and promises he'll just even the score. As he climbs the stairs, his voice trails back. "Wait for me, Elhad. Don't go anywhere." In the vast underground arena, thick with swirling dust and the scent of earth, a lone man stands at its heart, his silhouette carved against the hazy golden mist. Alex fixes his gaze ahead, the air taut with anticipation, while behind him stands Sir Vu Gyang, his voice cutting through the hush as he declares his father once demanded the kingdom's order must change. If His Majesty the King has chosen this path, then surely it rings true. This man's words hung in the air, crisp and sure, like the clang of a bell at dawn. Suddenly he spins around, jaw clenched, declaring through gritted teeth that this is his only choice. With a sharp jab of his finger, the boy insists they were chosen from birth, brushing off anyone else's words as nonsense, his voice ringing with the certainty of destiny. Confused and wounded, the young man wonders why his father cast him aside and now mocks him so openly. Were his past 15 years just a cruel lie? With a trembling voice, he begs his father to stop pretending he doesn't understand. "No one plays games with me," he declares, voice echoing sharp and proud. Challenge cracking in the air, daring anyone to try, but not with him, never with him. Suddenly, exhaustion hit. The boy's breath came in quick bursts, sweat dripping down his cheeks as a single tear slipped free, while Alex, spine straight, quietly watched from the sidelines. Shouting fills the air as the boy's voice cracks. How can ordinary people die just like everyone else? He turns to his father, pain sharp in his words, and claims no one could ever feel what churns inside him. Words tangle on Alex's tongue. He can't grasp a thing, can't imagine what storms beat in that other boy's chest, nor why this truth presses down so heavily on his own heart. "That's all I can tell you," Oleg says quietly. And every word he speaks is so hopelessly wrong, the other boy thinks, his hands trembling with disbelief. With a hint of frustration sharpening his words, the man claims Alec hears nothing, lost behind a wall of silence, so he lets explanations drift away. Now, at last, they'll settle everything right here. Fury flares in the man's voice as he demands if Alec truly expects him to endure such nonsense, barking for him to stop with the lies and spitting out the word commoner like an insult. Calmly gazing ahead, Alex notices the hush in the air and realizes there's not much that separates them after all. A sharp wave of his hand cut the air, his voice firm, each word laced with finality, refusing to accept or reconsider. Not a single reason for change flickered in his eyes. The air trembled as he turned to Pierre Wagonand, voice low and rough. "Keep that promise to yourself," he murmured, sharp and urgent, every word hanging heavy between them. Fierce conviction burns in his eyes as he denies the need for change, vowing to prove with his own hands that he is right, letting his words ring clear and proud through the tense air. "So that's you," the boy with clenched fists and weapon gleaming, daring Alec aloud to face your challenge, the echo ringing in the air, pulsing with reckless hope. Frozen in place, Alec watched as the unknown boy dashed toward him, footsteps pounding, the air buzzing with the rush of his approach. Eyes fixed ahead, the boy stands solid and still. Servan leans against the wall, arms folded tight, while Alec turns away, frowning, gaze flickering sideways, tension crackling in the silent air. Out of nowhere, steel whistles through the air. Someone lunges at Alec with twin blades, but he twists gracefully, parrying the strike with a shower of sparks. Twin swords flash as the boy readies to strike, yet Alec freezes. His eyes catch something strange, a chill of wonder racing through him. With each swift strike, the boy asks questions that leave Alec stunned. He's seen ancient relics before, but never anything like this. The air hums, the clang of metal rings wild and new in his ears. Alec's halted, eyes searching the empty space ahead. Memories flickered to life like sparks, each one woven with the boy who haunted his past. A stranger grips a long sword, eyes scanning the air with quiet intensity, and calls out, asking if anyone dares him to choose another weapon. Alec stands nearby, the clang of steel in the air, and notes how the heavy sword weighs awkwardly in the boy's arms. Lighter twin blades, he suggests, would dance better in his grip. The young man lifts his sword, forged by the finest smith in King's Landing, no longer just a weapon, but a masterpiece gleaming in his hands, cold steel humming with silent promise. Gratitude warmed Alex as he remembered Dauphin's reverence for his old swords. So deep, he never let anyone suggest a replacement. Olex lets out a quick, dry chuckle, his lips barely parted as his gaze stays fixed ahead. Doffer lunges again and again, breath ragged, his blade slicing the air. That's when Alec slips aside with the grace of a shadow, each attack missing him by a whisper. Suddenly, the Dauphin leapt to the side but crashed to the ground, while Alec stood steady, 2 feet planted, quietly watching the Dauphin struggle in the dust. Alex turned to Servan, the air scented with tension, and asked if this was his doing. Servan, tilting his head, asked the Lord what he had done to his majesty. Servan insists Alec shouldn't question the defense's successes, just check their strength, nothing more, the man mutters with a weary certainty. With arms folded across his chest and head tilted forward, the man stares ahead, puzzled by Dauphin's stubborn silence. If the man is so defiant, why not explain his actions? Rising to his feet, Dauphin clenches his small swords, knuckles white, as the man notes with a hint of awe. Among his people, only this one dares to chase victory alone. A deep breath escapes the boy as he stares ahead. Alex admits that Delphin's fierce resolve could make anyone envious, but suddenly Delphin waves him off and strides away, his footsteps echoing in the cool air. Delphine lunges again and again, relentless as thunder, while Aliette parries each strike with trembling arms and only a slender magic wand flashing in her grip. Dauphin scans the room, brows knotted and lips pressed tight in thought, while Alec catches something unseen. His eyes widen with a rush of surprise, breath caught mid-air. With a sudden upward swing, Dauphin uses his smaller size to his advantage. Darting low and striking, again and again, he topples foes twice his height. With a sharp whistle of air, Delphine lunges at Alec, but Alec slips back, defending himself with his magical staff. Servan glances around and wonders aloud if anyone present thinks either boy is truly that foolish. Foolish leaders irk him. The empty chatter of those in power fills the air with a bitter taste he cannot stand. Saravin claimed he'd taught Dofa the art of the sword so that steel could sing between them, and Dofa might someday stand strong against Alec. Dauphin lunges forward, blades flashing as he strikes at Gladion. Something cracks, stone splinters fly, scattering from Alec with a sharp rattling sound. A serene smile flickered on Alec's lips, unfazed. Then, as steel met resistance, a sharp crack split the air. A blade pierced something, and a web of cracks crept from the wound. A glowing star sparkled at the heart of the circle that flared up around Alec. He stood amid swirling debris, gripping his magic wand, the air humming with shards and silent power. Delphis stands still, drawing in a deep breath as the cool air fills his lungs, his eyes locked ahead, each heartbeat teaching him the quiet art of endurance. A sharp breath catches in Dauphin's chest as the weight of all that happened presses down. He begins, voice trembling, to reveal why he's alive, but his words fade, unfinished, swallowed by the hush. A breath of royal command lingered as Alex announced, Emperor Myron himself had ordered him to protect the dolphin, a duty etched with honor and silent promise. With Alec banished, determination burned in his chest as he pressed on toward the 30th floor, breath ragged, footsteps echoing. All that remained was to run, while Alec, broken and wounded, lay defeated, the will to fight drained from his body. One day, Dofas stumbled upon a note, its paper still carrying Alex's hurried scent, the words trembling as if just whispered into the world. Fingering the parchment, Oleg asked again about the memorandum. Delphet nodded, the sharp-pointed words ringing true. It wasn't just about the dungeon. Every move Delphet made was calculated, every breath considered. Dofa fancied himself a true genius. He asked Vaughn if every detail had been shared with Alec, but in the end, Dofa brushed Alec aside, determined to bring this story to its final, resounding end. Doffer narrows his eyes at Alec, suspicion thick in his voice, demanding what he's done, accusing not her, but Alec, the so-called genius, and again, coldly insists he won't accept him. With a firm order, Dauphin asks Alec to bring out his ancient relics. Alec closes his eyes, letting Dauphin's voice flow over him as he weaves tales of those treasured artifacts. Alec proclaims the end of heaven and earth. Then a massive sword blazes into his grip, the cold metal humming as his fingers tighten fiercely around the hilt. Olex insists Dauphin already knows. He just can't do it as well as Olex does, but still he keeps trying, stubbornly fumbling forward, determination flickering in his wary eyes. May I ask just one question? Olek's voice trembles in the candlelit hall, the scent of old parchment heavy. Does your majesty truly believe the kingdom must change its course? Dofez shares how his father, eager to learn what ordinary people could do, decided to send Dofez into this cold, echoing dungeon with Alex. Dufan says Alec was just a pawn, the bitter scent of betrayal hanging in the air, used to force Dauphin's father to make a choice. To Olek, it all made sense. The king truly treated him like his own son. Delphas murmured that Lachey's deep hurt was clear at last, for now the motive behind it stood revealed. To Alex, everything is the opposite. Those 4 years he once called wasted turned out priceless, the greatest reward he could ever dream of, while Dofa gazes ahead, wonder sparkling in her eyes. Curiosity sparked in Servan's eyes as he lifted his gaze and stared intently ahead, breath caught, eager to see what lay beyond the haze. With a swift grip on his sword hilt, Alec nods, the cool steel steady in his palm as he reassures everyone. Everything is fine. Alex plants his feet wide, arms heavy at his sides, weapons hanging still. He stands like a statue, braced for what comes next. Count Fen and Servogn peer ahead, brows arched high and eyes wide as saucers, surprise etched deep into every line of their faces. Eyes locked on the horizon, Alex declares his intent to strike. Regulus! The name crackles in the air as fury swells within him, a drop of sweat tracing his cheek, a single tear shining in his gaze. Servan leans against the cold wall, arms folded tight across his chest, eyes locked ahead, unmoved by the boy's wild shouts and feigned confusion, his presence calm and unbreakable as stone. Doftan's upbringing and values punish him now. He lies on the cold earth, lips pressed tight, while the boy crawls forward, dragging himself with silent, desperate determination. Curled on the cold floor, fear trembling in his breath, Dauphin gazes up at Alec towering above. Alec's sword glints, poised mid-air, while Dauphin's heart whispers, I came here to be punished. Suddenly Alex lowers his sword. A thunderous explosion erupts where Dauphin was just standing, shaking the ground beneath his feet and filling the air with smoke and the sharp smell of burning metal. Servan, stunned by what just happened, widens his eyes. Alex stands amid swirling dust, sword lowered, its sharp blade glinting beside the doffet, yet the man remains untouched. Curiosity flickered in Dauphin's eyes as he leaned closer, the faint scent of leather and rain mingling in the air. What drove Alec to do this? He wondered aloud. Suddenly, Doffat's cry pierced the air. Why did Alec Eglet spare him? Was it mercy? He wondered, searching Alec's eyes for a reason beneath the lingering scent of fear. Rising shakily, Dauphin's voice trembles. What did you do to Alec? He insists Lafake never treated him with respect, never once, not from the very start. Dofef collapses onto the earth once more, voice trembling as he mourns. I don't know what to do next. While Alec stands nearby, silently watching every shiver and sigh that escapes Dofef's lips. Dofa bows his head, admitting softly, with a trembling breath, that he doesn't know who he truly is. Teeth gritted, tears streaming down his cheeks, Dauphin's voice trembles as he asks what to do next, how to tell good from evil. He admits, lost and weary, that he understands nothing and knows not a single thing. Tears burst louder from Dopam, belief in himself crumbling as he landed here. Alec, always right, stood over him with a gaze full of quiet, unmistakable pity. A fool once believed that if Alec had heard him, or if anything had happened to him, his father's heart might have softened and changed. Fur clings to him as he rolls in the grass, freeing himself with slow, deliberate movements. Only like this does he truly feel the wild pulse of his own nature. Lifting his head to the sky, Dauphin's eyes shimmer with tears as he asks why Alec looks at him that way, his voice trembling in the quiet air. The doe, aflame and fuming, suddenly lets out a shrill cry, ordering Alec to explain himself, who he is and what he's meant to do. Rising with quiet steadiness, Alex asks why Dauphin is questioning him, and Dauphin's eyes widen, searching Alex's face in silent surprise. A relaxed smile blooms on her lips as the young man quietly insists he won't laugh at another's misfortune. This world is just a fleeting echo in the grand theater of life. Alex claims he came just to mock the dolphin, expecting only to trade sharp insults, but now anger surges through him, hot and heavy, surprising even himself. Perched on the floor, Delphine looked up and offered Alec quiet words of wisdom, his voice gentle in the hush, like a breeze brushing old stone. Alec keeps chattering, a strange thrill fizzing through him. Everything feels unreal. Meanwhile, Dauphin peers up with sharp curiosity, then suddenly bows his head and squeezes his eyes shut tight. Gritting his teeth, Dauphin murmurs an apology. Alex's eyes fly open wide, astonished, as if a cold wind just brushed past. The boy asks again. The defenders erupt with angry shouts, their voices sharp as breaking glass, demanding if Alec is finally satisfied now. With a gentle scratch on his cheek, Oleksii insists he isn't mocking anyone. Uncertainty tinges his voice as he admits there's no use asking what to do next, since he's just as lost. All his life, Alex realized, he'd been busy saving himself, lost in the clamor of his own heart, uncertain who he truly was or what choices he'd made, sure only that such questions should never belong to someone else. With a gentle smile dancing on his lips, Olex gazes ahead and suggests the dolphin listen to its heart and choose the right path on its own. Flower dust lingers in the air as the man in the pastry costume sits cross-legged, assuring everyone he's fine, though confusion swirls. Why is he even talking to Alex? Twisting through shimmering waves, the dolphin turns to Servan standing aside and, with a soft splash and hopeful eyes, pleads for something only he can give. Fingers trembling, Dauphin clutches the cloak and murmurs that he's returning it, confessing the fabric has lingered with him all this time, carrying secrets and the scent of old promises. Dauphin extends the letter with trembling hands, asking Alec to read his father's words. The seat of court magician will always await Alec, fragrant with old parchment and hope. Dofa says the king wishes to apologize in person too, her words floating on a gentle hush. And then, with a soft smile, she asks for the cloak still clutched in his hands, its fabric warm with memory. Alex declares the robe useless to him now and, with a swift movement, hands the man back his letter, the rustle of paper echoing his resolve. Alex confides that his new group clings to him, unwilling to let go, and the ache in his chest tells him he couldn't return even if longing flooded his every step. With a sharp turn, the Dauphin tore his gaze away, muttering something guttural. At once, the young man strode for the door, breezing past with a note. Since they were bound for King's Landing, the man had no reason to linger here. A sharp voice slices through the air. Why does Alex show such open contempt for His Majesty's hospitality? Sunshine flickers in Aleka's smile as he wonders aloud if it's too late to talk this over with the Dauphin. After all, he's just an ordinary soul in the bustling crowd. Teeth clenched, Dauphin turned away and muttered with a bitter edge that Alec inspired nothing in him but cold indifference. A smile blossoms on Alex's face as the two boys part ways. He admits he's no fan of fools either, relieved that at last they're thinking alike. Suddenly, a sharp wail rippled through the small house, echoing off the walls and calling out for Alec. Isekai'D dozes peacefully, a book resting over his closed eyes, while Ernest studies him intently, toothbrush dangling from his lips, listening to the soft rhythm of Oleg's gentle breaths. With a sudden yank, Ernest whips the blanket from under Alec. He bolts upright, books crashing to the floor in a wild clatter. Ernest warns, his voice sharp, that if Alec doesn't rise at once, he'll strike. A battered book thudded to the floor and Alec glanced down. Ernest, brimming with resolve, remarked that reading habits should improve before dawn crept in, while Alec tilted his head back, sheepish grin appearing as he awkwardly scratched his neck in apology. Morning breaks with Ernest gently nudging Alec. Up, wash up, time for breakfast. Real adventurers chase the dawn, he says, voice bright as kettle steam. After eating, Alec can't help but notice his friend is truly peculiar. Sliding his breakfast across the table, Alec reminds it's just their usual morning ritual and suggests sorting everything out over food. Ernest shoots him a grin, teasing that he always says exactly that. The whole team gathered in the sun-dappled clearing, blades gleaming as Alec and Ernest danced in a flurry of swordplay, laughter, and shouts mingling with the song of distant birds. Elhat turns, eyes sweeping the misty distance while behind her, a long-haired girl expertly trains with her bow, asking if morning drills aren't a bit much. Erna laughs, saying close combat weapons are the true tools of a warrior. 4 years of battle-hardened difference stretch like a chasm between Alex and his friend. Ernest dodges Alex's strike with graceful ease, while Alex feels the need to close that daunting gap. With a swift arc, Alec lifts his sword high, steel ringing as he deflects his friend's attack. Ernest shouts above the clash, "Now!" The clash sparks between friends. Alex blocks blow after blow, muscles straining as his rival's relentless attacks slice through the charged, dusty air. Eyes meet, sparks flying between two friends, their faces set with unbreakable resolve, neither willing to give an inch, tension thrumming in the air like a taut string. Out of nowhere, Zlezuyev strikes his comrade, shattering his sword in two with a sharp crack that echoes through the smoky air. Two girls watch in wide-eyed wonder as the shattered shard of a bullet clinks to the ground beside their grandfather, echoing through the tense air. Curiosity flickered in Ernest's eyes. How different were their journeys, standing now before Alec, a true monster in every sense. Confusion prickled inside Alex, watching his friend slip away again and again. Today, he vowed, was the moment the tables would finally turn. Ernest smirks, saying Alec would need 100 more years of training to beat a rival his own level with the ancient relics. Elgag steps between them, voice stern, warning that constant wounds and relentless practice bring real harm. Loki appears in a flash, the air tingling with his arrival, impressed by their morning sweat and energy. He chuckles, offering to coach them himself, boasting of his S-rank mastery if they dare accept. Every pair of eyes shifted to Loki, the air thick with anticipation as the squad fixed their full attention on him. The team turned on their heels, boots drumming against the stone as they walked away from Loki. A girl with a waterfall of hair asked if they trained together below, and Ernest admitted his heart ached for the 66th floor. A tiny card flickers into Loki's hand. With a sly grin, he announces it was his hand that shaped the team now clinging to the lower rungs of the ranking. As Ernest and Elsa spin around, they freeze, eyes wide, mouths agape, breath caught on the edge of a gasp, staring ahead in shock. Elga moved closer to Loki, reaching out for the card, her breath uneven. Loki's voice danced in the air. Did she truly need it that much? He wasn't sure if he should give it up at all. A sharp smack lands on Loki's head. Someone's hand. Krista stands behind him, her voice curious. Is Loki your child? Alex and Elsa exchange astonished glances, catching the scent of tension as their eyes settle on the girl, recognizing the leader of the group in her steady gaze. With a gentle smile, Christina apologizes for Loki, her hand trembling slightly as she holds out the card, her voice soft as she explains they're here on behalf of the Guildmaster. Excitement buzzed through the team as they watched Eli prepare to share the message. The card's ink carried little Rose's fragrant approval of endless days for promotion, sealed by Guildmaster Fizella's bold signature. Elsa bursts out with joy, eyes squeezed shut. Ernest steps closer to Elkan, eager for a reveal, while Elkan steps aside, a sly smile dancing on his lips as he watches them both. Krista turns to Alec, her voice trembling as she announces that only S-rank teams may enter the Architect's Dungeon, a place darker, deeper, and far deadlier than any Alec has faced before, echoing with unseen dangers. Should trouble appear, Christina urges Alec to reach out. She promises to rush to their side, her words warm as a mother's embrace and sure as a heartbeat in the dark. With a hesitant smile and eyes fixed ahead, Oleksiy finally reaches out his hand. They clasp tightly, palms warm and strong. Oleksiy promises, his voice soft, that this moment will stay with him forever. Loki spins back to Elha, a spark in his eyes, and suggests they celebrate their new Class S status with a festive dinner. Elha grins, the thought already dancing on her tongue, and agrees with delight. Ernest Alakon admitted, with a rumble in his stomach, that they were both hungry. Loki grinned. Food would wait, but his unfinished business called him away, and he turned to leave with a flicker of mischief in his eyes. Eyes fixed ahead, Crystal notes how Loki stands empty of plans and purpose as two guys grab him by the arms, dragging him away. One throws back with a smirk that Crystal is quite the comedian. Empty streets echo under their footsteps as Alec carries Elha, and Ernest sighs. He's eaten too much. Sure, Pecos's rank is the highest. Alec remembers Loki's quiet tears glistening at their goodbye. Ernest can't help but notice. Krasia devoured twice as much food as the boys, then vanished. Alex chimes in, muttering that the long-haired girl is nothing short of a demon. Ike glances back, feeling the gentle weight of the woman asleep against his back. Her breath smells of strong liquor, and Ernest grins, finding the whole scene wildly amusing. With a toothpick clenched between his teeth, Ernest notes how Elga's eyes sparkled with pride at becoming an Albalis, and how lucky they are that Alex stayed with them instead of joining the king. A single tear slips down Alex's cheek as he glances at his friend, shifting awkwardly and quietly, pleading with Ernest to let the subject rest. Only Alec and Elhack could pull this off, Ernest declares with a proud grin. But if Ernest himself were here, Alec would stand no chance. Alec just laughs and calls for Ernest to join the fun next time. Somewhere far away, Krasia stands with her arm outstretched, a star-etched circle glowing on her skin as she whispers, summoning the gentle, fragrant magic of healing that hums in the air. Scratches and bruises sprawl across his skin, but in a blink, every wound melts away. He exhales, relief blooming as if fresh spring air brushed his face. Crimson hair glimmering in the candlelight, a girl approaches Krasia, gratitude trembling in her voice amid the moans and sharp smell of ointment. She thanks her deeply, and Krasia smiles softly, saying she was happy to help. Krasia turns away, her eyes catching the pain that fills the room, the scent of blood thick in the air, and quietly wonders if all these wounded souls were once burning with the same fierce anger. The man healed by Krasia looks into her eyes, her name trembling on his lips, and asks softly if she truly heard nothing at all. Sitting by the crackling fire, he explained that it wasn't demons, but members of a shadowy organization, the Dark Guild, who attacked, their name whispered among adventurers like a cold warning in the night. In a spacious library, humming with whispers and footsteps, Alec fixates on the battered book in his hands, a long-hunted treasure, cradling the secrets of Arcadia's dungeons, its pages smelling of dust and adventure. Collapsing onto the chair, Alex breathes in the stale scent of anxiety and realizes 4 years have slipped by without true growth. Now knowledge must flood his mind if he hopes to catch up with the team's rhythm. With a weary sigh, the young man rests his head on the cool table, eyes fixed ahead, and calls out to Alec. "You're a real go-getter, Buchan," he teases, catching the steady rustle of papers in Alec's hands. Alec lifts his gaze, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he peers ahead, asking if the stranger truly means him. The boy replies, softly uttering Alec's full name, confessing he's waited all day for this moment. A warm apology slips from Alec's lips as he admits he got lost in the pages, and quietly asks the boy's name, his voice gentle as a breeze stirring old paper. Without sharing his name, he pointed toward a terrace cafe beside the library, musing aloud that their parfait was heavenly, creamy sweetness swirling in the air, a delight for any lover of desserts like him. Later, Alec sat in the cafe, gentle fingers curled around a warm cup, while his companion hungrily reached for a fourth, coffee aroma swirling between bursts of laughter and clinking porcelain. With a burst of energy, the youth called to the waitress, requesting 5 more servings of the special Katsushitsuki parfait. Oleg, wide-eyed, wondered aloud why he still hadn't tasted even one. Alexander sips from his cup, doubt flickering in his eyes. Was that boy mocking him? With a quiet breath, he suggests they get down to business. 5 bowls of special parfait arrived, creamy and cold, carried by the waiter. Laughter bubbled up as the boy beamed with gratitude, thanking the girl with sparkling eyes. With a swift motion, the young man pops a hefty spoonful of parfait into his mouth, chews lightning fast, gulps it down, then extends his hand in introduction. Luok, a member of the nameless S-Class squad. A sudden cough bursts from Alec as the drink burns his throat. Luke Golg grins, noting Alec's quick reflexes and declaring him a man of true merit. News of the squad's return from a raid, crowned with an S rating, reached Lulog's ears, a whisper of glory, and now curiosity tingled within him. Who was this Alec that everyone spoke of? Alec sits lost in thought, eyes fixed ahead, lips pressed in a silent line. His voice breaks the stillness. How will it all end? What had Lufold managed to understand after just one meeting? With a sparkle in his eyes, Luprog declares Alec unmatched at mending every flaw. Now, deep in the labyrinth's heart, he urges them to join in, his voice echoing with hope and the promise of order. In a distant hospital wing, a girl with flowing hair spins around, her voice trembling as she demands news of another lost soul, the sterile air thick with worry and the buzzing lights sharp above her head. Step by step, the copy follows Leviel, as the man insists the wounded woman's name is Olivia, from the nameless squad. Darkness clings to her story. When she was alone, the Dark Guild struck, and Krasia's voice trembles asking, "Are her wounds grave?" Tilting her head back, Livy catches a hint of metallic blood in the air and realizes the girl's wounds run deep. There's no way she'll rejoin her unit anytime soon. The cramped room fills with a quiet rustle as a man and a long-haired girl step inside. On the bed, a bandaged girl lies silent, the faint scent of medicine thick in the air. The girl lies still, eyes closed, as Grace bends over her. Leviel voices regret for asking this favor, but Grace softly assures her in a whisper like a warm breeze that it's all right. Pushing aside the bandages, Cracia inspects sword wounds mapping her skin, each a burning whisper, and decides her foe was no ordinary fighter, but a true master of the blade. With gentle hands, Cracia lifts her palm to Olivia's lips, listening for her breath. The scent of iron and ash lingers as she readies healing magic, hoping to make Olivia strong enough for the coming magical torrent. Realizing that she must stay the night, a longing to reach Eltsa wells up inside Cracia, just as a strong, unfamiliar hand suddenly grips her wrist. Olivia blinked awake, fingers laced with crazies, and whispered, voice trembling, "Where are we now?" Wide-eyed, Crazio stares at the girl, the scent of old parchment sharp in the air, realizing they stand in the guild hall. The guild master's voice echoes softly, urging him to heal Olivia. Wide-eyed, Crazia asks if Olivia remembers the swirling chaos. News had spread that Olivia was ambushed by the Dark Guild in the echoing, damp dungeon corridors. Olivia's bandaged hand clenches the sheets with a fierce grip. As she sits up, pain curving her back, she starts speaking of betrayal, voice trembling through the thick hush of the room. With a harsh whisper, Crazia warns that if the girl wants to survive, she must stay. Olivia's voice cuts through, commanding them to tend to her wounds now. Olivia glances away, her voice gentle as she wonders if Cracia has come to help. She adds she must stand by her team, a hint of determination flickering in her eyes. As she protests, her head shakes wildly, hair whipping like a storm. Olivia watches in astonishment as Cassia stands defiantly before her, breath quivering in the tense air. Cracia warns that if Olivia strains herself like this, things will only get worse. She senses S-level power in her but sighs. Olivia doesn't even know the simplest spell. Olivia darts toward Crazia, her voice bright and eager, claiming she's a support mage, her cloak swirling, and presses to know what Crazia truly understands about swordsmen. Suddenly, Olivia's fingers loosen, bright clothes slipping to the floor as she collapses onto the bed, breath shallow, lost to the world. Madwoman fixes her eyes on Olivia, lets out a shaky breath of relief, and tugs off her gloves with her teeth, the leather snapping softly. Warm droplets fell as Crazia squeezed the cloth, her hands gentle as she settled Olivia into comfort, then softly washed her with slow, tender movements, the scent of clean water filling the air. Old scars and fresh wounds weave a rough map across Olivia's skin. Crazia senses stories of pain and survival, the air thick with memories that have not yet faded. Through the clang of steel and the heavy scent of sweat, Crazia measures her foe. This nameless warrior once called the pride of Fizzle's swordplay now lies defeated, proof of an enemy's terrifying strength. Crazia reaches out, Olivia's words of betrayal echoing in her mind. She stands over Olivia, bathed in sharp light, her hands working swiftly on Olivia's wounded leg, while bowls of fragrant healing potions rest nearby. Cracia calls magic down upon Olivia again. Brilliant light pours from her trembling hands, sweat beads racing down her strained face as the air crackles with quiet energy. Red-haired Cracia sweeps into the room with a tiny suitcase, her steps light, heads turn, curious. She greets them, and a grateful man thanks her warmly for yesterday's healing touch. Gracia grips the door handle, pulls it open with a quiet creak, calls out softly for Olivia, and lets her know she's stepping into the room. Olivia sprawled across the bed, lost in her calculations, the metallic whisper of her sword slicing the air as she moved with silent grace, while Leviel, perched beside her, watched every shift and shimmer in awe. Wild eyes dart toward Leviel, demanding that as guild leader he order Olivia to stop. Yet Leviel only grins, gesturing at Olivia with a finger, and notes she never listens to him anyway. Leviel insists he came only to talk, yet Olivia hasn't breathed a single word to him about the heavy, shadowed guilt pressing on her heart. Grace turns to Olivia, her voice gentle as she asks who attacked her, but Olivia remains curled on the bed, silent, eyes fixed on the flickering candlelight. With eyes shut tight, Olivia whispers she'll stay silent, blaming herself as if all the guilt clings only to her. Olivia murmurs it doesn't matter. Her legs refuse to move, stubborn and numb. Leveille replies, sometimes even wild ideas can blaze a path to help someone in need. With a soft rustle of her skirt, Grace returns to the guildmaster, voice calm and fragrant as spring rain. She's here for Olivia now, she insists, asking him to step out. The guildmaster rises silently and departs. A circle crowned with a star glimmers on Olivia's leg as Gracia gently helps her onto the bed, promising with a soothing voice that rest will bring her feet back to life, if only she walks with care. Olivia gazes ahead with sorrow in her eyes, noting that Cressida doesn't hear her at all. She means that moment. Cressida insists she tries her hardest, ready to help when asked, and will seek help herself if she cannot manage. Whispers of praise follow the girl, people calling her a true master, but Cassia admits she's only living her life. Suddenly, from her bed, Olivia bows deeply, murmuring an apology, her voice trembling in the quiet room. Olivia remembers the bitter words she once hurled in her helplessness, but now relief warms her heart. Everything has changed, and she feels saved at last. Christina gazes ahead, lost in thought, while Olivia softly promises herself that someday she'll find a way to repay everything Christina has done. Out of nowhere, Cressida wraps her arms around Olivia's head, presses a gentle kiss to her crown, filling the air with warmth and leaving Olivia pleasantly stunned. Olivia recoils from Kraja, her face flickering between outrage and fear, her voice trembling as she demands to know what drove Kraja to act that way. That madwoman, a gentle smile curling on her lips, insists these are the spells of relaxation, soothing the soul just like healing magic, her laughter echoing softly in the scented air. Olivia's mother whispered a gentle spell, her warm hands catching every tear before it could fall, filling the air with the soft scent of lavender and a hush that soothed trembling hearts. With a gentle clink, Cressida offers Olivia a small cup of fragrant liquid, promising it will ease her pain. She wishes Olivia a peaceful sleep, whispering that only then will the wounds heal swiftly. Warm liquid swirls in the bowl as Olivia cradles it, her voice soft yet clear as she whispers Crasia's name and surname, letting the sound echo gently through the air. With a sudden crack, something shatters. Tiny pieces skitter across the floor, and Olivia, flustered, rushes to apologize, her voice trembling with regret and the soft clatter echoing around her. In that very moment, inside the team's house, Elha and Ernest's eyes fly wide with surprise, breath-catching as they ask about the raid. With quiet footsteps, Olex joined his friends and announced, "His name is Luolge, from a place with no name," then added thoughtfully that he would consider the boy's offer. Ernest casually remarked on looking much older, a note of mischief in his voice, leaving Alec wide-eyed. Yet not a heartbeat was spared for the truth of his age to break through the buzzing room. With conviction burning in her voice, Elga insists Luol is of elven blood. A rare marvel, she says, to see someone dance with a sword so skillfully. Alec, lost in thought, muses that if Luol truly is an elf, none of this should be surprising. Ernest leans in, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Did Luolg ever share any stories about that underground maze they call the Labyrinth? Memories of the cafe still linger with the aroma of coffee as Alec tells how he met Lu Olgan. Now they descend to the chilling depths of level 72, hearts pounding, aiming to slay the monster and capture the dungeon's core. Surprise flares in Alex's eyes at the low level, a sharp intake of breath hanging in the air. Luke Holt wonders aloud if it's truly that bad, and the man offers them a dungeon core, voice hushed and mysterious. Lulu G mentions there's someone he's working with, already knee-deep in business, and hopes Alex's crew will back him up, then rolls a small sphere across the table, asking that I send his greetings to everyone. Alec cradles the ball, the dungeon's very core, in his hands, while Ernest stands stunned, the air thick with disbelief that Luog had plunged to the depths only to hand the core to Alec. Ernest steps back, sensing Alec's quiet brilliance, and Alec grins in agreement. Elga leans in, her voice soft as fresh rain. Are you suggesting I could help bridge the gap between you two? Elha whispers that Luol gathered all the nameless together, her voice calm and steady. A faint lift of her eyes betrays trust, not a flicker of doubt. She cannot believe he would ever lie. Ernest, face set with resolve, suggests they visit the hospital and smell the faint antiseptic air as they question the unnamed witness for every detail. With worry sharpening her voice, El-Hay asks if they're talking about Olivia and if the girl was hurt. Alex reassures her softly, saying the girl should have already been treated by now. Outrage simmered in El Hegos as she watched the rearguard guild lag behind the Dark Union, suspecting this was nothing but an elaborate ruse to benefit the enemy, suspicion sharp like the scent of cold iron. Glancing at the group, Misha frantically called Elka, voice trembling as she insisted she was just about to ring. Her face, pale and taut, betrayed a storm of fear and worry. Elga rushes to Misha, her voice trembling as she asks what happened. Misha mutters, "It's about Madame Kratia," while Alec is drawn to something nearby, staring intently, lost in the hush that settles around him. Ernest hurries from the side to find Krasia barely dragging her feet, urging the boy to step aside. She must pass, breathless and desperate. Then suddenly Krasia collapses, unconscious, onto the dusty earth. Alec calls her name, his voice gentle thunder, halting her in place, asking if she's all right. Her eyes heavy, cheeks flushing with a faint, trembling blush, exhaustion carved in every soft breath. With worry etched on her face, Elka rushes to Krasia and asks what happened to the girl. Krasia shakes her head, voice soft. "It's nothing. The potion touched me a little," she murmurs, lowering her gaze, then adds faintly, "Olivia is gone. I think she went to the dungeon." Ernest furrows his brow in disbelief, but Krasia snaps, voice sharp as breaking twigs. "Olivia's still hurt. She can't fight." Ernest presses on, stubborn as thunder rumbling. Why does it matter so much? Through the hush of stone corridors, Krasia notes how the Dark Guild's schemes have made the dungeons reek with danger. Olivia, an S-rank swordswoman, often meets their shadows blade to blade. Ernest insists it doesn't concern them, even if it happens. The boy notes how uncharacteristic this is for Krasia. She turns away, flushed and glistening with sweat, her breath soft and hurried. Madness flickers in her eyes as she whips her head forward, lips parting to spit out the word traitor, each syllable sharp like broken glass. Crasius shared that Olivia had confessed. The dungeon held more than just Dark Guild members. There were others who eyed her words with suspicion, judging her as if she were a wide-eyed newcomer. With a sly smile, Krasia claims she saw this ending coming. Olivia survived only by a whisper, saved just in time. Walking with purpose to the door, Krasia announces she'll never join again. Her own path is better. As Krasia steps through the door, Elha and Alex glide out beside her, their movements quiet, blending with the faint scent of old wood and the soft shuffle of footsteps. "Anything that touches Christia touches me too," Alex insists, his voice echoing with fierce devotion. Elha smiles, sunlight glinting in his eyes, and replies that such clever souls are meant to lead now. Ernest steps closer, eyes scanning ahead and heart pounding as he remembers. He was about to descend into the dungeon, the air thick with a promise of the looming labyrinth. Grace pretends she doesn't hear the boy, fueling his anger as he warns her not to savor her triumph. A bright smile blooms on Grace's face, and laughter bursts from her lips like music in the air. With a firm gesture forward, Ernest announces they are heading into the echoing maze beneath the earth, chasing the faint hope of finding those lost in its shadowy twists. Inside the house where the team lived, the warm light flickered. Alex, silent, layered his jacket over the rest, fingers trembling ever so slightly as fabric whispered against fabric. Listing each thing he packed, his notebook, some potions, a slice of bread, brings a secret thrill, until Ernest bursts out that none of it matters, for he's already found what truly counts. Ernest tosses something to Elec, urging him on. Elec catches it mid-air, surprise flickering in his eyes, as Ernest leans in and whispers, "This secret weapon must be guarded with your life." The team gathered before the entrance to the southwestern dungeon, a place whispered about as the Labyrinth, where cool stone breathed damp secrets and shadows twisted in silent invitation. "Another filthy place," Ernest mutters, wrinkling his nose as dust dances in the thick air, while behind him Alex, Elka, and Krasia stand silent, their footsteps echoing softly in the gloom. Elka notices flickering traces of spatial magic traps woven into the darkness. This place breathes like a living labyrinth, every step echoing with hidden danger and secrets. Every twist and flicker of these portals could leave anyone lost inside, Mabel notes, so only a team as finely tuned as theirs stands a chance. Suddenly, Mabel found herself just inches from Alec, her hand slipping into his as she asked softly if she was right, or maybe terribly wrong. Surprise flickers in Elga's eyes as Mabel appears, but Mabel, calm as a summer lake, explains in a soft, even tone that she simply came to see Alec. With a laugh and a twinkle in her voice, Mabel admits she's joking, then shares how Lul invited her to join in a wild raid through nameless, endless days, adventure crackling in the air. Olivia narrows her eyes, suspicion sharp in her voice as she accuses Mabel of taking her place. Mabel only smiles, assuring her they're both S-rank sword-bearers, then steps toward Alex, determination in every stride. She admitted, her voice trembling like a gentle breeze, that she longed to see Alex's magic again, so dazzling it lingered in her mind like sunlight through stained glass. With a fierce voice, LH steps between the boy and the girl, splitting them apart. "Olivia is gone," he declares, demanding what Lupol is doing. Naples quietly notes there are no traces left, nameless as they are. With curiosity sparkling in my eyes, I gaze ahead. Ernest explains softly. A group stands there, each person radiating self-sufficiency, their unique strengths and social stature weaving together like threads in a quiet tapestry. Anonymous wanderers may have a leader, but each moves to their own rhythm, rarely caring where the others drift, unless the echoing halls of a dungeon demand their brief unity. Mabel notes Olivia is just the same, calm and quietly composed, while Ernest laughs, insisting Mabel herself is the loudest of them all, her laughter echoing like chimes in a quiet room. With a gentle tilt of her head, Mabel remarks that Olivia is often misunderstood, though in truth, there's a kindness in her smile and a warmth in her words. Mabel remembers sitting on cool earth, the scent of grass around her, while Olivia stood above, sword in hand, sighing in annoyance that Mabel always trailed after her. Yet Mabel begged, "Teach me your dazzling sword tricks." "Sorry," Olivia says softly, her voice trembling as a cold breeze sweeps by. She's used to working alone, and right now, her only goal in these wild lands is to find her way into the dungeon. Mabel steps closer to Olivia, her eyes sparkling, and suddenly suggests they travel together next time. She asks if that's a brilliant idea. Olivia pauses, the air between them thick with possibility, and admits that for work, it truly does sound tempting. Mabel steps back, laughter bubbling in her voice as she reminds Olivia of her promise, her eyes shining. "Tomorrow," she adds, "they'll meet beneath the city's heart, in the central dungeon." Mabel shared. The next morning, Olivia stood stiff as a bayonet by the dark dungeon. "Elhan Alexei," she mused. "That's actually quite sweet." Mabel breathes in sharply, catching the scent of rain, and whispers that she feels Olivia's pain now. She is her closest friend. She just knows it deep in her bones. Eyes searching the horizon, Mabel turns to Alec and, her voice trembling with hope, asks him to help her find her friend Olivia. With a warm smile, Alexei promises Mabel she can count on him, his steady voice wrapping her in quiet reassurance. Ernest, voice steady as autumn wind, declares it's time to move on. His gaze falls on Elha, urging her to embrace every duty ahead. Alex nods in agreement, but Elha turns to him, pleading softly to wait. With a cold turn, Krasia faces away as Elga calls to her. Elga's voice trembles. "Stop pretending you don't understand," she begs, the silence between them thick with unspoken truth. Ernest insists Elhe, as their leader, must lift everyone's spirits, while Olex grins, saying it's almost a ritual now, laughter crackling in the air like campfire sparks. Eyes glancing away, Elha admits this is her first and last time. Such moments always unsettle her. Turning aside, she clears her throat, the sound small and uncertain in the quiet air. Out of nowhere, Elha cried that they would break every heart and endless days awaited them, while behind her the whole team flashed bright smiles and threw their hands up to the sky, laughter ringing in the air. A band of brave souls slipped into the depths of the Fissile Labyrinth, now treading softly on the 72nd level, where the air hums with incense inside Toro's secret temple. Ernest spins toward Krasia, his voice sharp. "What are you doing? Keep moving!" And without breaking her intense stare, Krasia murmurs that she is concentrating. Elsa shares with sparkling eyes that Loki taught her the art of teleportation magic, and now she dreams of creating a swirling portal for everyone to step through. Even if traps tear them apart, the hope of reunion lingers. Krasia sits now in the middle of a circle, a star glowing beneath her, soft light flickering as if breathing with her heartbeat. Ernest let out a sharp laugh, warning Krasia to calm herself, or tears would trickle down her cheeks like a child's, his voice echoing with playful challenge. In a flash, Krasia swings upward. Ernest can't dodge, and a sharp crack echoes as her fist lands squarely on his face. Awe fills L.A. High and Alex as they watch, mouths open wide, eyes huge. Ernest crashes to the floor and scrambles backwards, ending up on the star-marked circle where, heart-pounding, he fights to steady his thoughts. A sudden cry tears through the air. Alex yells it's a spatial trap, his voice sharp as he calls out for his friend, while Ernest lies motionless on the floor, eyes squeezed shut, lost in silence. There's a spark of joy when he races to a friend, reaching out a hand, only to stumble into a magic circle where suddenly one foot glows with a strange, shimmering light. Two girls lock their intense gazes on the empty center, where moments ago Alec and Ernest stood. Now only silence lingers, a faint echo of the crowd's thunder still pulsing in the air. Alec glances ahead. Monsters catch his eye, their twisted faces turning toward the boy who's just appeared, a tense hush trembling in the air between them. Palm pressed to his face, Alex stands lost among the hissing crowd of monsters, the metallic scent of fear heavy in the air as he whispers his confession. "I ruined everything." A wild roar thundered from every monster as they charged at Alec, who in a heartbeat drew his wand. Electric magic crackled and danced in the air, filling the night with the tang of ozone. Sparks crackled in the air as he defended himself with a burst of lightning, sizzling through a monster while the scent of ozone lingered. Unseen, claws scraped behind him, a predator stalking in silence. Suddenly, a sharp whistle slices through the air, a jolt, then something pierces the monster's skull with a sickening thud. Alec turns to find Krasia beside him, her arrows slicing the air and finding their marks. A girl with flowing hair steps close, her voice light with surprise. "Your secret weapon proved useful sooner than I guessed." He already felt it too. Mobius rings weave their silent magic. Those who wear them shall never part. No matter how many mountains or whispers of wind between them, Alec cannot tear himself from Krasia. Alec sighs, admitting he never thought he'd part from the girl and the others so soon. Laughter like silver bells escapes the long-haired girl as she teases. Does he really care that much about Elgot? As her long hair falls forward, she leans in close, searching his eyes and softly asks if he ever regrets staying with her, her voice trembling like a whispered breeze. With a shy glance, Alex stammered that it wasn't everything, and the girl, with her long hair gleaming, burst out laughing, her voice ringing, confessing she had only been joking. Krasia promises Elhaika will be safe. Her wild spirit sharpens every movement, and a gentle smile flickers on her long-haired face, softening the air with quiet courage. They moved forward, footsteps echoing on cold stone. The girl whispered they'd just stumbled into the fiercest trap yet, and with a breath heavy with regret, the young man murmured an apology. Monstrous creatures, their armored shells clattering, rush at the boy and girl. One shouts, "Switch!" as they fight back to back, breath mixing with the metallic scent of fear. Blades flash as the young man and the girl fend off attacker after attacker, sweat and fear shimmering on their skin, every growl and shriek of approaching beasts echoing in the night air. With a swift swing of her magic orb, Grace calls out, "Next!" her words crackling as if summoning another beast, while Alex turns to her, offering a quick nod of praise for her victory. Impressed by her swift moves with the magic blade, he watched the girl with cascading hair explain, her voice echoing softly, that in these shadowy depths, no mage's aid would reach them. With a wild rush, the girl hurtles at the nearest beast. Her blade flashes, slicing its head clean off. The severed head spins through the air, filling the night with the metallic scent of blood. Impossible to give up, the girl decides, her breath quick and resolve stronger than the laughter echoing behind. Alec meets her gaze with steady eyes and quietly promises he's never laughed at her. A girl with flowing hair turns to the boy, noting, with a sly smile, that he isn't quite the expert. After all, he sometimes forgets to use support magic. The boy laughs softly and admits she had figured him out long ago. With a playful smirk, Krasia notes that speaking with such self-assurance reeks of arrogance, especially when his table manners nearly rival Elgia's. The boy steps aside, grinning, leaving the girl behind and dodging conversation, for he could never match the elf's grace. Alex sinks to the floor and murmurs that, of all his troubles, this trap is not the worst. As dusk settles, he and the girl notice scattered bandages. Someone whispers that Olivia's footsteps sound much too close now. Boots pounding on stone, Elha and Ernest race from the roaring swarm. She calls out, the air sharp with fear. Why open those doors when danger screamed a trap? Laughing breathlessly, he admits, locked doors beg him to open them. With a swift flick of her staff, the short-haired girl summoned a shield of magic. Eyes squeezed shut, breath trembling as sparks danced in the air around her. At her call, the stone wall rises, lifting them both above the chaos. Wind whips around as Elha glances at him, murmuring the monsters are his now, and before she even finishes, he leaps down into the fray. Short-haired, she murmured the monsters could easily drain the boy's strength, even if he wasn't in top shape. Her words carried the scent of worry and the sound of heavy footsteps in the gloom. Short hair flicked as the girl braced for a surge of power. Before the boy, an army of monsters froze, claws poised, while Ernest stormed ahead, eyes burning with unstoppable resolve. A girl with short hair thrusts her staff forward, eyelids squeezed tight as if tasting the storm in the air. Then suddenly her eyes fly open, blazing with anticipation. Ernest darts through frozen ranks of monsters, their glassy eyes tracking him in awe. Stunned and unmoving, they hum low, eerie sounds, curious breaths hanging in the chilled air as he races by. With a surge of energy, the first boy lunged forward, his spear slicing through the air. A dull thud, the sharp tang of iron, and monster heads tumbled at his feet. Watching monsters scatter in panic, Ernest breathes in smoky air and realizes with astonishment, the boss lies defeated, its menace now only a bitter echo in the trembling silence. Ernest lifts his gaze, gratitude shining in his eyes for the girl's support after such a tough day. The short-haired girl glances down, her voice soft as she turns back to him. Supporting the boy felt like climbing a steep hill, yet he admitted her help arrived like water in the desert, saving him. Suddenly, A monstrous roar ripped the air, making her spin around, eyes wide with shock. Torn from all life, the monster lies motionless on the cold floor as tiny worms quietly feast on its breathless body, the air thick with decay and a chilling silence. With a hint of curiosity, Elga parts her lips and asks if demons truly devour one another, while the boy stands still, gripping his spear and gazing quietly at the ground. A swift blade slices the tiny beast in two, the severed pieces twitch, then spring to life, skittering across the ground as twin monsters, hissing and alive. Ernest stares down in shock, shouting that the monsters have split apart and come alive. Jagged creatures lunge at the short-haired girl, her voice trembling with fear as she begs him to help rid her of these horrors. With a grateful nod and wind-tousled short hair, she thanks him, her voice trembling as she explains fists can't hurt these monsters. He glances around, panic rising, and asks, "So what do we do now?" The girl with short hair insists, "These are regenerating monsters, you have to destroy them in a single blow." The boy just grins, saying it sounds far too easy. With a sudden surge, he whirls his spear left and right, the blade slicing the air above as it whistles, muscles coiling and sweat shimmering on his brow. Evanston's voice booms across the clamor, scolding the short-haired girl. Her eyes must stay glued to the flanks. Elha nods quickly, breathless. Yes, she heard him. She understands. Fingers tracing her cropped hair, she shields one eye and urges him, "Stay true to your path, fight with every breath." The boy charges forward, monsters howling in his ears as shimmering magic calls the sharp-eyed girl into battle. Her words, crackling with raw power, fill the air. At once he lunges at the monsters with new fury, boots pounding, heart thundering, the scent of sweat and fear sharp around him. Slinging his spear across his shoulder, marveling at the strangeness of the demon, a short-haired girl races up, nudges him from behind, and calls his name aloud, her laughter dancing through the air. Eyes wide, the short-haired girl gasped. This was stunning, a wild burst of color and sound, thrilling beyond words, pure exhilaration swirling in the air. With a sharp shake of her head, she rejects the other girl's words. The short-haired girl insists, voice unwavering, that Ernest is a true genius, unmatched by anyone. With a sideways glance, the boy tells the girl to save those words for Alec. He needs a lift for his battered self-esteem. Warm bakery air wraps around as he pauses, noticing. Now, where the short-haired girl once laughed, Mabel stands kneading dough, her gentle humming blending with the morning scent of rising bread. Shoes slapping on wet pavement, a girl with short hair chases after the boy fading into the dusk. She calls his name, voice trembling, and suddenly they halt. Her eyes widen as something catches her gaze ahead. Elha and Ernest's eyes fly wide open as they spot something ahead, side by side, frozen in awe before a colossal form, unable to tear their gaze away, hearts thumping in the heavy silence. Suddenly, a colossal monster towers before the boy and girl, the girl's hand clenched tightly around her weapon, heart pounding as its hot breath rattles in her ears. Azure-haired, she lifts her gaze just a little, curiosity shimmering, and quietly asks if this is truly the boss. The short-haired girl notes, with tension in her voice, that only the sting of real wounds will touch him. Magic seems to roll off, leaving his skin untouched. Scars are all he is, the boy insists, calling himself the Millennial, the Holy Swordsman. The name echoes like distant bells in the hush. Amid the clamor of snarling beasts, Alex and Krazia fought on. The girl with flowing hair breathed in the metallic tang of fear, remarking on their numbers, but he soothed her, promising these monsters were weaker than they looked. Threat loomed on the horizon as monsters advanced. The air tingled with fear. A girl with flowing hair urged haste, her voice trembling, her footsteps quick and desperate. With a single swift strike, the girl sends several monsters soaring, lifeless, spinning through the air as the sharp scent of metal fills the silence. Flowing hair catching the breeze, the girl fixes her gaze on the boy as he calls her forward. Summoning her courage, she glides past two snarling monsters. Her sharp sword slashes, and one monster reels from the blow. With steady breath and sharp resolve, the girl gathers her strength. Monsters roar and claw, but a shimmering dome hums to life, its silver glow keeping every threat at bay. Squinting against the chaos, she realizes she desperately needs a shield. Then, out of nowhere, her partner charges in with a battle cry, blades flashing as he stands between her and the roaring beast. "Don't expect miracles from me," he warns gently, a faint smile flickering on his lips. "I'm no wizard, you know." Sunlight plays in the girl's long hair as she smiles at the boy. Then, together, their footsteps echo with confidence as they stride forward into the day. Far off, laughter rings out as a group spots girls perched on the rocks. A boy calls the long-haired one by name, and her voice dances back. At last, they've found Olivia. Warm sunlight dances on the stones as Olivia struggles to bind her wounds. Suddenly, a girl with flowing hair approaches, her voice soft as she calls Olivia's name. Olivia studies the long-haired girl, noticing she's just as radiant as before, while the girl's braids glint in the light and her gaze clings to Olivia without wavering. "I need a girl with long hair to heal me. Her magic is strongest," Olivia insists, the scent of earth swirling around her. Craziak fixes her with a sharp stare and simply says, firm as flint, "No." Only Olivia mattered. Christia admitted it openly. If the girl healed her wounds, it would just mean another desperate escape, footsteps fading and hope slipping like mist. Olivia turns to the boy, her eyes searching. Could he wield healing magic? He shrugs, a little embarrassed. Healing is far beyond him. Footsteps crunch closer. Olek leans in, urging Olivia to listen as he explains. The girl with the long hair means no harm. Her refusal to come back isn't laced with deceit. Indifference always defined Olexia, or so she claimed, but this time she crossed miles of aching road just to help Olivia, so how could they possibly leave her behind now? Heat flushes across Chrysiot's cheeks as he spins toward the boy, anger flickering in his eyes. The boy shrugs, saying she can lecture him later. Olivia looks away, her voice soft and sad. She knows everything. She understands. Olivia gently explains she won't grow her hair long. Stray locks tickle her neck and fall into her eyes, slowing her hands as she works, stealing away her focus. The crooked steps creak beneath each footstep, leading toward Olivia. She catches a whiff of cold air and thinks, if the long-haired girl won't treat her kindly, fine, she'll just be in the way. Rising to her feet, Olivia readies herself to leave. As she passes the long-haired girl, her voice carries a gentle regret. Sorry she cannot repay her kindness as she wishes. For a moment, Creasy falls silent. Then, with a mysterious glint in his eye, he whispers that this is exactly why people are drawn to fencing. Olivier pauses, cool evening air swirling, and asks what the long-haired girl meant. She spins around, her voice sharp. Thinking she owes anyone gratitude is nonsense. He knows nothing of support mages. A girl with flowing hair points ahead, her voice sharp with command. Don't let Olivia leave. The boy blinks in surprise, then nods quickly, understanding flickering across his face like a sudden spark. Krasha confessed, her voice trembling, that she never wanted this, but secrets of her own flicker in her eyes. She refuses to share them with Olivia until she learns the truth. Olivia's voice rings out, firm and clear, as she refuses, each word a sharp knife cutting through the haze, her resolve the only shield against an unwelcome presence. With a spark in his voice, the youth asked Olivia if she was hinting at revenge on the Dark Guild. Olivia leaned in, eyes aflame, insisting she had no need for them. Olivia admits she doesn't know what Lulu whispered to him, but her voice trembles. This has nothing to do with guilds or squads. It's all about her and her alone. Warmth flickers in Mabel's eyes, worry slipping through despite her calm face. Olivia catches the moment, her voice quiet as she says, "We're really just ordinary after all." Olivia senses confusion in the air. A gentle laugh escapes her lips as she realizes the boy and girl have misunderstood. Not everyone here moves with the sure strength and skill of their small team. Among the nameless, a guild-bound band with secret dreams, Olivia caught the scent of her one golden chance, her heart pounding as she seized it without a breath of hesitation. Krasia glanced sideways at Olivia, her lips curling as she asked if Olivia meant the traitor she'd mentioned before. Olivia nodded, her voice cold with promise. She would end his life herself. Olivia speaks of the man who once guided her, but later betrayed them and abandoned her mother. Her eyes shimmer with a silent, aching emptiness, as if a cold wind has stolen the warmth from her heart. Surprise widens Alex's eyes as he stares into the distance. The faint scent of grass stirs memories of his teacher, and he turns to Olivia once more, voice trembling, to ask about his mother and mentor. Olivia turns away from the boy. The girls drift into a new direction, hope flickering in her heart that clarity has dawned, yet she longs to impart something more as the girls form a circle around her, a star glowing at its heart. With fire in her voice, Olivia warns the room. No one should dare stand in her way. Realizing Olivia was already at the teleport, brisk footsteps echoed as Alakon's Cresia and the youth dashed forward. His hand shot out, and together they caught her at the very last heartbeat. Alex's eyes widen in focused awe, a bead of sweat slipping down his cheek as he faces a restless horde of monsters shifting, snarling, ready to pounce, a low growl humming in the tense air. Surrounded by monsters, the group stood frozen, heartbeats loud in their ears, the stench of damp earth and fear heavy in the air, shadows shifting all around.